Have you ever imagined your dream life? We all have, but living that desired life in reality is a different story. If you could become a god and do anything you wanted, what choices would you make? If you've ever entertained fantastical thoughts like these, we want to introduce to you a world where you can create your dream life. Welcome to Inzoi. Everyone has a different dream life, and Inzoi offers a variety of creative tools to help you build yours. First, let's look at creating characters, known as Zois. You can create realistic appearances with detailed controls over facial and body features. You can also customize hair and outfits to create a unique look. What about the space where your Zoe will live? You can combine architectural elements like walls, roofs, stairs, pillars, fences, gates, and ladders to build the structure you want. You can also customize various appliances and furniture to decorate your home in your own style. Worried you might not have the skills to do all this? Don't be. We have various AI functions that make creation easy for everyone. You can create your own textures to make unique artwork, or turn real-world objects into 3D models to include in Inzoi. It's time to showcase your limitless creativity. Once you've created your character and house, shall we step outside? Can you edit the city too? Absolutely. You can edit street elements like animals, plants, billboards, and weather to create the scenarios you want. You can also adjust the city's cleanliness, safety, and relationship indices to simulate specific lifestyles. Create a world where everyone is in love or an apocalyptic scenario. Edit the city as you wish. Why keep your dream creations to yourself? Share them on Inzoi's creative platform, Canvas. Upload and download creations, interact with other players, and enrich each other's Inzoi experience. Remember, Inzoi is a life simulation game. If everything happened as expected, it wouldn't be life or a simulation. While you can create your dream characters, homes, and simulations, the nature of the simulation genre means you'll face unexpected situations. Just like real life, you'll experience unplanned, given lives. To provide a more realistic life experience, Inzoi has implemented a complete community simulation where every person in the city lives with their own will, facing various events and accidents, just like in reality, such as colds, trends, and rumors. Inzoi allows you to view the world from a distance. Endless stories take place to the Zois you create within your modified city, all operated under the complete simulation. Experience your most desired life and the life that's given to create your unique story.
Suamba. Randy Norby.
Inzoi gives you the opportunity to experience not just one life, but the collective shared stories, events, accidents, joys, and sorrows of everyone in your city that make up the human experience. In Inzoi, you can create the reality you desire, and in the process, maybe even find that the true gift of life is the journey we all share. We hope these realistic experiences in Inzoi can enhance your enjoyment of life in the real world. Enjoy your life with Inzoi. Thank you.
They come from the dark lab, the noisy cannibals. Only they can stop them. The Hunger Busters! They're back and armed to kill. Why take chances?
We were creating controllable entities for the future of humanity.
Looking the other direction, front on over to the MK Peaks on board. Kane gonna give it away! In the end, Himas reigns supreme!
Suddenly Dave's gonna get tossed on out, but I think it's gonna go too far. Here we go, Perfectix lines up two. It's Lucarex, Quizzy down, but Tulin's got one, and it's Twisted Mind.
来了，就是你，连打带补有机会吗？没机会。 구상병을 그냥 눕혀버렸어요. 너도 내려!
Off the edge he goes and down back to lobby, but Pains follows up with the MG3. The last few games of yesterday, they've really started to kind of slow things down and find their footing, but the footing is completely gone.
To out-survive anybody else that's going to be in front of him, and hey, he'll take a couple of shots at whatever.
Your 2023 PGC champion!
Hey, are you pumped for this year's PGC? Last year was epic. I can't wait to see what they've cooked up for us this time.
Totally. PGC 2023 was a blast.
Got a Scoopon was new this year?
Oh, buckle up. There's a ton to unpack. We have so much to watch this year.
So, we have separate regional series in 5 regions where teams can earn PGC points. Then, we have 4 PUBG Global Series this year where teams can gather PGS points. You have to commit to all competitions. Every event matters and is key to entering PGC 2024.
Exactly. We've got 15 regional qualifiers from PGC points, 8 PGS points teams, 1 wild card.
So, where's the final battleground?
It's all happening in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The stage is set with a whopping $1.5 million prize pool, plus more from crowdfunding. The fans, they're incredible. What do you say? We catch the grand finals live.
But how's PGC 2024 going to work out?
Let me lay it out. PGC 2024 is slicing things up differently. We're looking at 3 circuits based on point rules, each featuring 6 heart-pounding matches over 3 consecutive days.
And here's the kicker. Rack up the most PGS points year-round and get to chill on the first or second day of the first circuit.
So, every PGS match is critical. The better you perform there, the bigger your advantage at PGC 2024.
Bingo! Each circuit reshuffles based on the last. So if you nail it in the first, you're sitting pretty for the second. After all 3 circuits, the top 16 teams brawl it out in the grand finals.
Speaking of the grand finals, they are running as usual, right?
Not even close. To grab the trophy, you gotta clinch it with a win. Once a team hits the point threshold, their next chicken dinner could crown them champion. But if they miss that shot, the game rolls on. More teams reach the threshold, and any of them could snatch victory with just 1 win. So every match matters in the grand finals. PGC is taking the Battle Royale Esports back to its root to be the last team standing. Welcome to Smash Room. Smash 'em all!
Hello PUBG Esports fans. After the closest finish we've ever seen at PNC 2024, it's time to kick off the PUBG Global Series 5 and 6 to keep the action rolling. With PGS points on the line, the stakes will be higher than ever. PGS 5 and 6 will be the final chance to claim your points and secure a spot at PGC 2024. All 10 of our global partner teams will be returning to the PGS stage along with 14 regional series qualifiers. Let's get into our format for PGS 5 and 6. The 10 global partner teams will join 14 regional qualifiers from 5 regions. These 24 teams will be divided into groups and compete over 3 days in the group stage. They will play 18 matches across 4 different maps. For PGS 5 and 6, Rondo will replace Vikendi in the competitive map pool alongside Tego, Miramar, and Erangel. The top 16 teams with the most points will advance to the final stage. They will battle it out through 18 matches in 3 days, where 1 team will rise above and claim a PGS title, along with their share of the $300,000 prize pool for each PGS. Importantly, this will be the team's last chance to claim PGS points to secure their spot at PGC 2024, with 300 PGS points going to the winners. PUBG Esports will be back in action in Bangkok, Thailand for the PUBG Global Series 5 from October 21st through the 27th, and for PGS 6, the final PGS of the year, from November 4th through the 10th. Make sure to stay tuned to the PUBG Esports website and social media to stay up to date with all things PUBG Esports. It's time to rise above.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome, one and all. It is time for PGS5 from beautiful Thailand. My name's Toffees. I'm joined by Avenger. We're breaking down the action. It's been a bit of a break for some of our teams. I'm excited to see them get back to it.
Yeah, and the last chance to dance here for the two teams at PGS5 and 6. 24 teams to make their way. Some already guaranteed themselves to PGC, but here to take their share of $300,000 times 2. But also to get some PGS points.
Yeah, I think everyone's going to be excited to get their hands on the stuff. But we got to tell you, we're excited about who made this possible. It's op.gg. Overpower your game. Without the sponsors, none of this happens. So we do want to give them a little bit of love, especially our official hotel partner, Novotel Bangkok Bang Na, for having us, putting us up, giving us a place to stay. Absolutely enjoying our time there. Also, a big shout out to our additional partners, our official studio partner, Green Park Studio Bangkok. You can see where we are right now. Looks amazing. Lots of space. Players are enjoying it. And finally, TT Racing, the official gaming chair for this event. You got to be comfortable when you play, you know?
And you got to be sitting.
Yeah.
Standing desk while gaming is just not the same. Recoil controlling down, dropping the mouse. You got to be sitting, right?
That's why I don't use a standing desk.
That's exactly. Yeah. I have a standing desk. I never stand. I just sit and game here. But yeah, the studio is great. A lot of 2018 vibes for it. It's kind of feeling like we're throwing back a little bit, and I like that a lot.
I do too. Now, we're also going to walk you guys through everything that goes on today. We got to start with a little bit of housekeeping, though. Remind you of everything from the schedule to the format to the points and everything in between. Afterwards, we'll break down some of the teams and talk about what you're excited about seeing here at this event, because last time we were together at EWC, I think we saw some teams that are going to be here that weren't there. Some teams maybe didn't perform as well as they would have liked, and I'm excited to see how those changes happen. But where are we going to see them? We're going to see them over the next 3 days here during the group stage. Then there's a day off, get a little bit of rest, and then we're back for the final stage Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. 3 days of amazing PUBG action.
Yeah, I love the group stage. Obviously, here in a little bit of a day off, we can get a little bit of media. We can get a little bit of pictures taken by the teams. And you see here, single elimination, 12 games, 6 matches per day here. And the teams have one chance to get into the final stage.
Yep. Well, you got to play here. You know, I talked to Twisted Minds before they started today, and they said we got to change the way you play group stages. EWC taught us that group stages are everything. You got to get out of it. Here, speaking of those, this is where the groups break down. A, B, and C. A and B will take the field of play today. What's your take on this one, Martin?
I think it's a hard group. It's also a little bit, we can see how with this Group C is kind of hard to get into. You're the last team getting into play. All the other teams are going to be having points. You have to have a strong start as Group C. There's a lot of big name teams in there, a lot of expectations coming in for that. So that's pretty exciting. $300,000 as we talked about per PGC here, $100K for the winner, Toffees.
$100K for the winner. Lots of money on the line, but it's not all that's on the line. We've also got PGC points, seeds for PGC, all kinds of stuff on play. But what we are playing for is a tip of the super system. At this point, I think most of you who watch are used to it, but just in case you aren't, 10 points for first. It goes down from there, and 1 kill per point.
Yeah, and obviously 65 to 70% of the points that we're getting from across the match is going to be coming from kills. So it's still very kill heavy here. The road to PGC, as we're talking about here, 300 points. I would say at this point, Toffees, if you win a PGS 5 or 6 and you already have a little bit of points, you're probably going to PGC if you haven't already booked the spot for that.
Absolutely. So I do think some of the teams here are going to be a little less stressed about their PGC journey and maybe thinking about teams for their extras for their region or putting up a good practice for what's coming. Participating teams, so let's talk about who's playing here. GPT teams over on the left side, and then all the different regions that got here. And it was a grind for some of these teams. Not everyone got that auto bid, and it got a little sketchy in some of those regions.
Yeah, super interesting games coming out of it, of course. Love to see some of the teams coming back here from Korea. They're able to show us some. And I feel like especially this year, it's been a lot of change in terms of the meta. Some of the regions becomes way stronger than we've been used to seeing them for. Sonics, of course, coming off from a kind of back-to-back from PGS and also for PGS2, of course. And the Saudi Arabia kind of back-to-back with the Esports World Cup. They're looking good.
They are. Sonic's looking the best I think I've ever seen them. APAC in particular has been wonderful to watch this year. Their trajectory has been absolutely incredible. So those are the regions. That's who is going to be playing here, but not everyone takes the field at the same time. Group stages, we're going to have 16 play today. We've got, you mentioned C on the sidelines, waiting to see what happens next. Let's take a look at who will be taking the field today. That's the important part. Martin, when you look at this list of teams, which ones are you most excited to see out there today?
Bro, I'm super excited to see 4M, how they're going to be performing without God V. It's kind of a dark horse for me a little bit. Cerberus obviously coming in. It's going to be interesting to watch if they can kind of come back to it. We have Twisted Minds playing again.
Yeah.
They are a team that have, they're here to show what they're made of, what they're capable of in a single elimination stage.
I'm excited about KDF. I'm going to be honest with you. Like, this is one of those teams that sort of restructured. They've played together for a while. They've been slow, and then this year they just seem like they've been on such an upward trajectory. Now, if you guys are watching at home, you don't just have to watch us. You can open up those second monitors, check out some of our co-streamers, Choco Taco, Hambino, Lyric. All these folks are going to be streaming as well, so you can go check out their streams, give them a little bit of support, and hopefully they're nice to us while they're watching.
Yeah, and many more are going to be streaming.
Yeah.
It's super nice to see you guys coming in, tuning in, and watching. Yeah, the last event before we have PGC, of course, coming in. There's going to be PGS6 after this, but these guys are staying. It's the same teams.
And it's the doubleheader idea. And it is. It's funny because we're kind of talking about them like the same event, and the players are starting to have to approach it the same way. But it has created this unique thing where we saw in our last 3-4 combo where players have this week between events to sort of get their heads right, make adjustments. And at 3-4, we saw a massive differentiation between who performed well and who struggled in the first and second week, and I think that may play here again.
Yeah, and I 100% agree. And to talking some of the teams, it's going to be happening. We have Fantasy League, though. Make sure you go and make your team. You still have some minutes here to make sure you lock in team. For me, it's been extremely hard to lock in. We have so many potential superstar players here. They're way too cheap. We've talked to some of the guys behind the scenes, and 5, 6, 7, 8 different players that you kind of want to roster, and everything fits. You can have one kind of expensive, and then there's 6, 7, 8 picks that are below or around that $20,000 mark. That's just so cheap.
Well, I mean, even here, hyper competitively, we were standing here 5 minutes before the show started, still arguing about roster changes to make with our production team and us. And the reason is not the only bragging rights. There's other stuff to win. If you're playing at home and you got a good team, 5,000 G coins, or as I like to call it, schematics for first place, hopefully, and a chair. So I think, me personally, I play for the bragging rights and the fact that I like to beat Toby. That's really all that matters.
Right.
And I hope that we will do that again. Do you think your team looks good?
I'm pretty satisfied with my
Who's your
team.
sleeper pick for those at home who are making their teams right now?
Oh, my sleeper pick's gotta be Heather. He's too cheap. Yeah, he's too cheap.
Heather and Pow Pow both seem like they came at really good price points.
Pow Pow, top performer out of PCL. Crazy, too cheap as well. Yeah.
And again, they're kind of coming back and proving that they want to be here, so they've got that drive. Now, where are they going to be driving? A lot on Erangel as we start off in the grassy patches. We'll head over to Tego, your favorite map, Rondo. I think you got a condo there. And then Miramar, the Dusty Dunes to wrap up our day. And it's going to be awesome. I mean, again, to see all of these players from all of these different regions here, it's been a while since they got a chance to track against each other. I think it'll be a lot of fun.
Yeah, and a curveball with the two maps. You're only playing it once. We've seen some hot drops happening on Test Track. We've seen a lot of crazy fun things happening there. So to me, I think it's going to be, you got to get your points on Erangel and Miramar, but if you're a crazy team and you're able to pull something out of the hat for the two others, it's going to be fun to watch for that.
And I think you brought up some good points about how important it's going to be to sort of have that big start here, right? With Group C in the wings.
Yeah.
We've seen so much this year. Teams that have been slow to start, not even making it through the group stages. I mean, again, I'm going to keep harping on this because Twisted Minds, they finally got their first big win at PGS 4. Can they turn it around? Can they do it? Can they get out of the group stages this time? I believe we're about to find out. It sounds like PGS 5 is about to get underway. I'm going to do a quick change, but we're going to send it over to Bella to get us started in just a minute.
Twisted Minds, your champions, PGS 4.
Welcome back to Bangkok, Thailand, PUBG Esports fans. I'm your host, Bella, and we are ready to kick off for an electrifying week of action here at PUBG Global Series 5. At PGS 4, we witnessed Twisted Minds finally claim their first global trophy and enjoy their long-awaited moment of triumph. But while they rose to the occasion, others faltered under the pressure. But now it's PGS 5, a fresh start, a new shot at redemption, and a chance to fight for the $300,000 and those crucial points for PUBG Global Championship 2024. Today begins the group stage where 24 teams will clash over the 3 days, all aiming to secure their spot in the top 16 that make to the grand finals, which will be happening from October 21st to the 23rd. Will the traditional powerhouses maintain their dominance, or will a new wave of underdogs rise up and claim the spotlight? Let's dive in and find out.
Here we go.
I didn't mean to kill that policeman. Why, of course not. It's against everything I've ever stood for.
Top, way to fucking mother. Seen it, seen it, seen it. From the top, way to fucking mother. Seen it, seen it, seen it. Never seen it, never seen it, never seen it. Top.
To Thailand, it's time for PGS 5 with $300,000 and PGC 2024 qualifying points and seeds to play for. Everything is on the line. Now, let's introduce our fighters. First, our challengers earning their spot through grueling regional qualifiers. Round after round, they kept coming back, fighting out of the APAC, Teraton 5, and FW Esports. Also fighting out of the APAC, it's the Expendables and TDT Esports. Now representing China, back and better than ever, it's Tianba and New Happy. Coming out of Korea, don't forget about KDF, GNL Esports. And back on the international stage, it's T1. Now, fighting out of the Americas, Team Falcons, Luna Galaxy, and TSM. Now back to representing the EMEA, it's Ascend Club and Eternal Fire. And now, the perennial powerhouses who've claimed every PGS title to date. It's your global partner teams. Stars back on the rise from EMEA. Let's hear it for FaZe Clan and Na'Vi. Representing the APAC, the hometown heroes, it's Day Trade Gaming. Representing Korea as the most storied PUBG esports organization, Gen G. Fighting out of China, 4 Angry Men. Petrichor Road. Now your PGS 1 champions, 17 Gaming. Fighting out of the Americas, PGS 2 and EWC champions, Sonics. And now your PGS 3 champions and defending PGS champions, 2 teams who never want to find yourself in a gunfight with, and terrors of the battlegrounds. It's Cerberus Esports and Twisted Minds. The teams are ready, the plane is fueled. It's time to find out who will rise above the rest and stand alone at the top. Let's play some PUBG!
PUBG Esports globally is one of the most competitive esports. We have a different regional winner from basically every single region. I think the difference that the championship caliber teams have over others is firstly their work ethic and secondly their confidence.
如果想做一个冠军战队，4个人的整体实力肯定要强的，然后还有足够的信任吧，信任队友。
It was amazing to finally lead the trophy of PGS. I think it was just a matter of time, and we're ready for new challenges. We like the PGS trophy, and I think we're gonna keep it.
Minds, your champions of PGS4.
We only can qualify us for PGC with PGS points, so it's our last chance to qualify for PGS, and we want to do that.
I think people got surprised on PGS4 about our 4th place, but on that tournament we climbed the leaderboard the last day, and on EWC we had clear chances to win. So I think we surprised people about our team, but I don't think it's a surprise for ourselves.
지금 저희는 한 60-70% 정도 완성됐다고 생각하고 30-40%는 이제 남은 PSC 전에 기간 동안 다 채우려고 노력하고 있습니다. 우리가 당장 완벽하지 않더라도 너네 이길 수 있다.
몇 년 만에 이제 경지가 PGS 그리고 PGC에서 우승할 때가 온 것 같습니다.
其他3队战斗是为了生存，然后我们战斗是我们喜欢战斗。我们到了更大的舞台，就是一个更好的队伍。
Đến với giải đấu lần này, bọn mình là tâm thế của nhà vô địch A Bắc, bọn mình cũng đã chắc vé đến BGC thì bọn mình sẽ thi đấu tốt nhất có thể. Mong mọi người hãy cùng cổ vũ cho bọn mình.
Mọi người hay nói team mình không có tài con thì không mất như trước, nhưng mà tại giải đấu lần này bọn mình sẽ chứng minh không có tài thì team mình vẫn như thế.
ก็ก่อนที่จะแข่งพิเศษ5พิเศษ6ก็เรียกว่าอะไรเหมือนแบบฝึกซ้อมกันมากขึ้นเตรียมตัวกันมาแล้วก็ทำอะไรหลายๆอย่างเพื่อจะทำให้เป็นแชมป์ในการพิเศษ5แล้วก็6ครับยุคสมัยใหม่กำลังมาครับพวกเราพร้อมแล้วที่เป็นแชมป์
Welcome to Thailand ครับยินดีต้อนรับเข้าสู่ประเทศไทยเลยครับก็ยินดีต้อนรับเข้าสู่ประเทศไทยครับแต่มันก็ไม่ง่ายนะครับที่จะคว้าแชมป์จากไทยไปได้ครับ
Yes, well, welcome. It is PGS 5 time, or it very nearly is PGS 5 time. You can see the players all there getting ready on stage, looking quite relaxed. Saga, how are you feeling? Are you feeling relaxed or a little bit excited?
Not as relaxed as example is. That man is lounging, but he's going to have to step it up quick because this is the penultimate chance for all of these teams to get their PGS points in order. They've got this week and a couple weeks down the line PGS 6, and if you're not getting the points now, you're going to make that job way, way more difficult for yourself.
Yeah, indeed. Obviously, lots of storylines coming into this one. Again, we've got some returning fan favorites. You've got Sonics here on your screen. That would be a great example of that, but in addition to that, a couple of new teams that we didn't get to see in PGS PGS3, PGS4, who are coming in as, a little bit of a wild card maybe. Last chance, as you say, for them to make it through to PGC. But in order to do so, they are going to have to absolutely pop off here and in PGS6.
Right, that's a huge talking point. There's several teams that have come into this event, and this is maybe the first time they've reached an international final or even appeared at an international event all year. Teams like the Expendables, who've come out looking so extremely strong in the APAC qualifiers, but when you look at their performance throughout the year, they don't have the points that other teams do. They don't have the safety margin. They have no opportunities beyond this week and PGS6 shortly afterwards, so they got to make them count.
Right, and I think even, there's a couple of teams probably that are watching along that are not even at this event, that are hoping, praying, maybe hanging on every result here. Virtus Pro is one that comes to mind for their opportunities to make it through to something like PGC. I mean, there's a lot of things that we have to sort of focus in on, but what I love about PUBG and what I love about these PGS events is that it is very hard sometimes to call what we're going to get. I don't know that necessarily anyone would have said Cerberus was going to come away with a win in the fashion that they did, and then they came out, blew everyone out the water, and then going into the next PGS, they didn't quite manage to follow it up. So, it is a bit like that. It's one of those kinds of games where there is the ebb and the flow, and, you kind of do have to look at some of these big names, some of those fan favorites, and say, well, how can, for example, a Sonics go from not even qualifying for the final lobby to going into EWC and picking up the win there? It's kind of like that a little bit. So inconsistency can be a blessing and a curse.
We get a big cheer from the players just to set the scene. We are getting ready for game number 1 here of day 1 at PGS5. These players have been waiting for this opportunity for weeks at this point, and now it all comes to a head. 64 players in the server today, with another 8 teams waiting in the wings to take to the stage in Group C's matches tomorrow. But first of all, Group A versus Group B. We've got a couple of previous global and even PGC and beyond champions on the stage for today. It's going to be a hell of a set of games, Jordan.
Yeah, everyone looking pretty locked in at this point, and we're going to get underway with game number 1 of PGS 5.
Starting off on the old classic, Erangel once again will be the battleground as the players give their cries and make the charge into the plane immediately. This is, of course, the newly updated Erangel, so everything that you see on your screen, Stalber included, is brand new and up to date. New patch, Jordan, new spectator UI. That's going to be exciting.
Yes, that's going to be good. Yeah, I was looking forward to that. We'll see how it all pans out. Have you got any wild takes, any hot takes quickly before we get in?
My hot take is, I don't think it's a hot take, but I think Rondo is going to be
hot.
It's going to be an exciting map to watch, so make sure you come back for particularly map 3 and 4. Tago and Rondo will be exciting. Rondo in particular, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
Yep.
And there's a couple of teams who are going to be hoping that that's the only bridge they have to cross today, because this plane path screams military island, and we've got a lot of teams that are hopped out towards the north.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, I'm going to be, as I'll just go in a different direction down south, kind of keeping my eyes on Ascender. We got asked earlier on who's a dark horse for this tournament. I sort of said, yeah, maybe we'll see something from Ascend. Haven't seen them just yet at PGS, so there'll be an exciting team to keep an eye on. But we've got some Pan action, which doesn't unfortunately work out too well for the Freaks. Kwangdong Freaks, of course, coming in here into PGS 5 for the first time this year, and unfortunately losing a member early on was Lunar Galaxy.
An unfortunate welcome for the team out of South America to lose Haven immediately. All he found was a pan. They committed to the fight. KDF, the champions out of the PUBG Weekly Series in Korea not too long ago, they're no strangers to getting into early fights. Phase 1 was pretty hectic for them, and often they came out ahead. But this, another champion from their regional qualifiers, as Tianba in the vehicles, chasing down TDT, and Van Gijs, he's so low. But the bullets from the UMP are just not connecting.
Yeah, I mean, how long are you going to persist with this? Probably not too long. Tianba are recognizing that, and they'll just move on. A little unfortunate not to land that last shot, but back again to the little contest between Lunar Galaxy and KDF. Not really seeing too much more from that. Seems like now that the information has been given, KDF are happy with that point that they've got, and they're more than prepared to just move away.
Especially with the zone that we've got that has favored your Dark Horse team down towards the southwest in Ascend. We're looking particularly to sort of east-southeast side quarry, but Salute has wrapped his way around to the west, and he's spotted Lunar Galaxy trying to get out of there. They've not got a vehicle spawn that they can fall back to, but the Iron Sight's helmetless AK taps from Salute do enough to raise the alarm for Lunar Galaxy and hold them in place so the rest of the squad can come in for backup.
Yeah, they're kind of still flanking around the backside, so that's what he's really just trying to do at this point. He's trying to just slow them down, I guess. I mean, KDF aren't necessarily trying to pick the pace up too much here. They kind of know that they've got Lunar Galaxy stuck between a rock and a hard place, and now we're starting to get some moves coming across. Here's Heather on the push bike. We love a bit of push bike action.
If you're not sure what to expect from KDF today, expect some very busy Phase 1 circles, because this is not the only hot drop that's penciled in for them, but Luna, they made it over to the ruins. They've got the UAZ. They've got to get in mounted up quickly because that pre-nade a little bit too late, but Heather lands the shot anyway, and a second player of Lunar Galaxy hits the dust.
Still going to have a bit more of a crack. I think there might have been a connection in there, but not quite enough to pop one more player out of the vehicle. Still, taking 2 points this early on in the day, and of course, you know, taking the hot drop victory as well is really quite a nice start for KDF. Unfortunately, not the same can be said for Lunar Galaxy, who are looking a little bit perturbed by that fact.
When you're in the positions like this, like KDF, you have a little bit of freedom now that you've just been crowned your regional qualifiers champion. You've got all of those PGC points on the board through that. So it's looking like, you know, they're pretty solid to go to PGC. They want to make sure that no one is contending their loot spots. So if they have to take those fights, they're going to do it. And they're a team that's more than capable of coming out ahead.
Yeah, Sonic's on their way in pretty early on in the piece. They are one of the teams that tends to be a little bit more central at the start of the Erangel matches, so they'll be an early rotator in a vast majority of the games, unless there's some weird, crazy circle shenanigans going on. But once again, we'll see them really ahead of the pack, making their rotations.
Back on their Pachinki loot spot, uncontested. No 17 gaming in this group, so it gives them a freedom to make the moves, but they do need to be aware because Twisted Minds is not too far away on their northern side.
Left in his org either. Oh, he tossed out the nade towards BBL, but Brex just finished the job over there, so now he has to turn his attention back over towards Primal and Last Day. Bombilova goes down to the blue, but got a placement point. Primal just get blended.
Yeah, Twisted Minds, I mean, I think they're going to be a big focal point for this event, for PGC. They're one of the best teams in the world. Arguments to be made, maybe that they are the best team in the world. Where do you sit on that discussion?
I think Twisted Minds has probably been the best team in the world for far longer than they've been winning titles, unfortunately for them. But I'm so happy that they were actually able to finally get it over the line in PGS4 and get that title that they've been chasing for so long. And I have no doubts that in Batulin's interview, he says, you know, we like the trophy. I think we're going to keep it. And it's that level of confidence that gives them the edge, just as Tiggleton was saying. You want to come out, you want to be a champion, you've got to believe that you're able to do it.
It's good to get the monkey off your back as well. You know, sometimes I think you get into your own head a little bit, just that there's a curse or something like that going on. But no longer the case, hopefully, for Twisted Minds, and we'll see if they can build a bit of an error off the back of that.
That's a happy face. That's the happy face that you see when you're hot dropping against someone. You see them pick up a machete and try and throw it at you because you know they are out of options and you get it for free. And Lunar Galaxy might just have ran into a little bit more of Korean trouble in the shape of GNL, but a few shots from Posse was enough to turn the tide and make them go up towards Everest and not chase any further.
Yeah, I mean, their game's looking kind of doomed already, isn't it? They're driving in the wrong direction. Down to 2. And another team that we'll be keeping a pretty hot eye on, of course, is going to be Cerberus.
飞去哪里了？不见了，出事啦！1打1，而他知道一只可能在近点的位置，这个单发，力的在近12的 K 这边开点。
Winners of PGS 3, of course. Cerberus coming out with a pretty stunning display there, and I think, you know, maybe not quite able to follow that up at EWC, but they'll be wanting to do much the same at PGS 5 and 6.
Yeah, it has been a bit of a adjusting period. I think losing a player with the individual ability as Tycon is going to take a little bit of time, but I also think that in Cerberus's case, it's kind of a weird one where dropping someone that for any other team in that region, and perhaps even any region in the form of Tycon, would be considered a star player. I mean, having 2 star players on your team is a problem. And now that Himas has managed to step up so much in the past sort of year and a half, it became a little bit too much, like too many cooks in the kitchen sort of situation. So heading back to an old player that they originally had on their roster in Imkudi or Duckmai and bringing him back in, yeah, there's big potential still there for Cerberus, so don't be baited into thinking that because Tycon's not there, they can't get it across the line anymore. The performances will come.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, I think as far as the APAC region is concerned, Cerberus will definitely be a front runner that we're, at least we being people that have been invested in that region for quite a while, will be quite interested to see do well. Tiamba as well coming in for their first appearance at a PGS this year. I think lots of eyes on them as well, a lot of expectations.
Yeah, Tiamba, one of the few teams that is really yet to put anything on the board when it comes to the PGS points that have accumulated all throughout the year, with PGS 3, 4, and EWC as well crucially contributing. And it does add up. Like teams like Twisted Minds are maybe not in the position that they would want to be in terms of that because of the fact that they missed EWC, but the fact that they won PGS 4 means that they're locked in already for PGC. So one big event can make all the difference, and we're looking for who is going to be making their mark right here at PGS 5. Seemingly now everything has kind of settled in on this Phase 1 circle. We still have FW Esports making a rotation across the military island, but everyone else starting to gather their positions, and we're waiting about 1 more minute until Phase 2 hits to see who's going to be forced to try and regroup some splits and who's going to be punished for holding them a little too aggressively.
Yeah, it's been a relatively routine start to the day, hasn't it? I mean, obviously we see those first couple of players for Lunar Galaxy going down, but aside from that there hasn't really been too much jostling for position. It's been a pretty smooth rotate for the vast majority of teams. Still kind of got KDF and Lunar Galaxy up towards sort of Georgia Pole type area. GNL have a player on top of Everest doing a bit of scouting, but other than those sort of 3 teams, most have already made their moves to at least the predicted center zone for Phase 2. FW still yet to obviously make their way over from the military base, as you mentioned, but yeah, not a huge amount of moving and shaking being done.
A pretty tight rotation timing for Eternal Fire, coming in right behind 4 AM, and there's a massive open field where if they wanted to have a little bit of a car battle, that's probably the perfect place to do so. But as the zone shifts directly on top of Sonics, right towards the center, making full use of their early priority from their central drop location, we're looking like a quarry circle kind of game.
Yeah, and look, honestly, there is a little bit of room up there on that sort of northwestern side of the zone that's going to be backfilled by the likes of GNL and KDF, but you'd imagine that they're going to have to keep moving from that position, so not going to be wanting to stick around there too long. Like that timing on the rotate, though, that you mentioned for Eternal Fire. It means they don't have to stop up anywhere. They get that information on the zone pop as they're on their way, and they'll just keep going on their way. It seems, at the moment, to be a pretty merry way, actually. A couple of shots in there from Twisted Minds, but no real connections, and they're more than happy with that rotation so far. Where they'll pull up, obviously, is going to be another question. And we've already got a bit of a crash coming on here. It is 4 AM trying to get in on the big dogs. Sonics locking them out pretty nicely. We've already got HSM and Xiaopian getting knocked out of the picture for 4 AM. That is not going very well at all.
They pulled up, tried to get up the hill, Sarpen, get a little bit of a view down, but Kickstart and Shrimzy, they've got the high ground and there's nothing that can be done. A couple of pre-nades on towards 4 AM and there's too many knocks for them to try and recover anything from this situation. The first team eliminated at PGS 5, 4 Angry Men.
Yeah, and Sonics are going to be seeing if they can kind of keep their momentum, keep their form through from EWC. Obviously, a fantastic run from them there. I mean, look, if you even want to bring up Nations Cup, a couple of the Sonics members involved in that second place for the USA as well. So those guys are playing really well at the moment, and I have high expectations for them coming into 5 and 6. I think everyone did really for PGS 3 and 4, although they undersold themselves a little bit in PGS 4.
Massively.
It happens.
Listen, if a team like Twisted Minds can miss finals at EWC, a team like Sonics can miss the finals at PGS 4, like there's hope for everyone still in this lobby, and there's still plenty of time for any one of these teams to mark their place at PGC, but you've got to get it done. And so far for 4 Angry Men, after making a little bit of a roster change shortly before coming into this tournament, and dropping down Godv to the sub position for this one. It's a very short time to make any sort of adjustments and coming in. Maybe just going full aggressive is maybe the simplest option, but when Sonics is the team defending, it's not an option that's going to go well 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, most definitely. Well, FW taking the aerial route on their way in, not too eager to bypass the military island bridges, which is probably not a bad shout this late in the game, especially with a zone like this one. You've got Na'Vi already, as we can see on the map feed. If you're interested in that one, you can go check it out as well. They've set up around the bridge, so getting across the bridge might have been a little bit more difficult for FW Esports. But they've landed relatively center inside of this next zone, so I'll be hoping for a favorable pull. You did sort of indicate towards Quarry was where your thinking might be, and FW Esports seems to think the same. They've set up close enough to it.
I'd say I'd hope so, for their sake, because if this goes to the east, there's a whole lot of fields and they've got no vehicles, and that is a problem. That's a problem for a lot of teams regardless, so we're hoping for the teams that are currently not holding down positions. I mean, there's a big blank space towards the eastern side of the zone with nobody currently holding those areas. A team like Eternal Fire has just sent it into a shack every now and then and just sat there for the rest of the game, but they're not going to have to because we've gone all the way to the west. Quarry will be the battlegrounds where this one takes place, and the Falcons are very happy to see it dead center of phase number 3.
It's a good prediction from you, and I like it. I love Quarry. I think it's a very fun final sort of circle with that elevation and terrain around there. It's always enjoyable to watch. But as you've mentioned, out on the more eastern side of this zone, a lot of fields. That's where teams like Cerberus are going to come into play. Obviously, seeing them making their move right now. They're matched more or less by New Happy, who are just to the south of them. And they're going to fire a couple of pot shots at one another, but you wouldn't imagine too much is going to be happening, at least now. But as they start to come up this hill, that's where they're going to run into some issues.
Yeah, Cerberus going directly into where FW... Oh, hello? What's going on there?
That might be the Cerberus space program, I think.
It's not ideal. They've got Gen G putting shots in towards them. They've gone straight towards FW, exactly where they landed, and that little incident with the vehicle has cost them a lot. And it might just cost them even more. Tosi's got an angle, but it's a long-range headshot from Kickstart that forces him off the angle and keeps Cerberus in it.
Look, 3 players is still enough to get it done, but you don't want to be dropping any more than that in a circumstance like this for Cerberus, and it doesn't really seem as though they've holed up in a particularly tenable position here. They're just trying to use the vehicles and the trees as cover. In that meanwhile, we're going to get New Happy trying to crash in onto the Wizzy at Quarry. 4 players on the bottom floor of a tower like that one can be a bit of a recipe for disaster, but doesn't really seem like anyone's in nade range just yet, though we do have Relo starting to make a bit of a push. We'll jump back over to Cerberus, who are really in the thick of things. They're stuck between a rock and a hard place, and they are not going to be getting anything done. So the champions of PGS 3 are instantly out in the first game of PGS 5.
And quickly down as well, Xiao Zi, the man who has been a substitute on the New Happy bench for a year and a half, finally makes his debut here on the global stage. And it is a rough welcome for him and the rest of New Happy. Out of options, out of time. They had to find somewhere to go. And unfortunately, just too many enemies in the vicinity. Nan with a Groza, he's got a chance, but not anymore.
Yeah.
Stabbed in the back by example.
I mean, it was always going to be a difficult position for New Happy to be playing, wasn't it? And I was sort of talking about the nade through the window, what have you. Relo was pushing across as we jumped back over to that Cerberus push, and you could see that Falcons, they're aware of the position that they have, and they're trying to take control of that zone, and they've done a pretty good job of that. Now it's Ascend, who, again, are a new addition to PGS since what we've gotten from the previous iterations. They were not there, and they're trying to, put a good foot forward to maybe give themselves a chance to make it into PGC.
Performances ever since adding Pains into the roster. It was kind of a bit of a test drive for them under Team Germany at Nations Cup, but there was a lot of success in the individual, and there's a lot of success on the team now. Ascend have a lot of work to do, though, when it comes to qualifying, but getting center zone for the first 3 helps you out a lot, but now back to the edge-heavy playstyle as a southwestern shift takes us directly on top of Twisted Minds on those little shacks at the top of the hill just to the south side of Quarry. And Elfish, Twisted Minds was all the way up to the northeast, and then in the 5th emergency parachute that was called in this game, they rode it completely to the western side of the map, absolutely uncontested, claimed this position for free, and now they're in prime position to try and grab this win. But now GNL Esports creeping up towards Gen G.
Yeah, Stella just trying to slow things down, hope that maybe one of these Gen G players is going to pop their head up over the ridge for free pickings. Not quite going to be the case. And it seems that GNL are going to have to work a little bit harder than that. Ada's now been spotted, but Stella had a nade in hand. The timing's a little bit awkward. Nyong is going to get that information, but Ada, a little bit too good, does take down Stella early on in the piece. No trade frag to come. GNL looking in all sorts now at the bottom of the hill. I mean, Gen G also not looking too fantastic here, but it feels a bit of a mutually assured destruction type situation with the position that they found themselves in. Hard north zone pushing at their backs. It's tough to make it out of here.
Yeah, and if you try and even make a dash for the zone, you've got a full lineup of Falcons players just set there ready to receive. It doesn't seem as though any of these players are getting out of here, but Nyong is going to go down fighting as Barpo tries to fall back to the vehicle. Can't get out of there, but Ada with that 2x AK again with the trade, and Nyong taken out. And Sonic's now making a move up towards this. They've heard the gunshots, they want the points. But GNL comes out ahead of Gen G, but their reward will be an immediate battle. But no, FW Esports again spring a trap and kickstart down immediately.
Yeah, GNL, I mean, they're hanging on nicely, right? Like 5 points in the first game. Even if you do go out early here, it's still something that keeps that scoreboard ticking over, and you feel like you've achieved something at least to start the day. Kickstart finished off to the zone, and now Sonic's actually fighting hard for survival. Huynh will get the knock on to Tonke, which might actually open the door back up for this North American squad. I mean, to be fair, they've already got themselves 5 points, but they're going to be keen for more. Tiggleton in onto Banana One, and Tonke will be finished off as well. So Sonics, they are working hard, but they are making it happen slowly but surely.
It was a bit of a muzzle break nerf kind of spray from Banana One, so we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. But deep from in the blue zone, Taecyeon is still alive for GNL. He was bought a little bit of time by FW creeping up behind the Sonics as they were looking to creep up behind Gen G, and just bought a little bit of time for him to grab some heals and survive in the blue. Every single one of these points is now fully in just play for points, salvage what we can get. 6 and 7, not too bad of a first target when the zone is just not doing you any favors. But 6 sacks for FW Esports will go down, and 4 will be their final tally, as we now head into phase number 5.
Yeah, they have done a bit of a number to Sonics on their way to the zone. 2 players remaining, and quite a rotation still yet to be made. GNL also getting knocked out by the zone there in 11th place. And zone pool has gone a little south of Quarry. Twisted Minds, you mentioned them earlier, still feeling pretty good, but Na'Vi also may be worth a bit of a shout at this point in time. They've been keeping their heads down. 3 players alive only for Na'Vi.
And look, check it out. On the west side of the zone as well, Lunar Galaxy, the 2 remaining players, they've wrapped all the way up towards North George and back again. Now they've got a pretty solidly uncontested position. It looks like Tiggleton may just survive an extra minute or two, grabbing a couple of last-minute first aids, and Ascend, who was the team likely to gatekeep him out, has started to make a push over to the south, into the forest, where Twisted Minds can start looking for angles, but Kwangdong Freaks now wrapping down the western side of Quarry in towards Eternal Fire, and Eternal Fire is a team that loves to play center. They drive there very early, and they play their best games from defensive positions when other teams have to push them, and that's exactly what KDF is going to have to try and do.
Tiggleton still got a bit of a run to make. He spotted out Ascend, and at this point, maybe his best case scenario is to just take a free point somewhere. I mean, think about the run that he's going to have to make. He's got 5 first aid kits. He will make it, but only if he's not spotted.
Yeah, he's got to cross a wide open road. There's still all of Ascend, still all of Falcons. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. But let's see if he can manage to pull it off, because now the Falcons are mounting up and committing to some sort of push. But Ascend in the vehicles. It is Tiggleton who gets 1 knock, but it's immediately stolen away by Snakers. So point denied, but he does get the nice graphic on the screen to say that's his 500th point of damage. Ascend is having none of it. They're in the car, directly towards the center, and actually directly towards an RV.
Yeah.
They're not going to get all the way.
Tig would have spotted that as well, so he'll be on his way. Now we turn our attention over towards Twisted Minds, who, as we've sort of touched on a couple times, they're in a good position. Haven't really seen so much from them to start the day off just yet. Just a couple of knocks and kills so far. But I always find that Twisted Minds, when I'm watching them, they're a team that can explode in the end game, and that's kind of what we saw at the back end of PGS4, where they ultimately won that final sort of couple of games and did very, very well for themselves there, and got it over the line. So see if they can fire up a little bit here in the last sort of 10 minutes or so of game 1. Sonics do get eliminated there with Tiggleton going down to the zone. Now Luna Galaxy trying to get involved and see if they can get the last laugh over Kwangdong Freaks, which they will be able to do. Eliminated in 9th place, and Luna Galaxy have made it into the placements.
Well, Eternal Fire didn't quite grab as many points as they may have hoped from that attempted push from KDF. They turned it back swiftly, sent them down to the low ground underneath Quarry, and they got third party to death immediately. So EF only got the 1 kill point out of that, but they're still alive, still forming up, and a great opportunity to third party into the back of Tiamba as Pow Pow trying to take the fight to finish off the Falcons, who have been absolutely obliterated while trying to make this push. But now they've got to deal with yet another threat on the west, and the fact that the zone once more has gone as far to the southwest as it can, and Luna Galaxy right now have the perfect position to try and salvage something out of this game from an impossible start.
Yeah, they'll really just try and slow things down, I would say, but maybe I'm wrong. I can still see some shots, some cross shots coming through from Luna Galaxy. In that meanwhile, Falcons have been put between a rock and a hard place. Now it's just Snakers surviving inside of the smoke. Tiamba doing a real number to the Falcons.
It's really hard to land the nades right in this sort of area. We saw it a little bit with the Mad trying to drop one over the edge. They just bounce all over the place. It's like Miramar on some of these ridges. But out of the way, Snakers just gets out of harm's way as Linshu was looking for an angle, but no, he does not. Straight into harm's way once again as it's Perfectix who catches him open and prone with a headshot, and Twisted Minds put their 5th point on the board in game number 1, and 2 immediate knocks follow it up from their position.
Yeah, and this is exactly what I was talking about a little bit earlier on. Twisted Minds, they start slow a lot of the time, but they do explode once it gets into sort of phase 5, phase 6 and beyond. Ascend now suffering at the hands of this champion team. 7 kills already at the top of the scoreboard, and that's got to have other teams a little bit concerned for the health of their chances of taking a top spot at PGS 5.
Can't really pretend that Twisted Minds didn't get quite a lot of fortune with the zones after they took that emergency parachute to this completely uncontested side of the zone. And now we might just get to see what they're able to do when they're at the disadvantaged position, because Eternal Fire's identified, look, there's only a duo to the south of us. We know Luna is 2 men up, and that's all the shots we've heard from the south. We can start getting a little aggressive, but they have left some position behind for Tiamba to start to backfill on the very little lip edge of Quarry that still exists in the zone, but they're still under the watchful eye of Twisted Minds as CC gets taken down as he makes a move.
Yeah, example. Trying to make a bit of a rotation out on the backside of the blue there. Batulans has just been absolutely smacked by a grenade there from TDT, and there's a couple more to follow suit, so he'll go down. No res available. Example pretty low. Found out as well behind that tree, and TDT have just kind of come in and surprised Twisted Minds.
Caught them completely with their pants down, and Ruin gets a big trade as Code Marco is taken out. It's the backfill again. Tiamba up on the high ground on Quarry. Eternal Fire was just here, but they pushed out to the south. They left nobody anchoring. Maybe they thought that the push from the Falcons, the third party from Twisted Minds, would be enough to prevent Tiamba from making this push, but it simply wasn't. And now they're going to lose Code Marco because of it.
Yeah. Lou's not done yet, by the way, for Twisted Minds. Let's not count them out. There's some assisting shots actually coming in here from Luna Galaxy. Finally, Twisted Minds will go down. That's in 6th place, but Lou got 2 knocks onto TDT before he fell, and looks like at least one of those has been confirmed. So TDT down to just a duo. Tiamba were given enough positioning there to just get themselves a revive on top of Quarry, but now they're going to have to work their way down. It goes from bad to worse, really, for these guys.
This is it. TDT, a team out of Vietnam, used to go under the mantle of a reluctant squad, and honestly, if you were told that you have to push 4 versus 4 against Twisted Minds, I don't blame them. I'd be reluctant to do it as well, but they managed to get it over the line. It costs them their 2 veterans who've been in the game since 2021. It's the 2 young gunners that are still up and remaining. They're going to have to try and find some sort of way to get into this position, but Tiamba back to full strength, but the Mad sits down Linshu. They don't really have the time to be taking knocks in this position. The blue zone's going to force them down from the high ground any second now, and now they're just looking for an opportunity to grab the points before they have to move, and 7-7 sat down as well by ZYU.
Yeah, he won't be getting back up, and I don't think even Tiamba will be getting back up at all. It seems like they're, at this point, kind of resigned to their fate, and they will go down in 5th place, which leaves us now with a top 4 of Eternal Fire, Na'Vi, TDT, and Luna Galaxy. The team that we've been following since the start of this game somehow have managed to keep those couple of members alive. And honestly, this now is starting to look like a position that they could actually do something from.
The good news for them is like the Mad is occupied now. They know that TDT is going to have to make a push in on the northeast, so he can't push down to third party this, but it does not matter. Na'Vi finally activating their position on the dirt road houses. For so long they've had to keep their heads down, but now they're getting active, and Soset with an all-important headshot to come through, but he's immediately taken out. Hwang F got an opportunity, an angle, and now they're 2 men up. They know that that western ridge is free, and they've got a vehicle to try and make a move towards it.
It's a duo versus a trio. TDT are on their way, as you say, inside that Dacia, trying to take some positioning, but meanwhile, Eternal Fire have started to sweep their way through this zone, and they've taken so much zone control that TDT don't really have much of a pocket of safety to be working with. It is just this one ridge that they're sitting behind, and Eternal Fire already have a beat on exactly where they are.
Yeah, they know that once they've taken that vehicle down, they can just encroach on that position, force them back, and the zone does them no favors. It's not a terrible shift by any means, but it's enough to force them into positions where the Ruin off angle, now calling in Ketpa for support, knowing he's been spotted, leaves it just down to essentially a 1 versus 1 against the Mad if they want to try to find any sort of position, but it's just impossible for them to know exactly where he is. And now that he's got the folded shield in position, doesn't even matter. Ruin lands the off angle with a headshot, and Hwang F left in a 1 versus 3 against Eternal Fire.
Yeah, not looking like an easy situation for him at all. Doesn't seem doable, to be honest. But he spotted out Ruin, gets a little bit of damage across. So not making it easy for Eternal Fire. Making them work for it, at least.
I like it. There is a historical precedent for MEA teams to get over-aggressive in some situations, to overcommit to fights. Ketpa tosses out a grenade in the wrong location. Hwang F has kind of slipped away. They've kind of lost track of where he is. He's positioned himself in a very dangerous position between several players, but the Mad doesn't have the angle just yet. Ooh. Now he does, but it's not quite enough on the first spray, but the second easily enough comes through. Eternal Fire picking up a win in match number 1.
Yeah, a very comfortable win as well. Kind of flew under the radar for the vast majority of that game. Kind of started to come into their own as it sort of came down to maybe the final 5, 6, 7 teams. I honestly thought they were in a rough spot with Tiamba above them on the quarry, kind of putting some shots in, but I think Tiamba maybe will want to go back and look at that game and think, what could we have done a bit better there? Because it didn't really feel like they took as much advantage of that position that they could have, and that opens the door up a little bit for Eternal Fire.
PGS 3, 6 at PGS 4, and first in their first game here at PGS 5. Eternal Fire comes out, plays a heck of a game, and walks away with that big win.
Yeah, it looks strong here for Eternal Fire. Obviously, for them to come into, it's a little bit of a hard circle. Yep. That southwestern one here for Wrangel, you see a lot of pressure coming in from the north side. The quarry is hard to play. A lot of teams and players getting picked up here and there, as you see in the highlights, but overall, such a hard game to play with that shift coming off that quarry area.
You know, we saw even to the point of a hot drop at the start of the game that obviously didn't go the way that Luna would have liked. We can maybe find some time to talk about that afterwards. But this game, I think, set the pace and what to expect from this event. And it came down that South Quarry. I thought for a minute Tiamba up on that high ground, if the shift maybe just giving them a little bit of something extra, it might have been their game. Na'Vi seemed like maybe it was going to be theirs. Eternal Fire, though, held their position. Got a lot of help from some third-party teams, and I think came out with that big win.
Yeah, that's always the question. You always want to be that last team to lead the quarry. They had that opportunity. Yes, you said here, if they had a little bit of a sliver of that high ground to maybe plan it or to take it off, but it just took too much time for the fights to finish, for them to try to catch as many kills as they could. A lot of kills coming Tiamba's way still, but that's those southern teams. TDT looking good, obviously. Na'Vi could maybe have got a little bit more out of it if they had a little bit of, obviously, one more guy alive, or they had a little bit more control, but they didn't do.
It did. And I kept waiting for a little more to come out of Na'Vi there. Luna also having a pretty good game. But ultimately, that we said. Again, the win goes to Eternal Fire. If you guys are unfamiliar with the name, you are not unfamiliar with the roster. They used to be called HAL. They're Eternal Fire now. Still an incredible, gun-blazing, ready-to-go team. I love having the guys here. They're always friendly to hang out with. I love Ruin the funny guy, as I like to call them. Always a good attitude when they're here in the city.
Yeah, and a lot of experience in the team overall. So yeah, it's good to see them here. And they're going to be having an insane amount of confidence boost from this. Like, if you win the first game, like, okay, we're playing a single elimination group stage here, 12 games. This is going to be setting them up really nicely, even though it's not the most kills that we've seen from them.
It's not the most kills, but again, and it's all about setting pace in game number one. That's what we've talked about with a lot of the teams here. It's how do you approach those group stages. And for a team like Eternal Fire, who I think has a tendency to be hot and cold sometimes, starting out with that first one, getting those points in the hopper, sets you up for a very good run forward. Now, let's talk about that hot drop for just a second. We saw KDF mix it up with Luna over Sunken, which doesn't seem like it's really that valuable of a drop anyway. Is it going to happen in game 2?
I don't hope so.
I hope not.
I feel like it's a waste of time for any hot drops in a single elimination group stage, right? You got to get the most points out of it, and yeah, it's not worth it. You just got to spread out a little bit. Obviously, we have this Discord with the players. They're like, they're pre-posting their drops, like pre-claiming it. There wasn't maybe as many scrims as they hoped for, so they maybe couldn't test it out and kind of see what's happening with that. So yeah, I don't expect it to be happening again, because it's simply not worth it.
Right, especially for those two teams. I think KDF, one of these teams that I have a lot of expectations for, because they've been improving so aggressively and so vastly. Luna, a team, you know, they're from my region, and I will say that there is a risk. It feels like they've become sort of an also-ran team, if that makes sense. They're that extra team when there's another slot to send someone. I think that they don't obviously like that, and I don't think they deserve that. They could be great. So seeing them sort of waste points by getting caught up in this at the start of the event worries me that we have yet another Luna showing where we end up in that mid-pack without anything to really write home about.
Yeah, for sure. And the same case with, like, for KDF, it's a team that we have so high expectations for. Like, you have so good players in the team with, you know, in general, I feel like it's not our Danava PGC winning roster kind of to compare with that, but it's still a team with insane fragging power. Heather, Heaven, Salute, Human, like these guys, they're looking extremely strong overall. I feel like they could be a team that could come out and have a top 8 here at PGS's.
Well, and they're a team that has, while the entire roster hasn't been together that long, like when you break down some of those combos that have been together for 3 years, 2 years, they do have, I don't know, that ability, that sort of sense of why aren't you a top 5 team in the world? And I feel like this year, if you kind of follow that progress that they've made, that this could be, by the time that we get to PGC, one of those years that we're having that conversation.
Yeah, for sure. Top 4 teams here after our first match at PGS 5. Eternal Fire, only 4 kills. CDT managed to get 7. Twisted Minds with 8 here. Pushes Na'Vi out of that. They did get some placement points too, but overall still a lot of distance traveled for some of the teams. But if you look at Twisted Minds, obviously they're kind of close to this, so they didn't have to go that far. 8 kills, good amount of kills, but they could have had more control. I feel like they could have not lost example if they all moved at the same time, used a little bit more utility, both with smokes and everything like that. But yeah, overall, when we're in a chicken dinner here, team 3 for the mat, that's good. But some of the other guys, they had a lot of damage. Tickleton, I think I saw the 500 damage pop when we still had 30-40 players alive, right? So he had a lot of fights. But then again, that is what happens when you have these southern shifts. And you have all these teams that are fighting in the north trying to get into the circle, right?
I mean, that's Eternal Fire. This is what we expect to see from this event. Is they're going to be send to that spot, hope we get the pop, don't need to do a lot of damage if we can work out our positioning. And so they did that perfectly. But there's multiple ways to play the game. And, you know, we saw Twisted Minds. They had those big score count. As far as kills go, they got deep into the game. I actually asked Batulin at the start of the day today, EWC didn't go the way you wanted to, obviously, coming off of the last PGS. What's the play this time? And he said, we got to play every game like it's our last game of the group stage. We can't play passive like we have in the past, and we saw that. Let's take a look at the match leaderboard. It's the overall leaderboard, same difference right now. Eternal Fire going to look great with 14 points. TDT at 13.
Very linear, right?
He's gonna be pretty happy.
Very linear. It's not that like top heavy. 7, 7, 8, 8, 10. It's like it's very spread out, very average. You know, get your points as you can, because this is not going to be the game you kind of win unless you're on that southwestern side early on, right? But yeah, and I talked to a few of the teams prior to this too. I was like, it's probably going to be like we always see in these international games. It's going to be a lot of edge fights. It's going to be a lot of teams kind of trying to hang on because they're expecting those center compounds, center positions to be taken early, but often it just isn't.
I mean, fortune favors the bold to a certain extent. I think especially we've seen that at EWC developing as a meta, that a lot of teams were playing that. So, let's just play this edge. The middle's going to be taken. And the teams that sort of took that incentive and pushed in early, went for those risk spots, more often than not came away with game-winning opportunities. So I do hope to see that sort of action from some of our teams. Now we take a look at them. You saw Cerberus right here on the stage. In the promo before the show, they said, people said we can't do it without Tycon. What do you think? Do you agree with people, Martin? Can they do it without Tycon?
I hope so. I think him as is a superstar at a level that we have not seen many of.
Right.
But Tycon he's a man. He's him.
He is, and it's one of those things like you can have a superstar, but it doesn't matter. Maybe you guys aren't into sports ball, but throughout history, there's players like Gretzky who couldn't exist without their second. Jordan didn't exist without Pippen. That's my question. Is he the same level without Tycon? And I think this is the event where they can sort of answer that question. But there's a lot of pressure.
They have to. At either 5 or 6, they have to show that they're capable of replicating what they were in PGS 3 and 4. So, yeah, I really hope so. And I'm happy for the US sports analogy that you can throw in for the 3 or 4 guys that know what you're talking about.
Listen, if you don't know who Michael Jordan is, I would be shocked if you're watching this. That is absolutely true, and I can stand by that. Take a look at a few more of our players. This is Eternal Fire. Obviously, they just won the last match. It's a huge confidence build. Matt's going to have the leadership off of that one, but it looks like it's time for us to get into our next match. Game number 2, our last grassy patches of the day. Let's head over to the casters.
Yeah, off we go once again into Erangel. Final time for tonight, but of course it is day 1 of PGS 5. Really, it's day 1 of PGS 5 and PGS 6 because it's sort of mashed in together a little bit in some cases. So basically what I'm trying to say is there's a lot of PUBG over the next 3 weeks for you guys to tune into, and this will certainly not be the last time you get to see Erangel, but at least for tonight it is. And we had a pretty interesting game. One I felt like Saga was maybe a slow ease into PGS 5. Are you getting the same vibes?
It was up until about phase number 3, and then everyone sort of started dying when they all had to go to the southwest. And yes, this is our second Erangel game of the day. It's our second game of the group stages. There's plenty of time left to go, but at the same time, each game is 8% of the games that you manage to play. So we're already approaching 10% of the total game time these players are going to have. So if you're a team like a Cerberus, New Happy, or 4AM that got 0 points in game number 1, you've got to step it up. And we're going to start off once again with a run it back straight into Boatyard.
Yeah, it's a very interesting setup actually from both teams. A bit of a different mentality. We can talk about that in a second because there's going to be some action here to start things off. Lunar Galaxy this time have not lost a player off the drop initially, and at least they're going to get the chance to loot up a couple of weapons. That's a good start. Better than the last game, at least.
Ooh, look at this. POV streams. Some of them shorter than others sometimes.
Okay.
Make sure to go over and have a quick glance at the teams that are involved in today's game. The action today in multi-view. That would be exciting. New Happy, unfortunately, didn't get anything out of game number 1, but hopefully game number 2 will go better for them. But Lunar Galaxy, like you say, the wide split, this time around, they got caught out, almost caught out by Salute, flanking out far out to the northwest. They're going to make sure that no one can sneak their way through this time, but why bother sneaking their way through the defensive line when you could simply blast a hole in it with a grenade? And a big opening knock, once again, in favor of KDF.
Yeah, KDF having that advantage early on in the initial 4-on-4. May not be a 4-on-4 for much longer, because that doesn't look very resible to me for Lunar Galaxy. Possa and Kraken are trying to get a little bit antsy, you know. They're trying to make some moves, see if they can equalize the numbers somewhere, find an advantage for Lunar Galaxy. But I guess at this point, now that you've lost that player, the onus is on you to make something happen. Because KDF, they know they've got the advantage. They know they've got the 4-on-3. They don't necessarily need to overcommit to anything.
Quite crucially, that was the player for Lunar Galaxy who was sort of in the mix with KDF, sort of in between their battle line, and so controlling their movement. But no, Haven from up above on the balcony. The 2x AKs out in force today, and Heaven gets copped with a headshot as he tries to make a move around the side. Salute, also lacking a helmet, but still gets the damage done on towards Possa. Not enough to grab a knock, but they barely had any time to loot. He does not have any meds, so he's just lurking behind the tree, trying to shuffle his way around to find something. to try and prevent a revive coming through onto Heaven.
It's often a patience game, isn't it? And Possa's going to have to be very, very patient. The second he moves, he's going to be in a bit of trouble. But now KDF are on a bit of a timer as well, given that Heaven is down on the floor. Possa's been spotted.
Yeah, Twisted Minds have heard these shots. They've heard that the shots are few, far between, but they're consistent. And so, but Twisted Minds just sends Batulins. He says, look, let me just grab a DMR, get on this hill, see what I can spot. And there's a low health guy just crouching behind a tree. He's going to feast all over that. 3 point for Twisted Minds. Second knock on the board for Luna once again. And that marks the push for KDF to push in, grab their knock onto Vinny, and really put Luna in the bin for the second game in a row.
Yeah, and that meanwhile as well, they got the res onto Heaven. So KDF are 4 strong. Luna Galaxy obviously down to just the 2. And 2 very isolated players as well, with Kraken and Haven kind of on opposite sides of this engagement. Heaven catching Haven. It's a bit of revenge. It was Haven that took down Heaven earlier.
To be fair, this might be a slightly cleaner version of the fight, despite the fact that they gave up a knock, but they're going to make it 3 down for Luna Galaxy. And I think despite the fact that Luna did a great job of salvaging some points out of game number 1, it's not looking likely that Kraken's going to be able to do very much this game. In fact, this entire thing, the whole hot drop, is kind of a shame given the flight path that we had, and now the circle as well up towards the northwest. If Salute had a scope, he might have been in trouble. But regardless, if there was no shenanigans going on in the boatyard, either of the teams, whoever held onto it, would have had perfect priority to cross the river and claim a spot to the north. But now they're both going to be struggling, and there may just be more teams coming in to try and cross that bridge that they're not quite prepared for.
Yeah, well, we'll start to check in with what's happening elsewhere around the map. Right now, it's Sonics and Gen G who are jostling for position on top of Everest. It looks like Sonics are pretty aware that there's another team kind of lurking around, seeming to keep an eye on Everest there. They're looking okay. And we got 4 AM coming in. We didn't get to see too much from them in that first game, but here we are.
杰克雷总该进去了吧？好，
进去了，
杰克雷有了，
双响，
没问题啊。而且本身这个船长还有一个物资是没有搜的嘛？是的，
得要往前去给点压力。小鹏还想用刚刚的方式去扔投注补分。
Yeah, 4AM still sitting on the donut from game number 1. We'll be wanting to make some improvements in game number 2, just sort of north of Rozhok at the moment, on their way on that rotation. Kraken's found himself a vehicle as well to start his unfortunate solo adventures.
Hate to see it. New Happy as well on the move. They got 0 in game number 1, but let's see what they're capable of in PCL.
没有接2个，没有。这怎么还有一个这个地方？
正面转过来，换位置，有点秀了。
进来转了，进了，哇，妹妹，有没有啊？1传4啊，这波。怎么上去？对啊，直接上去就无敌了，这个位置。对。
因为打一个莫言，
真无敌啊！这位置我只能说，真无敌呀！这真是高打低，打弟弟。
New Happy made a couple of roster changes after missing the finals at Esports World Cup, swapping out December 12th for AZ. And they've got to make it work very, very quickly. They've got to get that roster change working for them, just as Cerberus do as well.
Thời gian dài mà bọn mình thay đổi đội hình thì không có gì khá là phức tạp, tại vì tụi mình lineup này tụi mình đã bắn từ 2022 đến bây giờ, nên là tụi mình vẫn giữ được mối liên kết với nhau để có thể chơi được. Em nghĩ ở vòng bảng BGS năm này thì các đội chơi khá là thận trọng để có được chiếc vé đến BGC.
Yeah, look, I mean, Cerberus, I think there's a few question marks over them. Did so well at PGS 3, slowed down a little bit at PGS 4, and obviously the changes coming in as well for EWC, and, you know, it hasn't necessarily looked the same since PGS 3, unfortunately, for Cerberus, but that's not to say that it won't come back.
Certainly can. There's the potential there. I think when you look at Cerberus now, with lacking Tycon, he's gone over to AGG. Cerberus, my expectation is that in regional tournaments in APAC, they will perform worse because that region's RNG anyway. It's like it's about who can click heads better in APAC. But once you get to this stage and things like macro and rotations play a lot more into it, controlling the space, having a supportive player like Imkudi, like Dugmai on the squad could make a big, big difference to what they're able to do. It's just finding the way to adjust their playstyle to allow for it, given the fact that they were all guns blazing, and that is kind of where they found their success before. But that adjustment can be made. I trust in Heisaki's IGLing abilities to get the best out of that team, and eventually we'll see them rise to the top once again.
Yeah, one of the few teams that's still sort of on the donut after game number 1, but even in that interview we heard them saying, yeah, it's not a big deal, this change. I feel pretty comfortable about it, which is fair enough. Dugmai's been floating around that roster for quite a while. It's just a case of putting all the pieces into place and getting it going, executing on that here at PGS 5 and 6. Na'Vi on the northern coast. Don't have a whole lot of wiggle room, so just going to hole up on the coast itself, on the cliffs.
To be fair, when you're talking about Na'Vi, you can just kind of specify a direction and then just assume that they're on a coast.
Sure.
Like, you could have a zone that's sort of in Roshawk and they'll be somewhere over by Milta Power. They do enjoy their coast, and if they can find a glider, then you can bet that Fairist will be hopping into it. Seems like every EMEA team, that particularly those that play the Edge, has got the memo that if you get the chance to take a glider, do it, because otherwise you're missing out so much free information. This time around, yep, Fairist is in a glider, scouting out that northern coast all the way up north, but if he was a little bit further south, he might just spot out the fact that Ascend is getting dangerously close to stepping on a sneaky snake in South George.
Yeah, not the same that we can say for Falcons right now. They are sort of in their own little pocket of the world, just out to the west of Severny, awaiting that next zone pull. They've already got themselves rolling in the vehicles, and it's going to be a hard northern pull. So that is where things start to get interesting. I mean, you're talking about that glider for Na'Vi. That's already gathering quite a lot of information. So Na'Vi will be one of the first rotators if they want to be, and already I can see them on a bit of a move southward.
Big, big gap straight towards the center of that circle. The plane crash highlighted for a very important reason, because everything around it is rough terrain to get across. So whoever gets there first essentially gets to hold that position, but there's limited ways to access the northern side of the zone. Tianba immediately made a move when that zone popped, because they had a bit of a 2-2 split either side of the river. And if they didn't already have that, it's a struggle for those southern teams, as Ascend finds out as they just try to send it across the river, and Gen G springs the trap. They take one down, but 3 men of Ascend get over. It's Chris. That's going to be it for his Erangel today.
Yeah, you did kind of highlight that fight was brewing. Ascend are going to make their move early. Gen G happy to play it late. We'll touch on that as the game continues. But 4 AM, another one of those highlighted teams at the start of this game, have a bit of work to do to get their way out of Severny. 6 Sacks has found himself in no man's land and popped out of the car by Code Marker. A couple of nice shots there as Eternal Fire continue their good work for the day.
It's pretty solid so far that they've managed to get themselves into some good positions without having to send it fully to the center and play 4 men in a shack, which they have been known to do on occasion. I've just glanced at the map stream and noticed an extremely wild 2-2 split from GNL. About a kilometer separated, which is impressive in a zone this size, but an impressive spray as well from Gumin, controlling the 2x AUG as CC gets caught out on foot in the open, and Twisted Minds nearby as well. Once again, they're hearing shots and they're going to look to make a push towards it.
Yeah, it's kind of that battle for the downed plane at the moment. There's 3 teams around here, as you mentioned, Twisted Minds, but obviously KDF and Tianba, we saw them running into one another. FW Esports are also sort of roaming around just north of the plane, and Perfectix will fire a couple of shots in their direction to turn them away. Doesn't want them on his property, which it very much seems to be now. Twisted Minds in control of the downed plane.
Things are looking a little backwards this time around. We've got Na'Vi making moves towards the center of the circle. We've got Eternal Fire playing Edge. We've got Sonics playing Edge. Like, all the teams are kind of playing out of their comfort zone so far, and the zones that we've had that have been anything but central. And things do get shifted around. Oh, Tosi cops a little bit of damage, but one bullet just flies over his head as the rest of the squad try to catch up to where Ascend made a push. Once again, there is a solo just lurking in there. Kraken just trying to keep his head down as this fight bursts into action around him. Killy with an opening spray, sits down Tosi, grabs revenge for his teammate of Chris.
He might get Rex here as well. He's heard him, definitely. Molly's going to go out, and that does prevent the push into the room. He's Going to have some rotators coming in. The cavalry are arriving as well. This is good revenge from Ascend. It was Gen G that were able to finish off Chris, but now they've lost a couple of members to Ascend. Lunar Galaxy have arrived, and that's unfortunate for Brex, who's been found. Kraken copping a couple of shots from Gen G, and now this becomes a three-way battle for, look, honestly, not a particularly powerful position anyways.
That's the last thing they expected. Brex tried to make a move to get into that building, and the solo, the remnant of whatever was left of Lunar Galaxy from Boatyard, stabs him in the back and puts enough bullets into his knocked down body that the flush is just not going to be an option for Pains to try and make his way over to grab. So whoever makes it out of that compound, there's a little bit of free space to make a move towards the hilltop, but New Happy will no doubt have eyes towards it. Sonics, yeah, there's the dips on the western side of shooting range, but now with Falcon taking the position up on that hill, making a send of that sort of caliber, it's going to be dangerous. But anything that they do at this point on is going to be dangerous. They're running out of space, running out of time to make a move. Right now, Ascend still have solos, still have threats in the compound of Gen G, and Pains is considering just abandoning ship, leaving Killy to his 1 versus 2, and saying, good luck, buddy. I'm going to try and make a move for the zone. Do what you can. It's unlikely he's going to get out of there alive.
Yeah, it's a tough call for Ascend. I mean, they didn't really get many points out of game 1, so you're kind of already with your backs against the wall. If you commit to this fight and lose both your members, then you're really putting yourself at a massive deficit. But maybe he can grab another one here, make a 1-for-1, get another point on the board, and Pains can stay alive for some placement points. That's probably the ideal case scenario. Does look like Gen G are spacing quite nicely on this entry, and so it'll be difficult to double down. Impossible, in fact. Ascend will lose another member, and Gen G will maintain their duo.
Gen G's an interesting one. 50 PGC points on the line right now, or on the board coming into this event. It really gives them extremely limited options. It's basically win PGS 5 or win PGS 6, or you're getting back-to-back top 2s. That's kind of what they need to do to get themselves into a position for PGC, and taking these early fights is not going to help out, but they at very least managed to get Kilyakai down and get themselves a chance to make a move in towards the zone. Tianba trying to do exactly that, but it's KDF up the hillside. The grenades don't quite meet their targets. They do manage to get Yumin down extremely low behind the tree, but can't get another follow-up nade to take him out. They really could have done with that, having that opening, give them a chance to make a bit of a push over the top. But for now, it's 4 versus 3, and they're pushing into the smokes over a ridge blind. But it's actually Shrimzy from behind. It gets a knock on Heaven. That might just help them out.
I don't know if it necessarily does. Maybe in the immediate future, but they're going to still have to make that cross, and it means Sonics are going to have an angle onto them as well. So, yeah, I mean, in KDF, they're going down right in front of the eyes of Tianba, but Tianba might just be joining them in a second if they try to push their way northward as well, at least assuming Sonics persist with this position. Linshu will try to move his way into the zone. And look, they have got a little bit of a time to play with here, Tianba, before they do have to move, but it's looking pretty grim for them. This is going to be a very difficult cross into whatever ends up happening for Phase 4.
Honestly, I think I would rather be Tianba than KDF right now, though.
Oh, true.
KDF got forced up the hilltop, back into dangerous positions where TDT are already starting to make a move. Tianba's got a vehicle to work with at least, so they can hop back into that. But now, given that zone shift, I might actually have to change my mind, because now they're just going to have to send it straight up the hill towards where Tianba are anyway, and put themselves in a dangerous position first of all. But KDF, they will be the first to lose another player. It's TDT. Now they found him, trying to make a cross through the open, falling back unnoticed, did not go well. And Huang Yef actually stolen away. It's Tianba from down the hill that managed to steal away the point as well.
It's going to be an absolute mess of a rotation for those teams down south. I mean, we were talking about Sonics' position as well. They're kind of in the same boat as Tianba. Cerberus as well, starting to work their way in. There's a lot of congestion around the downed plane, and that is only going to get even worse as these teams start to make their way forwards.
But that's why it was highlighted earlier on in the game as our observers put the circles on the screen to say, look, this area is important. Whoever gets there first is going to have a good time defending it, because everyone who's going to have the opportunity to try and push into it is going to hate the fact that that's what they have to do. But it's just such a powerful position, and having such a powerful team to Twisted Mind to defend it. Oh, yikes. But Tianba now making a full send push in towards TDT. They kind of had limited options, as you highlighted, but TDT seems to have unlimited grenades, and that might just be the end of Tianba's game.
Yeah, Tianba, or rather TDT, have just been chilling for the vast majority of this game, and now they've got something to do. Pow doubling down, maybe. There's still a chance here for Tiamba, but there's just one too many members. As he gets collapsed upon. Still, if you've been watching that kill feed, which New Happy have, now they're starting to think, maybe there's some opportunities available to us, and they're going to crash this compound. 2 players for TDT to defend with.
It's like moths to a flame. You hear gunshots, and suddenly there's 7 teams knocking on your door. TDT put up a fight the best that they can, but Pow getting that second knock in particular just left them a little too weak to defend against New Happy's breach. New Happy needed the points. They saw an opportunity to go for it, but now they've put themselves in severe danger with both Sonics looking this direction and Gen G. They're at the bottom of a hill. Their vehicles are exposed. It's going to be tough to get out of this spot, but at the very least, they got some points on the board from TDT.
Yeah, pressure relieved, though, at least in the case of Sonics, who did have Shrimsy on the floor, so had to slow things down for the moment. You still got H1 here with the Orb, keeping an eye on New Happy. Obviously, they're going to have to move at some point as well, so they're not going to be holding up for too long. The fact that they've even got out of this compound without losing an extra member is impressive in and of itself, although I have to question how long that's going to last, because Sonics are breathing down their necks at the moment.
How many smokes have you got, Ming Ming? You're going to need more than just 1 or 2 to get out of this position now. Those vehicles, not going to make it enough to get out of there. H-Win hits the moving headshot on Ming Ming, gets out of the smokes for just a second, and it's enough for that AWM bullet to find its target.
Yeah, Shrimsy with a nice nade over the top as well. Going to catch one. Maybe going to be finding another one. Xiaozi copying a bit of damage. Does not look like a fun place to be, as Tiggleton will get the confirm. Sonics now know it's just going to be a couple of members of New Happy that they have to deal with. Blue Zone nades getting tossed down here as well. And even some nades coming through from the other direction. It's not a fun place to be at all if you're New Happy right now.
Gen G tried to do what they could. I mean, he's last man standing, sees an opportunity to go and grab some points, tosses a couple of grenades forwards, but Twisted Minds, they've activated. They're making a move out of the downed plane towards all of this. And now Ming Ming's trying to put up a fight. Xiaozi gets a knock on towards Tiggleton as well. Oh no, this might just be mutual destruction again.
Yeah, it's just an oversight from Sonics. They weren't expecting Ming Ming to be pushing that far forward. Kickstart will go and grab himself at least the confirmed kill on to Ming Ming, but he looks like he is between, well, I would say again, a rock and a hard place, but actually it's just a couple of New Happy members at this point in time. H-Win trying to bail him out of trouble. It's not going to work quite so well for the Sonics. They bite off more than they can chew, and they've been taken down by New Happy, who, look, they're not holding strong, but they've held strong enough to at least outplace their tormentors and give those points over to Twisted Minds instead.
6 kills for Twisted Minds, every single one of them with big Batulins. Huge push from Twisted Minds, getting the timing absolutely right. You know, it's a big point of contention, Jordan, that in certain regional series, coaches are allowed to sit there and count the kill feed for their teams, but here at the global stage, they have to do it themselves. The coaches cannot help them with that. And my God, that last sort of 3 or 4 minutes of gameplay, we lost almost like 30+ players. There is no possible way that anyone has fully accurate information right now, because that was absolutely hectic.
Yeah, absolute mess. Cerberus doing okay for themselves. We were discussing them a little bit earlier on in this game, and they've actually managed to keep 4 players alive. Out on that eastern edge, though, they are being contested by the Falcons, who have been holding this position for quite a while.
Yep. Did manage to lose Snakers a little bit earlier on. I say manage like it's a good thing. It's definitely not. You do not want to be losing Snakers. Any player is a loss, but Snakers in particular is a man capable of some vile, disgusting things in this server. But now Cerberus is pushing up towards them. They've got on the board. Every single team is beyond a donut right now, which is fantastic news. But Cerberus looking like they have an opportunity to grab a few more. If this grenade gets any damage, which it doesn't, Himas' spray doesn't connect, which is not a sentence we say very often. Haisaki bails him out with a knock, but Roth turns it around quickly, but Haisaki trades it again.
It's all on to Flood. Solo now for Team Falcons. He's gotten a nade in onto Haisaki, but his position does not look very tenable at all. Nade's gone past him. Sololzi's going to push his way forward. Oh, it actually could have been a little bit messy there if Flood somehow connected onto Sololzi, but he's survived long enough to keep it alive for Cerberus, and actually he's got the space to get 2 revives here. Cerberus is going to have 3 available for later on in the game.
It's a little bit fortunate. There's been Too much pressure from Na'Vi making a move towards GNL that they didn't have an opportunity to wrap around and look for a third party onto that. You could tell that they wanted to. GNL has been aggressive when it comes to holding down their positions. There's 3 Bolties in play on that team right now, and Taecyeon was hitting some pretty banging long-range shots as well onto 4 AM on the northern side while we were witnessing whatever the hell New Happy decided to do in this game. But man, if those things were in action, putting shots in towards Cerberus at that moment in time, not trained on Na'Vi, then that could have been trouble. But there's a good reason they're trained on Na'Vi. The zone has not been kind. They've got Perfectix blowing up their vehicles from miles away. And that's all their cover about to be gone.
Yeah, honestly, this is starting to look like it's going to be a Twisted Minds dominated day. I mean, game 1, they were brewing, definitely, but things kind of went a little bit wrong. Again, here in game 2, it feels like things are brewing quite nicely for Twisted Minds, and honestly, their position in this game is looking even better than it was in game 1. They're fragging nicely. They've got good zone control. They don't have anyone to worry about, and anyone that's even trying to get close is just getting picked apart, as you can see. This might well be Twisted Minds waltzing towards a victory.
Well, that's one way to trade yourself, I suppose, as Heather takes Nyong out of the vehicle, and the vehicle continues rolling and smacks Heather to smithereens. But GNL down to just a solo, gone completely now as Guyon caught out, and once again, playing out from that downed plane. Twisted Minds have had full control, and once again, it was the patience that is the reason why. They won the previous game with a total distance traveled of less than 3 kilometers, less than 800 meters per person. That's less distance than like some teams have to go to even reach their drop spot out of the plane. And they barely had to move, but they control the space so damn well, Jordan. Then they've done it again here too.
Yep, certainly. I mean, Cerberus not necessarily look like a massive threat for Twisted Minds at the moment, but could be for FW Esports. The bike's gone rolling down the hill, and Banana One might follow suit as well, because he's been knocked out. Headshot from Batulans. It's looking too easy right now for Twisted Minds. I mean, no one's even firing back.
It's crazy, isn't it? It's like no one can stand up to them. It's not even a sense of like pressure or composure. It's just the fact that the position gives them just too much space to work with, too many angles, and too many opposition to shoot at. Sosed getting a knock as well at the same time that Cerberus lose another player to Twisted Minds means that it's down to the battle of the solos just to see who can get second place up against this dominant-looking Twisted Minds, and Haisaki is going to try and take down the 2-point kill on Sosed. He can't even do that as Perfectix steals that from under his nose for his 11th of the game. And my God, Haisaki, they know he's...
Oh, look at him go!
They're not going to let him deny.
I don't want to die! I want to go down on my own terms, is what he says. But of course, it is going to be Twisted Minds that will take game number 2. Dominant performance, but, you know, cool, calm, and collected really is the way that it seems for Twisted Minds. Like, that is just another day at the office for this team.
Yeah, they barely even looked like it was a bother at all. I mean, caught this team outside just before the games all started. They had a few tennis balls, tossing them around, getting that hand-eye coordination locked in, and if that's the special sauce, everyone needs to buy a batch of those because, wow, whatever they did, it's working.
Big thumbs up there from Batulans, and why not? Game 2 looking very comfortable for Twisted Minds.
Third at PGS 3, first at PGS 4, and first in Game 2 here at PGS 5. A big win, and looking good for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, wrong logo here. Here we go. Updated Twisted Minds. Yeah, fantastic game for them overall here. The hard circle for most of the teams, I would say, to come into this, but Batulans had an insane game. 6 kills, while everyone else had 0. That's completely crazy, man. That's good to see.
It actually was, and honestly, to see them get a good start, it's not shocking, but again, when we're coming off the back of EWC, remember, we did so many interviews before that thing started where they said, who's going to win this, who's the best team here, and it's just an archived record of us saying Twisted Minds, Twisted Minds, Twisted Minds, and them not going through. Seeing them get a win this early is good for my soul, and honestly, good because this team has been together, has been like, Batulan has been wanting to be a world champion for so long. Continue to see them be on point is wonderful.
You know what I think what this PGS 5 and 6 is, and for what I think we have for Esports World Cup is, for Twisted Minds, I think it's the best case for them to have a failure at something like Esports World Cup. That is the biggest motivation you can have for PGC, and that could, you know, it is the ultimate goal. Of course, money is a factor in terms of the Esports World Cup, but still, PGC is the ultimate goal for them, and that's exactly what I think could. No, it could also be another storyline. They're doing extremely great here. They're going to be the second. They're going to be the only team to have 2 wins for PGSs, but then you go and fail for PGC because it's a different format.
I think your point is valid, though. This idea that you do kind of need that kick in the pants sometimes, right? Like, we're so used to seeing them play well, and the system works that they have in place. And I think that door to say, hey, listen, the system won't always guarantee you get through group stages. That, for me, is the big wake-up call, because so many teams have really been playing for top 16, I feel like, in the last year or two.
Right.
Instead of playing for that, we want to still come out in the top 3 or 4 in group stages. And I think that this has kind of woken up some of our top teams to make those moves. Now, another move we saw, again, was Luna decided that KDF and them were going to have to fight for honestly, a subpar drop location in the first place.
I don't know. It makes no sense to me.
Okay,
no,
I agree.
It makes no sense to me at all. But to come back to Twisted Minds, I think the kind of mental state of saying, you know what, we'll play every game like it's our last. I think that's the best way you can be, and that's how every single team should be approaching every tournament, I feel like.
And no, don't take your foot off the gas. Play that one like you need the points and you need them early, because then when it comes down to your last game, then you can relax and have a little bit of fun. Hopefully you guys are having fun too. We've had 2 matches on Erangel so far, and so we're putting that in the bin for today. Moving on to Tego with our next game. What are you expecting out of our first Tego game here? The teams that you think maybe you're going to thrive on this map?
I think no matter what, when you're only playing 1 match, both for Tego and for Ronda, I think it's such a curveball for what's happening, because you're not going to have this big sample size. It's really, really circle dependent. You know, we have these kind of home turf circles that we continue talking about. You have such a huge advantage, especially on those 2 maps, to where we're talking about these. This is going to be deep, but, you know, priority to compare to how close you are to where you're looting, right? You're looting inside first circle, you're going to have top 3, top 4 priority to some of the good compounds. You're driving past those, you're checking to see if those are good. And I think that's exactly, it's going to be super cookie cutter for Teiko and Rondo. But yeah, it's going to be exciting to watch. 12 kills though for Twisted Minds for the top 4 teams here. Cerberus stepping up and showing what they're made of.
Yeah, Cerberus gets 6 kills. I think they heard the last segment. The producer said that Himas was sitting back in his chair watching and listening the entire time we talked about what can they do without Tycon. And here they can show up in second place with a bunch of kills. Also, big shout out to FW. 5 kills is a team that I think a lot of us are going, oh, what are you going to do here? To see them have a good game number 2 is pretty exciting. And again, Na'Vi finds themselves in the top 4. They do it with a decent kill count. These young guns of PUBG have been super exciting to watch. But again, it is, I don't want to say, should I call them the old guard at this point? Because it feels like we've been seeing these guys work so hard for so long. But they're just incredible.
Yeah, I mean, it's they've been together for so long. Like the core roster's just been insane here. 6 kills for Batulan, still 749 damage. There's no way he's not going to be the man of the match. That's an incredible feat for him. The cool thing was that he had 6 kills when he only had 0, right?
Yeah.
So he's just cleaning up. I think it was 6 kills and 300 some damage. So it's just hitting everybody. The other guys are pumping out damage and stealing other kills damage. So that's obviously something that's super important. You gotta steal, your team in general gotta steal more kills than they're losing to others. Otherwise, you could be ending up having that points difference.
Deficit theft.
Yeah.
As you wanna put that. You wanna make sure you don't fall behind and everybody else is stealing more than you. Man of the match will obviously go to Batulan. That intense stare, we saw him doing a little bit of yoga or stretching to get ready for the games today, and he seems like he's in the right headspace. I do think EWC was really, it's sad because there was so much money at that event, but a good wake-up call.
So many expectations.
I know.
For them, yeah. It was a little bit sad. But 22 points for them. Good game overall, and a little bit top here for those, but still linear for all the others here. 9, 10, 12. Really good for Cerberus to be able to come out here. It's a team that you really want to see in the grand finals. Like, they're a team that we know can perform. They can have these pop-off games, so they need to have a steady road there.
Personally, I would like to see the Americas region get a little bit stronger here after 2 games. We got 3 in, and we're all on the right side of the leaderboard. So if we hop over just a little bit, that'd be great news.
A little bit biased, I like it.
You know, I just want to see the guys.
Right, yeah.
All right, total leaderboard. Let's look at how we stand right now. Twisted Minds, 32 points.
Damn.
In a great position. Eternal Fire's got that 17 off the back of a win in the first game. Na'Vi's consistent. conveniently finishing in the 4th does have them sitting in 3rd place. And as you said, it is still very, very close. The problem is, and the problem often will be, Twisted Minds and their ability to just run away with these games.
And the scary thing is, if they run away this fast with it and get into the 50s or 60s pretty early on, you're going to have someone from Twisted Minds saying, you know, one of these 1 or 2 teams, we don't want to see them in final, and they're just going to straight up deny them. They're going to gatekeep them. They're going to camp rotations. They're going to be smart about it, and that could be scary for some of the other teams, especially for a team like Twisted Minds. 32 points in 2 games is crazy.
It's insane.
It is a win and 6 kills per game average. It's insane.
It is. And you can see, got a little view of Shrimsy coming back. Got a drink getting farmed up. It is, though. And I think the crazy thing is when we talk about Group C, we alluded to this early at the start of the show, is the fact that you can't leave yourself out there because teams like Twisted Mind can hunt you and decide not to let you be in the grand finals. Sounds like we are going to take a short break. When we come back, it's going to be time for game number 3 here at PGS 5 from beautiful Bangkok, Thailand. So don't go anywhere.
To out-survive anybody else that's going to be in front of him, and hey, he'll take a couple of shots at whatever.
Your 2023 PGC champion!
Hey, are you pumped for this year's PGC? Last year was epic. I can't wait to see what they've cooked up for us this time.
Totally. PGC 2023 was a blast.
Got a Scoop-On? What's new this year?
Oh, buckle up. There's a ton to unpack. We have so much to watch this year.
So, we have separate regional series in 5 regions where teams can earn PGC points. Then, we have 4 PUBG Global Series this year where teams can gather PGS points. You have to commit to all competitions. Every event matters and is key to entering PGC 2024.
Exactly. We've got 15 regional qualifiers from PGC points, 8 PGS points teams, 1 wild card.
So, where's the final battleground?
It's all happening in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The stage is set with a whopping $1.5 million prize pool, plus more from crowdfunding. The fans, they're incredible. What do you say? We catch the grand finals live.
But how's PGC 2024 going to work out?
Let me lay it out. PGC 2024 is slicing things up differently. We're looking at 3 circuits based on point rules, each featuring 6 heart-pounding matches over 3 consecutive days.
And here's the kicker. Rack up the most PGS points year-round and get to chill on the first or second day of the first circuit.
So, every PGS match is critical. The better you perform there, the bigger your advantage at PGC 2024.
Bingo! Each circuit reshuffles based on the last. So if you nail it in the first, you're sitting pretty for the second. After all 3 circuits, the top 16 teams brawl it out in the grand finals.
Speaking of the grand finals, they are running as usual, right?
Not even close. To grab the trophy, you gotta clinch it with a win. Once a team hits the point threshold, their next chicken dinner could crown them champion. But if they miss that shot, the game rolls on. More teams reach the threshold, and any of them could snatch victory with just 1 win. So every match matters in the grand finals. PGC is taking the Battle Royale esports back to its root to be the last team standing. Welcome to Smash Room. Smash 'em all!
Have you ever imagined your dream life? We all have, but living that desired life in reality is a different story. If you could become a god and do anything you wanted, what choices would you make? If you've ever entertained fantastical thoughts like these, we want to introduce to you a world where you can create your dream life. Welcome to Inzoi.
Shut up! You can't even run properly!
I didn't mean to kill that policeman. Why, of course not. It's against everything I've ever stood for.
Top, wait a mother. Seen it. Top, wait a mother. Seen it. Ever seen it. Top.
Welcome back on into PGS 5. Saga, I just got one question for you. It's a vibe, ain't it?
It's a vibe, isn't it? Yeah.
In it. Yeah, it is. I mean, look, if you're Twisted Minds, it's a bit of a vibe. Or just EMEA in general. Seems like a pretty good start for EMEA. Maybe not so much for North America. Shots fired.
China as well is looking a little bit shams right now, but towards the bottom of the leaderboards. New Happy and 4am, hoping that they can manage to pick things up and turn it around. Ascend as well didn't get the most out of Erangel, but worry not, lads. You've got several more games left to play, 10 more chances to get some points on the board. But Twisted Minds in the first 2 games getting above 30. That's like 15 points per game plus on Erangel is a terrifying start for that team. And when we got the reactions after the winner chicken dinner in game number 2, they barely looked phased. They were like, business as usual, expected. If it went any other way, maybe then they would have been surprised. But this is exactly what they expected coming into this, was just to absolutely dominate, and they've delivered.
Yeah, a bit of last-minute prep coming through for the teams. I was just having a look at Flood's monitor position there. He's like kind of facing away from the team, so I'm not sure. Wonder if that's maybe just to try to get a little bit more space on the desk. That would be my only assumption as to what that would be. But the desks look pretty big as it is, so
perhaps for a better angle on the player cam.
Maybe.
So it gets
or
a good side.
Maybe to make it easier for a teammate to look at his monitor at times, potentially.
Advanced IGLing.
Actually, you never know. You honestly never know. At this kind of a level, I feel like those little 1%ers that you wouldn't even really think about could be things that actually do make a bit of a difference for these kinds of players. But Eternal Fire, I mean, yeah, having a look at them, sitting in second place at the moment, and they'd be feeling pretty good about how things have gone. They got the win in game number 1. They didn't quite follow that up in game 2, but see how they can continue to maintain their composure as we are ready to head into game number 3.
Over to Tago we go, where the compounds are few and far between, lots of big wide fields, and that of course means that if we get a zone that lacks a lot of options, we're gonna start fighting for them. But this is new patch, fresh updated, and this is brand new Tago with the hospital completely removing Studio. That's the map that all of these teams were playing their qualifying series using. So this is an entirely new addition to the map as a whole. We'll see how that affects things coming into our first Tago of PGS 5.
Yeah, going to be fun. I think still early days. Most teams still jostling for position on that leaderboard, so can't really read into it too much apart from Twisted Mind's good, but I guess we kind of already knew that coming into PGS 5, and they are the current PGS champions, right? They won PGS 4, holding on to that crown is what they're looking to do, as we saw in the interview earlier on today, and definitely gone about it in quite a nice capacity.
If we continue our theme, though, of Korean teams scrapping with whoever they can find on phase number 1, GNL going straight towards Buksansar and FW Esports happily there to meet them. Looks like they're going a little bit over the top, though, maybe looking to grab that vehicle and get out of there quickly, but Taekyun grabbing the AK, trying to find an angle. He's got the bike too, he can go and try and chase them down. He might just do it. GNL, if they can get the timing right, if they can catch up, if they can hold the angles, this could be terrible for FW.
Yeah, he's definitely hunting them. How far he's going to hunt them is going to be the real question. He's found 6 sacks. What's he going to do from the back of the bike, though? Well,
he can try and pit maneuver him. He can spin the bike out. He can spin out the UAZ. He's got the AK on his back. If he gets a chance to stop... Oh no, he might not even need to. One little spray, but he's got to get out of there quickly. He knows that there's teammates in this compound that have guns now. He's got to get out of there. Ooh, yeah. Sketchy moments for FW Esports, but they get away with it. Make sure you head over to the PUBG Esports website. You get to get a little bit of a POV behind-the-scenes glance at some of these squads. What happened to Banana 1? He copped a headshot from somewhere. 1 HP. Wow. Like you said, slim margins. Millimeters make all the difference in this game.
There's going to be some slow healing as well. He does not have a kit just yet. He's going to pop the pills and try and get by with that. Around the rest of the map, it's not looking too hotly contested at this point in time.
Yeah, if I could make one small prediction, actually, after a question that we had at the start of this game, is how much is the studio to hospital change going to affect this game? I'm going to go out on a limb and say probably not at all, because it's a little bit outside the zone. We might see a team like Sonic rotate past it, which would be a cool camera angle to get if we can get a view of that. But otherwise, hospital change is going to make very little difference this time around. We're back into untouched territory towards the eastern riverbed.
And guess who's smack bang towards the center of the zone right now? It is Twisted Minds again. So, you know, we'll keep our eyes on them. But for the moment, we'll turn our attention toward Ascent.
They wouldn't have used as many smokes as they do here. The issue is, as much as we've played Taego now, there are still angles that we just don't have as muscle memory locked in on, where you can be seen from Ilyakai.
Oh, that was a disgusting little two-tap from Killy. This guy is individually nuts, and Ascend love the LMGs. Over here, let's have a look with TDT out of Vietnam.
进位置的完蛋，这里也要死了。对，请你开球。哦哟，太阳的瑞子刚点掉对手，这只是要看到啊，哎呦，其实2支队伍都没有办法进圈了，就是看能不能把这个杀人分给拿下。哦哟，这一发，其实就连体音，然后一直往前推就好了。开门，离开拉出去，第一个1打1，哦呦，有身法，你只要能抓到对手就好了。啊，你也想上屋顶，但是你慢了。
Yeah, I mean, TDT have been flying the flag quite nicely for Vietnam and for APAC so far today. They are sitting inside the top 4. Not by a massive margin, but kind of keeping up there with the rest of the lads.
It's actually a good point as well. In that highlight, we got a bit of a glance at TDT back when they were a reluctant squad. Definitely not reluctant to take the Danching hot drop against Day Trade Gaming, so we'll get a bit of a glance at that once Group C comes into effect. But so far, Eternal Fire, a solid start to the day. 17 points on the board. They've got an angle onto Taekyun as well, creeping into Buksansar. They thought that once FW left, they were safe, but Eternal Fire making them think again.
Going to fire a couple of shots back in the other direction. Kepar going to have to dive down. Young, though, not able to land the shots that he requires to equalize this back to 3-on-3, and Eternal Fire will pick themselves up 1 more point. Ruins are not even really in the fight at the moment, so Eternal Fire will have to be conscious of that, but GNL are not interested anymore. They're just going to get out of dodge as quickly as they possibly can, knowing they've already lost a member. It's going to be a losing battle, so the only way to win is not to play.
quite funny as well with GNL already having sent Stella out of here to the north. He's actually not far away from Ruin, so they could have had their own little 1v1 had they wanted to, but no, they're just going to fall back. GNL, they've sent the UAZ out of there to safety, and it's on foot now for Guion to try and make his way out of bounds. But Eternal Fire, a good pull-up. They get 1 point, they keep themselves safe, and they get to regroup into a big 2-2 split. Banana One trying to find some tags now as the Sonics looking to regroup around him, but he's alone in this compound, and Sonics is a team that if they identify that this is a solo, they might just look for him, or Tig might be looking back at him as he drives face first into a tree, but thankfully Banana One doesn't land the headshot to punish.
Yeah, Sonics have got bigger fish to fry at the moment. They're more interested in their rotation. I mean, it was a decent start to the day for Sonics. They got 7 kills in that first game, although they got knocked out pretty early on in the piece in 10th place. Game 2 didn't really follow suit. So, you know, a bit below the level that they would want to be, sitting in 9th, but not the end of the world. It's still early days. Isaki doing a bit of scouting.
Oh, again, Eternal Fire in phase number 1. Like, they kept so safe in the games where they found their success. But now they're just getting a little bit of pressure thrown in towards them. I think Falcons will have spotted their going for the regroup, coming back from putting the pressure on towards GNL, thinking, oh, maybe it's just 1 or 2 in this compound, but it's enough in the return fire that was sent in their direction to turn Falcons' attention back to keeping themselves alive. Not going to go out and die for the potential chance of getting 1 or 2 points, especially where they are currently on the leaderboard. It's more important to keep themselves safe.
Yeah, Solid said he wins the race for Eternal Fire at this point. And if I'm reading things from the Falcons correctly, I don't think they're going to be too interested in taking an early fight either. It's been a little slow start again for Falcons, so try and keep their heads down and capitalize upon their opportunities that come later. Tiamba at the moment sitting in the middle of the pack.
This is a nice little bonus for Guion, who is still on foot after jogging his way out of Buksansar. Never came back for a pickup, so he's been running the entire time, but he at least finds himself a little reward in the form of some level 3 gear and an AWM that he can use to continue on his way. He has managed to pretty successfully regroup with the rest of GNL, only losing 1, despite the fact that they were A, hot dropped, and B, pulled up on silently by Eternal Fire. It's pretty solid in terms of the defensive work. Tianba, the second to last team to enter into the zone on the western side, the only team still yet to make their way in as we hit 8 minutes into the game is predictably Na'Vi, who are, funnily enough, on the south coast, as expected. Over by a coast, but Tiamba's circling around this compound where Cerberus is in a very wide split. They still have Himas inside the compound, but he's alone. Pao didn't know, but he jumped up on the side, and Himas dodging left and right around the pillar on the very edge goes Pao, but Himas still hits the shots he needs.
Oh, good second spray as well. Even better than the first for sure on Talinshu, and Himas right now is a one-man army trying to hold Tiamba at bay. Van will steal one of those kills away from Himas, but at this point I think he's a little bit more concerned about just keeping himself alive and providing some time for that rotation to come across from Cerberus, which we can now see is in effect, and this starts to fall apart pretty quickly for Tiamba.
You can tell just how much Cerberus value Himas's life. As soon as he gave any indication that they was about to be pulled up on, they gave up their entire split to fully regroup on that position and make sure there's no chance that even if he goes down, that they have the time to grab the flush. Even if it cost them a point at the hands of Van Guy, stealing away one of the kills. Jun put some damage in towards CC, but he gets out of there towards Hosan, wrapping up towards where 77 is still making his way in towards the zone. And yet still, Na'Vi haven't quite entered into phase 1. 30 seconds until phase number 2 pops. They've got a very wide open southeast side entrance. But if they go too far to the north, Ascend may just be there lying in wait.
Yeah, I mean, Ascend is going to be one of those teams that's going to be hoping for an eastern pull, that's for sure. Probably the easternmost team. But a bit of a split from them all the way from north to south. Covering quite a decent spread actually here, Ascend, giving them a few options depending on where that next zone does end up going. And we're going to find out in a couple of seconds. It's not a bad pull actually for them.
We'll take that. Na'Vi more than happy to go even further east than where Ascend currently are. They do love a bit of a wide wrap around the opposite side of the zone to where there is a complete lack of congestion. they're going to be able to do just that. The teams that are all the way towards the west now, the likes of TDT, they've got to get in their vehicles and get shifting. Cerberus calling in an emergency parachute. That's actually kind of a beacon now for Tianba to turn back around and try and punish them. You can see Tianba, they've seen that balloon go up into the sky. They're going to come back and try and maybe drop a grenade or two for a little bit of revenge, see whether or not they're able to reach it in time. As now, zone shifting over towards the east. Funnily enough, Fairest is in a glider once again. Na'Vi, nothing but not consistent. You know?
Yeah, nothing if not consistent. I like that shout for Tianba, by the way. I mean, they're a duo right now. They're on the complete opposite side of the zone as to where the circle has pulled, and so they're probably thinking, we're maybe not going to get too many points out of this game. Maybe we do just try something a little bit gimmicky here. But no gimmicks necessarily for Na'Vi. This is tried and true strategy. Looking for the information out there is Fairest, and he's seeing not a whole lot. Here's where things get interesting.
Saw him.
Yeah, they spotted him. So now it comes down to 7-7 to see if he can maybe find a flanking angle. He's coming in from the north, and Cerberus are well and truly focused on CC at the moment.
This is the big difference, though. This is why Dukmai is an important factor of this team. He's happy to sit back, hold the angles, and support while the rest of the squad gets aggressive. And 7-7 says, look, man, we tried it, but they spotted you out. You're on your own, buddy. Sololzi lands a grenade, and Tianba's master plan of ruining Cerberus's game for revenge just results in yet another player lost for them. The emergency parachute goes unused for Cerberus, but they've got a backup plan. They've got some vehicles, but does make it a little more difficult for them. So Tianba at least did something, but it's a big, heavy price that they had to pay for it.
Yeah. I mean, they didn't unfortunately get anything out of it, Tianba, apart from one extra player going out of the game. So it wasn't really for much of an advantage for them, but it may have helped the rest of the lobby to have a bit of an easier time without Cerberus flying over their heads. Still, that's not much of a factor at the moment. Cerberus will come into play a little bit later on in the piece. We've right now got Twisted Minds and Falcons on opposite sides of the road.
They've got another one. He's doing it again. He's coming back again.
Oh, he's coming back for another crack.
Wow.
I think he might be a little bit too late this time. Might just have to rely on the aim in this case. Let's see if he can land any shots. The pre-fire is in. There was maybe a tag or two. Not quite enough to keep things too interesting.
I didn't know that you could be PCL champions while also being this petty. It's like, you killed a couple of our teammates. Well, Himas is actually looking pretty low if he was any further in the blue zone. But Sololzi's having the time of his life. They're giggling. What is this guy doing behind us?
The thing is, like, he is only a solo at this point. So you're like, what have you got to lose, you know? You may as well be that little rat, you know?
Why not? Something Steve would do 100%.
True.
Yep. Wouldn't pick up a MK with a 15x, though. You've got to be some kind of sociopath to give that any sort of attempt. If that goes full auto, your screen is going to, like, your monitor's falling off the desk. It's crazy. Cerberus have gone a little bit past where the Phase 3 shift has come into, as it's gone back southwest towards basically centering up on the widest part of the riverbed, and it sucks for whoever is going to have to play that in the late game, but somebody will, and it's very unlikely that there'll be more than one team left to play that riverbed when that eventually becomes part of the endgame zones.
It's going to be interesting to see if Sonics can take advantage of this spot, right? Because things have been a little bit awkward for them in those first couple of games, but now they have a center feed. Can they capitalize upon that? Ascend looking to hold Cerberus out of their positions. At the moment, it's just Sololzi. Cerberus are a bit split. I mean, to be fair, so are Ascend. Looks like Cerberus have kind of run into a couple of teams. They've run into Ascend, they've run into Na'Vi. I mean, to be fair, they were all over the shop. The rotation that they had to make was a pretty late one. It was always going to be difficult to find that little space in the world.
They tried to come down and maybe spread out a little bit over the area, but just got caught in the exact timing that Na'Vi was reacting to the Phase 3 shift heading towards the southwest. So they're once again going out into the blue zone to wrap even further back the direction they already came. But once again, they're going around TDT, who have taken up a bit of a defensive line just in case. So Na'Vi is going around, but they're now being corralled directly in towards where Eternal Fire have set up their defensive line as well. So it's not going to get any easier for Na'Vi by taking the quote-unquote safe option of going down through the blue zone.
Sometimes it gets a little bit out of hand, right? You have this case of, well, we've done it enough now, we're going to keep doing it until we find ourselves a spot, and then you never find a spot. Sunk cost fallacy. That's the word I'm looking for.
Yeah, I'm glad I could help.
Thank you.
Look at Salozzi's reaction. He's like shooting at us. He's seriously still here. But yep, he is, and he's still alive as well. Still alive and kicking, trying to creep his way into the zone as GNL get their second set of airdrop crates. And 7-7 is just behind him. Flood caught out on the move as Gen G creep their way forwards. And 7-7 actually gets the knock onto Stella. The last thing he expected, a solo creeping out of the blue behind him here.
Well, every point's going to be nice, isn't it, right? When you're a solo, you'll be taking 1 or 2 here and there and feeling pretty much you've done your job. 13 points, he'll try to hold on to a top 8, I guess, is kind of the name of the game right now for Tiamba. Falcons did lose Flood earlier on. But they've got a little bit of revenge onto one of those Gen G members. It was Ada that was taken down. And here's Na'Vi. As you said, they are going to have to try to make their way in past Eternal Fire. Now, Ruin will be locking it down for the lads.
Look how far away the Mad is. Miles out into the blue zone, tanking so much damage, but he knows this off angle could be paramount in their defense if Na'Vi tried to make a push over on foot. So he's happy to sit back and tank the blue. It's an IGL's duty to go down with the ship. And that is a horrendous shift, Jordan. It still hasn't decided if we're going to the east or western side of the river. East is definitely more favored, but Twisted Minds has the only bit of tangible hard cover on the west. This sucks for everyone else. If they try and play the east side of the river bed, Twisted Minds has angles onto it. If they play the west, 4am has angles onto it. There's nothing that the rest of these squads can do. It's about to be a TDM on every team that's playing the game.
It's going to be a mess. We're going to expect to see a crash or 2 involved here as well. I'm watching TDT as they work their way forwards on the minimap, but I guess we've got bigger fish to fry as we see FW Esports watching and waiting for New Happy.
Take note, Jordan, there's 56 players alive at 17 and a quarter minutes into this game. We'll check back in 2 minutes and see how much that's changed because it's going to be significant.
30, maybe. Yep. Maybe less. Well, still waiting for it to kick off here between FW Esports and New Happy, but they've kind of got to be aware that Guangdong Freaks are hanging around as well. GNL have run into Na'Vi, Twisted Minds, and Sonics are firing some shots at one another as well by the looks of things. You're starting to see that kill feed come alive.
Little bit. Na'Vi has been forced even further to the west once again, and now GNL and Tianba are playing line back at defense against Feyorist, who's leading the charge. The rest of the Na'Vi squad still hasn't quite caught up to him, and if Feyorist catches some shots in the side, Nyong as well at the same time caught out Hakatori. Na'Vi picked apart by 2 layers of GNL's defense, and still Tiamba's there creeping around. Ming, grenade in hand, trying to line it up on towards FW Esports, lurking behind rocks and smokes and whatever they can find, but Tonkei is taken down low.
Yeah, but Anawan's going to try and push his way forward and put the pressure on. That's a nice shot onto Xiaoxi. Be given some time for a first aid kit. New Happy just get wiped by FW Esports. I suppose what's going to happen is going to happen, but FW Esports have got to be aware that they continue to be challenged for their position on the northeastern side of the zone. For us, more importantly, Gen G trying to make this push in. I mean, it is only Roth at the moment for the Falcons that's kind of harassing them, but Twisted Minds will come into play in a moment.
The rest of them picked off, taken down, and so too will be Roth. Rex catches him out, holds the angle around the smoke. He knows that he has to try and make some sort of move, but there's no move available that works out in his favor. Now FW Esports, their reward for taking out New Happy is an immediate re-engage against KDF. Salute up close and personal, but he gets taken down. Banana One may not hear anything whatsoever. His ears ringing, and the grenade over on top of the rock from Heather. That is beautifully placed. 2 down for FW Esports.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about. Unfortunately for FW Esports, KDF was well aware that they were coming. They heard all of those shots and the nades against New Happy, and they set up that defensive line. Tianba getting involved in that one as well. Do get taken down, and they sit in 8th place at the moment. Zone shift goes out to the east. Was the more favored side. Well, that puts 4am and Sonics in a good position to kind of rocket back up the scoreboard. I mean, 4am having a really rough day. Sonics having a somewhat rough day. Both are looking for some big points and both have their opportunity right here and now.
24 dead players in the past 2.5 minutes, Jordan. That's what we've been looking at. Your prediction was 30. We're on 32, and now we're on 31. It's pretty accurate. Well done. Nicely played. But it was honestly, it had to be that way. There was just nothing else for the players to do. Lunar Galaxy is trying to make a send now underneath the bridge, but they find TDT has already been there, done that, and lost 2 players for it. And Kraken isn't going to fare any better either, and neither is Haven. 4AM's angle on towards it. There's just nothing that Luna can do.
Yeah, pretty doomed indeed. Twisted Minds have already sent a player across the eastern side, and that is, of course, Lu. So they're sort of hedging their bets that when we do eventually have to move, this might be part of that operation.
They're literally the only team that could have a player in that position right now, because any other team was playing there, they immediately get farmed by the entirety of Twisted Minds in that building. And the fact that no one, even Eternal Fire towards the south, they can't put angles on and put pressure on Lu because they're being forced to keep their heads down by 4AM, by Sonics on the eastern side of the river. They have to just stay prone and bide their time the best that they can. They get a little bit of an airdrop down their side of the river as well for a bit of extra cover, but for now, everyone else has just so many lines of sights over this entire region, and now Gen G has to try and make a play across it. Barpo's not going to make it. Oh my god, straight into TDT.
Yeah, it's the battle of the bridge trolls at the moment, and TDT come out the bigger and the stronger. Still got Lunar Galaxy to worry about. Poss has been knocked by Batulans, who is actually now the last man out on the western coast. He's been left there by Twisted Minds. He always tends to be that guy that's sort of operating a little bit more solo. But Twisted Minds have made their cross, and they've actually done a pretty good job of it. All 3 of the members, Lu, Example, and Perfectix, getting across there pretty comfortably. And you'd expect the Batulans will probably be able to get over as well now that they've locked down the position. So that's already a nice positive for Twisted Minds. But now that Lu's been knocked, that might be a bit of a spanner in the works.
Turns out getting across this river for Lunar Galaxy proves to be an impossible task.
All right.
You know what I mean?
I'll pay that.
Pretty good, yeah. Thanks. They call me Stephen Toffees Pierce. Hit me up on Twitter for more dad puns. Example, trying to pick up the pieces, but Batulins gets caught out as he tries to go over and back up his boy in Lu, but just overextending a little bit. But what's the alternative? They've got to get over the river one way or the other, and now Twisted Minds, who have farmed so many teams, put so much damage into squads, but they haven't reaped the rewards. Only 1 kill so far that they've been able to get. They had to get over that river somehow, and they're finding out just how treacherous this terrain is. 500 damage on the board for Code Marco of Eternal Fire.
Yeah, Eternal Fire doing a good job of keeping all 4 members alive at the moment, and they are being quite mobile, starting to work their way into the zone. There are some other little stoushes happening around the northern side of the map right now. Kwangdong Freaks obviously on to 4AM. But who is keeping their heads down at the moment but the Sonics, and haven't really seen much from them in the last 5 minutes or so, which actually in situations like this is usually a pretty good thing. Keeping your resources relatively healthy, everyone else having a bit of a fight, maybe losing a player here and there, and you come in and sweep through for the end game.
This is huge. KDF up on that hilltop ridge, they're focusing their attention towards 4AM, and that's making it really annoying, really difficult for 4AM to get under the bridge in this position to punish Twisted Minds. Somehow, almost all of the players that Twisted Minds had knocked, including Lu, are back on their feet. Only 1 has fully been flushed out. Lu was the first to go down. That was the reason that Batulins was getting knocked. Was trying to get over to that position as well, but now 4AM at the very least gets a little bit of respite from KDF's pressure, enough to get a grenade on towards Lu, and they can commit to trying to make this push and clear them out entirely.
Yeah, it does look like it's going to be the end for Twisted Minds. I mean, Example being alive and well for the moment is perhaps going to be the saving grace. Lu inside of that smoke, bleeding out. Bobo's pushing his way forward for 4AM right now. But they can't actually see anything. They can't see any of these Twisted Minds players because of those smokes. So Bobo just holding the position. Ruin will come into play from range. The MK14 getting a couple of tags on Vectix. Example spotted out by Bobo, but they did manage to get that res onto Lu, so he'll be traded back down very quickly again. Wang Zai into there, and it's still not going to work out for Twisted Minds. It never was. 4AM getting rid of them, and well, very quickly perhaps going to be losing their own lives.
Even pushing down into the riverbed, clearing out Twisted Minds, it's still not safe. Eternal Fire still has the angles from down south, 4 a.m. They had no real other option. They can't really go up the hill in towards KDF. They have to try and play these ridges, but Eternal Fire keeping 4 players alive for as long as they did, and now maintaining enough of a hold for even the Mad to start flexing out towards Sonics, start making it a bit more difficult for them to make their move when they eventually have to. Ruin landing the tags onto Wang's Eye. Bobo falls down shortly afterwards as well. 4 a.m. It might be the end of the road for them.
Yeah, certainly. I've got to give credit to Eternal Fire, right? It didn't look like their position was going to be a particularly tenable one, but they've actually played it quite nicely, and they've got themselves 7 kills so far, still 4 players alive.
Jordan, 16 frag grenades for the Sonics.
Well, exactly what I was saying earlier on, right? Like, they've been keeping their heads down. They haven't had to use any of their resources. Everyone else has been fighting but the Sonics. Tig did get knocked once. That was at the hands of Eternal Fire. But aside from that, we haven't seen Sonics in the kill feed at all. So they are going to be the healthiest actually coming into this final, little battle that we're going to get. The position, though, that they find themselves in now, having to push out of that building, out of that compound, with KDF above them, that could be problematic.
Definitely, but they've also got 14 smokes as well, so they can easily set up a line towards either one of their teams, most likely KDF, because they're going to have to push west to get into the zone. Eternal Fire is regrouping to put all their pressure onto Sonics, but if they can set up a wall of smokes between themselves and KDF, they now have 17 frag grenades to toss out, and if there's any way of clearing out a little group of players that are lurking behind a ridge, peeking quickly with little tappy jiggles that make it very difficult to shoot him with guns. If you throw 17 frag grenades at them, you're probably knocking at least 1 or 2 of them, and then you can just get in the vehicles and commit to the send. That might have to be the game plan for Sonics, but Zone's about to start pushing into them. They're going to have to start deploying those smokes fairly soon, but for now, just looking for anything more that they can get towards KDF, not presenting them with an opportunity, so now the smoke's starting to be deployed.
Yeah, I mean, a fair bit on the line actually here for Sonics. They haven't actually really got a huge amount of points out of this game so far. Obviously, they're inside the top 4, so they're getting some placements, but they haven't found any kills just yet. So it's not going to be a massive win for them. If they were to get knocked in 4th place, for example, it would actually end up being quite an average game.
There they go. Look at all those grenades arcing in the background. The Mad once again playing the off angle, sacking his life potentially to try and open the door for Eternal Fire to succeed in this fight. Code Marco gets the opening knock, and the smokes are just not enough. They've thrown 10 of them, and they're still losing players.
They might actually decide to go north here with that knock that they've gotten onto KDF. Shrimzy finishing off Human, and that's going to be the rest of the lads trying to follow suit. It has only really been Tiggleton that's been able to make that cross, but it is an ill-fated cross indeed. Eternal Fire, this game, it just doesn't slow down for them. Every single time we turn back to Eternal Fire, they're getting a kill, getting a knock, getting some cross shots, and now they're even shooting KDF. I mean, it doesn't seem like this is going to go wrong for Eternal Fire at all. I thought the game was going to kind of go wrong at some point, but that point just has not arrived.
The one downside is they've fully committed their entire force to the south. There's nothing preventing KDF from crossing over the road and getting down into that ridge right now. But now that Shrimzy's gone, it's an immediate switch of focus for Eternal Fire. Oh my god, Code Marco tapping down heads, reversing over the ridge, just about gets there. There's the 15x on that MK12. God damn, that thing is, you can see inside KDF's thoughts right now.
Eternal Fire, they're just so hot right now, man. Like, they're just hitting everything. It's taken so much map control as well. Kappa having been able to push his way forward. It seems to be information that's gone across to KDF. The nade's headed in his direction, proving that fact. But 2 players trying to hold on against this kind of an onslaught. I mean, this has been Eternal Fire's world. We are just living in it, and that is their 2nd win of the day. They won game 1, but game 3 was 10 times more impressive.
Yeah, the way that they controlled the space in such a horrible place to control as well. The south side of that riverbed was so wide that even surviving with 4 players up alone is an impressive feat in that game. But to come out, not only control the entire riverbed, but to then win the game from that position, this team has shown so much growth, so much resilience, and that final 2 games of PEC where they came back-to-back winner-winner chicken dinners to qualify for this, man, that might just have been a stepping stone to a success for Eternal Fire.
Hope burns eternal, but eternal fire ignites PGS 5 as they walk away with 2 chicken dinners in 3 games. Not something we always get to see right out of the gate, but what a performance for them.
And they're already going to PGC guaranteed here, but they're looking to take more spots to PGC. Home to Emir here with this. That could mean that a team like Virtus Pro could actually make it to PGC if they're managing to grab a spot of those 8 PGS spots that's granted here. But that's crazy to see. 2 wins in just 3 games. We're talking about this kind of style of play that's working out great for them. The amount of control they had on that southern side, they're containing the other teams, especially Sonics here, extremely well executed here for the end game. Super impressive.
Contain, control, champions. That's how you get there. These guys look good. And you're right, never has VP cheered so hard for Eternal Fire in their life.
No, that's very true, yeah. Overall, hard circle again. We're talking about these kind of 50-50 circles where you have this very open terrain with the water, with the river going to the middle there. Super hard game to play. Sonics, a little bit too slow in my opinion to get out of the compound. I thought they were going to be taking more control on the eastern side, but yeah, what do you think?
I thought it was, honestly, there was a point where I thought this, oh good, Sonics are going to get one. We're going to like PGS champions, winning events, or winning matches, and I think they're a little slow out, but again, it came down to, there was just not a lot of options there. Like we saw Twisted Minds try to make that defilade right by the river, and they got toasted doing it. That was a really tough final.
That's the hard thing, right? When you have a compound on one side, and then the other side of a road, you have a team that just have insane amount of control. They have uphill. They can peak wherever rich they want to do, right? Yeah, Sonics, they probably had to move earlier to take that eastern control, take on KDF. It's overall, it's a hard time to get out of the compound.
It's a hard decision to make, right? Because like everyone's
timing is essential.
They're gonna rip me to shreds if I go too soon. If I don't, 30 seconds later, it's a total off game. And that's the thing that we love about PUBG, right? It comes down to a game of seconds in a lot of ways. Communication, probably one of the most important skills in PUBG that we don't get to showcase as often as we'd like to discuss. Because not only do you have to make those decisions within seconds, you have to do it with 4 deciding that you should be in a car moving, you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
It can be actually brutal. So let's talk a little bit more about Eternal Fire. This team winning 2. I mean, something that should I expect to see more chicken dinners throughout today or this weekend?
I think that you can tell how much like this kind of first match confidence is important to this, but also not a high kill game for them, but in the first one, but for them in this one here, huge difference. They're taking control. They're, the shots that we're seeing, there's just headshots being popped, so much deving being put out here. We're gonna see later on the kind of kill scores for that. Code Marker just pouring out so much damage here. It's a team that I think fits really well into this single elimination bracket where we have this group stage where we're only playing 12 matches. They're a team that takes a lot of central control, and I think overall it's, with this amount of points that they've gotten already, there's no way they're not going to be in the final. The question is just, what are they going to be doing for the rest of the time, and how are they securing those last points?
And I think on Tego too, it's a map where when you kind of get that central position, a lot of times they get those party drops as well to go along with it. We saw how kitted they were at the end of that thing. Top 4 teams, look at that damage for KDF, 1750 with 8 kills. They're looking great right now. And Gen G, I mean, it's only 800 damage, but 6 kills for a team that we haven't really seen a lot out of this year. That's at least something.
Yeah, and 40,000 meters traveled. I'll translate that for you.
Huge.
That's 45,000 yards.
That's a lot.
It's crazy. It's super far. Yeah, freedom units is very far. But yeah, they had to really fight to get their way in there. 4 AM, not as much for that. Again, utilities is that kind of name of the game, and when you have these open areas, you only have a few rocks to play, right? And they really had to put in their Eternal Fire, 16 of those. 16. But yeah, the control on that southern side had really set themselves up for success.
And loaded up.
Oh my God.
Look at those numbers. Code Marco walks away with 6 kills, 5 knockouts, and over 1,000 damage to his name. That's mentionable, right?
Yeah, 1K club.
1K club, not easy to do.
I'll take out the 1K club book and put a little string in his name.
Nice.
That's one. Boom.
Little star right there for Mr. Marco. But everybody got active. Even the Matt. The Matt had a great first game. He said, you know what? I did so good on the first one. This is about you guys. I'm here to support this match.
Yeah, I like it.
But a good win for them. Let's take a look at the man of the match. Not surprised. Code Marco. He was confident on picture day and deserves to be with his performance here. And I love watching them. They're always friendly. they keep to themselves for the most part at these events, but they're always sort of willing to chat, willing to sit down, and most importantly, always excited. I mean, even during the walk-in ceremony, they were the guys who brought out the flag. They were excited, just always stoked, right? And to me, I just like seeing a team like that do well.
And also having out a little bit of Turkish gifts, Turkish delight, stuff like that. I like that.
Maybe they've bribed us to talk nicely about them in the past. I won't argue that. You bring
now they show us.
I'll be on your side.
Now they show us they're doing well. 23 points in the game, and we're forced to talk about them.
Forced to talk.
I love it. Yeah, I'm really happy to see them step up and show internationally what they're capable of. And again, a team that's very capable of taking home PGS points and could be going to PGC through that because that's a priority. And yeah, that would grant another spot for EMEA, as we talked about. Freaks again, 14 points. 4AM also getting 13. A little bit top heavy for this game overall, but still some teams that we want to see activate a little bit more through this, and that's definitely going to show on the overall leaderboard.
Now Navi down in 16th because why would they just give us that consistency all day? They got to switch it up a little bit, so I expect to bounce back on the next one. Look at the overall leaderboard. 40 points.
Wow.
Eternal Fire looking good. Twisted Minds at 36. Freaks 21.
Freaks.
I'm high. Okay. This is a team where they're kind of like, if you were to say who's your dark horse to win this, I don't think they're dark horse to perform well.
Right.
But based on what they did in their regional qualifiers, based on what we've seen sort of progressively, 3 and 4, EWC 5th place, they look like they could pull this off.
For me here, still like it's so top heavy for the top two teams, right? Even you're in last place right now, a win with 6 kills, and you're in there, right? It's still extremely close. But two teams taking that many points away is scary for the other teams. Scary for C. It's scary for the other teams for the rest of the games here because we're talking about maybe, 60, 70 points cut off. You're more than halfway there already after 3 games. You're playing 12. Pretty impressive.
Scary for C, but also nice that you don't have to play all of your games with those guys.
Right.
Thankfully, they're not in all 16 of your matches. And I think that also does open the door a little bit for C to say, okay, well, as long as we play good averages, those guys are going to be soaked up at the top no matter how you slice it. Because remember, we are in the group stages, so all you really have to do is make that top 16 to get to the big show that starts on Friday, which I hope you guys will be here for because it's already slated out to be a massive event. Look at those pants. That's why they're winning.
Yeah.
PGS
pants. Yeah. The design and the tie inspire everything. I love it. They're great. Can't wait to get mine as well.
Right? Doubtful. All right. I got the ghillie suit hanging out in the back. Absolutely dig it. It's taking a look at our teams. We do the flyover. Tiamba, we checked them out last time. Have they been living up to what you expected them here? What do you expect out of them for PGS 5?
I'm expecting more from Pow, especially because it's my fantasy team, but also I'm excited to go on Rondo, obviously, not just because I'm going to be playing my bongo, but also because I'm going to be looking at Test Track and the X Factory to see what's going to be happening with the hot drops.
We're going to see what happens with the hot drops. Will they get stuck or will they be able to get out of that condo as we now head to Rondo with your casting duo? It's Saga and the Elfish guy.
Wow, man, I feel like we need to up our game a little bit. These guys on the analyst desk are wilding. Man's got a bongo. What have you got? What have you brought to the table, Saga?
I don't know how he fit that in his suitcase.
Man, I don't know. Look, I had a bunch of clothes. Not that exciting, I guess. But Rondo is exciting. Got to watch a little bit of that at Nations Cup, and we had some fun games there, and hoping to have some fun games here. Now, there is maybe a little bit of a hot drop going on here.
Say more than one.
So, could be a pretty quick early game, which will be fun.
So the interesting thing really about the Neox Factory hot drop is that Test Track is just right there. So often they'll hot drop immediately, see if they can get a kill, and then separate, go their separate ways. Elsewhere, up to the northwest of the Neox Factory Test Track hot drop, Stadium. And look at that. A Korean team hot dropping in phase number 1 at PGS 5. Unheard of, Elfish, as KDF, for the 3rd game of 4, goes flying into an early engagement. This time, it's champion versus champion, PWS versus PCL. What a fight that we get to start off our run, though.
At least they're getting a bit of that practice, They're getting to practice it. Right now, who's got the better drop? Looks a bit like maybe Tiamba will get down a little quicker than KDF, but not by a massive stretch. Down by Hongshan. Doesn't really look like there's been much of a contest between Falcons and TDT. So that one we don't necessarily have to worry about. But Test Track, definitely alongside Stadium, things are going to be popping off pretty early on in the piece here. Pow, he was a focal point of the analyst desk. So maybe Martin sitting back there in the green room, going to be a little bit worried about by what he's seeing here. It'll be a nice couple of minus points for his fantasy team, which I wouldn't be too mad about.
Nah, hell no. All right, so since we're going to be hot dropping for the next 8 minutes, make sure you head on over to get all of the action, especially from Tianba's POV, who are currently gearing up to take the scrap against KDF. And let's do a swift little bit of macro talk while we have the chance. Eternal Fire, again, in a great position. Lots of priority to find a great compound in this phase 1 circle that is just towards the western side of Test Track. Joutin to the center. No more time for macro talk. That's all we've got. Salute has found a headshot onto 7-7, completely isolated from the rest of Tianba. The freest first kill he's going to get all day.
Well, there it is, man. I mean, KDF, they've been practicing these hot drops all day, so they're just a little bit better than Tianba at this point. Yeah, no one from Tianba anywhere nearby, so no chance of a trade, no chance of anything, really. It's quite the spread from Tianba. It's almost as if they've just decided to set up and maybe wait for KDF to work their way into the stadium, but that seems wishful thinking at this point.
Well, Na'Vi has opted not to get tangled in the hot drop regardless. They've been hot dropping in Neox Factory Test Track against Twisted Minds since this map was added to esports in the EMEA scene, and they've finally given that up. 4AM have taken their place, and predictably it has fallen back into somewhat of a stalemate. There's 3 vehicle hard spawns in that region, though, so they both should be able to get out of there given the opportunity to do so. Eternal Fire starting to make a move towards the middle. Sonic splitting off a couple of players from Joutin to make sure that they have presence in the dead center of phase number 1, and an early move for Cerberus Esports out of Yulin. That's it for the weather segment, the macro, the map stream update. And we're right back into the action with KDF.
3명 유지.
그 DBS 세팅.
땅이 워낙 좋으니까 그냥 배팅을 한 거죠.
많이
맞았죠. 어차피 너 걸어올 거잖아 하면서.
진짜
이거는 산루스가 죽기 전에 해야 되는데. 해븐! 해주는데요?
야, 이걸 다 끊어요, 해븐이요?
자, 블루존. 자, 성광타 맞았어요?
바로 앞쪽이요.
성광타 맞았어요?
정면으로 맞았어요.
해븐이 직접 뒤로 와서 차단버립니다. 이후에 아직 남아있습니다. 그리고 정면에서 보여주나요?
보여요.
와!
이절이라면 서울도 나갈 수 있는 기회가 생기고요.
네.
자, 그래도
잘라버리기 위해서 암살자를 출격시켰거든요.
네.
그리고 해븐은 끝까지 가기 전에 킬포인트 다 먹겠다.
Yeah, well, KDF definitely the kind of team that doesn't mind a bit of a scrap, but have started to move their way away from Stadium as we were watching their highlights from the regional play. So it might just be the one knock onto Tianba, but Luna, another team to keep an eye on.
For the trick, Haven making just about enough noise for Bestia to drive on by, but the question is where? Oh my lord. King. Oh my. Haven, yep, simple as that. Down go 2 members of Bestia.
Indeed. There you go. So, Luna, I mean, look, we've seen a little bit of them today, actually. They've been a bit up and down, haven't they? But a little bit more of a quieter early game for them here on Rondo will be a welcome change.
Yeah, definitely. And I don't think it's much of a surprise to say that the KDF highlight package was almost entirely urban fighting. There was maybe one bit of a DMR clip in there, but for the most part, it was in buildings, up close and personal, just spraying people down, sprinting through doorways. And that says a lot about their play style. And so far, it checks out. They've done it every single game, hot dropping so far. They know that they're like solidly locked in to going towards PGC. So now they're aggressively defending their territory, saying, look, we're happy to absolutely tank this tournament to make sure that we get these drop spots at PGC. So test us if you like, but we're pretty damn practiced when it comes to urban fights.
And honestly, it's not even going that badly. It's not as if they're tanking this tournament. Like, they're in top 3.
AWS, so you can't really complain.
Yeah, I think they're feeling pretty happy with the proceedings thus far. As far as the rest of the teams are concerned, well, still a bit of a move to be made for GNL and 4AM, but we'll hold that thought for the moment because we've got another interview.
Feels so great. We have so much confidence and we are ready as never. I think Hakatari has a pretty decent and crisp aim. In my opinion, it's top 1 for me. I also like Minming from New Happy. I don't think that someone will ruin other teams because it's important to have a lot of PGS points for PGC because depends on which seed will you have. So I don't think someone will ruin each other.
That man spoke a lot of facts. Hakatori is damn well cracked, but he also spoke a little bit of cap towards the end because PGS points, they're not that important really for Twisted Minds anymore. They're solidly locked in. The only thing it really affects is seeding coming into the affairs, but if you make top 8, it doesn't matter either way. So, hey, Batulins is not a guy who is ashamed or too proud of himself to go out there and play a little bit dirty sometimes. So.
Sure.
Twisted Minds maintain this level of dominance so far, then hey, it's definitely not off the cards.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a very valid point as well, given that we were talking about KDF trying to sort of like hold on to some of their territory in the lead up to, you know, the big final competition of the year in PGC. You know, that's something that Twisted Minds is potentially thinking about as well. They're pretty much locked in, so they'll be playing the long game, let's just say.
Yeah. It's not just about what happens this week and a couple of weeks down the line at PGS 6, but the bigger picture is so important, particularly for those teams that have already made appearances in finals throughout the year. And for those teams that haven't, or maybe they have made appearances in a couple of finals here and there, but haven't really put all the pieces together, man, they've got to come out here. They've got to perform. And for a lot of teams, it's like top 4 or nothing. If you're not getting top 4, both here and at PGS 6, your year is pretty much done from that point. Ascent is one of those in that position. But hey, you've got Brex going to glider. The hard-spawned gliders on Rondo make it nice and consistent that he can get this information. And this man loves nothing more than gliding his way around. Even if it gets exploded, he can safely just glide down to Killy and hop out of that thing. No harm done.
Yeah, he's not going to be doing much more gliding, unfortunately, but hopefully got as much information as he needed. Fairly central position here for Ascent. So again, you know, hasn't really been their day so far, but we've seen bigger things from lesser teams, I think, over the history of PUBG Esports, and it's not too late to turn things around. Obviously, you know, you still have another 6 games after today as well for yourselves to try and improve upon the points.
I've got it. They're playing into your narrative.
Okay.
They've got to tank the first 3 games so that they can really lean into being the dark horse.
That's right.
So Elfish can correctly predict that they're going to come out and have a solid tournament.
Yeah, look, I mean, I don't know if I said they were going to have a solid tournament.
Okay, whoa, backtracking already.
Yeah, backtracking already after 3 games. You look, when you're talking about Dark Horse, like in my mind, it is a team that you don't necessarily expect to be a massive contender.
Sure.
Just one that has some kind of compelling, interesting storyline that may be able to lean in that direction. And I would like to see it from Ascent. I think it would be a nice storyline if they could make something happen. But unfortunately, yeah, not happening at the moment.
Nope. Second place at PGS 1, and since then it's been a lack of appearances for the most part on the global stage. But Perfectix has himself a balloon ready to hop on and ride towards the zone, should it go to the west, which it doesn't. Straight back towards the northeast, and would you look at the 2 teams that currently hold priority central positions right up there in the middle, looking absolutely excellent for this Rondo. It's Twisted Minds, it's Eternal Fire, and they're definitely not the teams that need the points right now.
No, sirree. It is going to be a ride to nowhere for Batulins, but that's good news anyway, because he's going to be able to get a bit of information from that aerial position, doing some scouting. He did decide to have a little bit of a look anyway, which is fair enough. DDT and Luna kind of mirroring their positions in that rotation on their way in. Going to have to go through Sonics potentially.
Eternal Fire's day so far has been absolute fire, and now looking at their position in this zone, it's like they're in a castle with a 500-meter moat around them. You just simply cannot be in that area, but Luna's going to give it a go. They're hopping in the vehicles. That man is in a buggy driving across a field like this. Oh man, he must be desperate or the bravest man in the lobby, but somehow it's Haven that almost gets tagged down in the Dacia. Is just about enough cover, but no, it is the buggy that's taken out immediately, and Hakatori with that crisp, clean aim, as Example said, gets the final tag on towards Haven, and Luna Galaxy under a lot of pressure on arrival.
We might start calling him Krakatory at this point. Hey. He doesn't quite manage to get in the window, but Eternal Fire know that there's now 2 players knocked on this Luna team, so they're going to push their way forward and try and take advantage of that. The Mad leading the charge. Unfortunately, the taxi won't allow him entry via that doorway, and the other one is smoked off. So things are going to slow down a little bit here for Eternal Fire. Maybe not if your name is Code Marco. He just goes jumping right over the back of the taxi. The Mad is the one to grab all the frags, though. That is an easy wipe for Eternal Fire, and they make short work of Lunar Galaxy.
If you're Eternal Fire today, you're feeling confident, you're feeling like you're backing yourself, and that's exactly what they do. Straight in. Unfortunately, they're also backfilled because they committed all their members onto this part of the compound to make sure that that threat of Luna was dealt with. Massive heads-up call from H-Win to spot that out and make the move for Sonics to grab a little piece of that central position while it was available. New Happy was lurking, looking to do something similar, but couldn't quite find the entry. So now they're sharing this position with Eternal Fire, makes it a little bit more difficult. And for Kickstart, it looks like he's just going to be sat here on make sure that Eternal Fire doesn't get into nade distance duty for pretty much the rest of this game.
It's a great call from Sonics, isn't it? It's going to put a little bit more pressure onto Eternal Fire. But look, I think one thing that we should mention about Eternal Fire, now that they're once again putting themselves in a good position for this game, is that they are a team that actually needs to have some pretty reasonable performances here at PGS 5 and 6 to lock themselves in for PGC. It's not as if they can kind of just scoot on by and grab a 20th place here or there, and it's going to be enough. So they're already out the gates looking strong. They are here to play, and it's a fantastic sign going into the first day of competition.
I'm suspicious, Jordan. I glanced at the map stream. I saw Brexco coming out of the blue zone in a vehicle down the road. I'm thinking that man's just driven out to another glider hard spawn to replace the one that got so rudely exploded. And he's just driven directly over the top of Stadium. So he's got a second glider for this game, and he's going to have to use that to scout forwards because this zone has pretty much centered up directly on top of that field. That's why it's so important for Sonics to get a foothold in this area, as Heaven... He runs out of bullets on the Dragonov, tries to go for a bit of a long-range red dot tap over towards Na'Vi, and they're trying to make a bit of a move on towards Gen G, as Gen G tried to make an exit, but they just simply can't. That area in front of them just held down by Hakatori. There's nowhere really for them to try and make an exit, and their vehicles are just jamming themselves in anyway.
Yeah, not looking too hot for Gen G at the moment. In fact, today has just been pretty rough in general. Rello even going to slide a shot in there onto Tosi. So it goes from bad to worse for Gen G because now they've got multiple teams looking in their direction. That will be a very important point picked up for Falcons, who've been a little bit slow to start here at PGS 5. Eventually, Ada will be caught up with by Fairest, and that is the end of Gen G, at least for Rondo. Twisted Minds getting into the kill feed for all the right reasons once again, as if they needed any more points right now.
Send a team that does like to play the edge, especially when they've got Brexco up in gliders, however many he gets throughout the course of the game. Playing the edge on that current position is limited in terms of what it was available to you. The hilltops just not giving them enough cover, so they've opted to make a bit of a push, maybe a desperation send almost towards the center. Perhaps that's not quite the exact word for it, with Brexco giving the information. They've got themselves a position where they can lurk and keep their heads down, but they did lose Kilyakai on the way across. That is a big, impactful player to be lacking, particularly if you're going to be in up close, up front, up personal engagements towards the later stages of the game. So we'll see whether or not this dead central position pays off for Ascend, whether they can get something going. 6 points on the board after 3 games. Not great for them.
Dangerous position for Ferris to be in. Salute was waiting for it, but he hasn't landed his shots. Na'Vi, stroke of luck, really, that has to be. KDF give away their position, and Na'Vi survive with 4 for now, which is going to be important because there is some real battles forwards for Na'Vi and taking position inside of this zone. They have actually, in the end, lost defects to Salute, so we can throw that little conversation in the bin.
Big split as well for New Happy. They've got Xiaoxi on the north side of the road, and Nan actually still holding the compound just outside of where Eternal Fire cleaned up Lunar Galaxy. They've got a wide area of control. They're using it to completely surround TDT. They've got to try and make some form of push eventually. Not just yet, though. Still got a couple more seconds before the Phase 4 shift determines their fate, and there's a good chance that this does go hard towards the south based off that little bit of water that exists towards the northern side of the zone, as Gumin taps off a couple of K9 shots, just hoping to find something onto Falcons.
Yeah, not quite connecting. But still going to have his crack, and you were right about it going south. It's gone straight over the position that Eternal Fire did originally lock down. So, look, I mean, they could be on for a back-to-back here, the way that they're playing at the moment.
Na'Vi backs against it now. Oh, Hakatori's grenade gets a lot of damage on towards himself. He was listening out for the footsteps, overcooked it slightly, but still gets the better of Haven regardless. And they've just gotten just about enough of a ridge to keep him safe from the Falcons. They are completely sandwiched between the two teams in green. Gumin does manage to eventually land a K9 shot onto Sosed, almost lines up the second onto Fairest as well, as he's now committing to the push, and he does. He gets the tag, and H-Win confirms it with the mini from range.
No connections there from Flood onto Heather, which will give KDF a little bit of space on the backside of this fight. Eventually will be brought down on the second attempt by Flood, but Hakatori's in there alongside KDF. It's just an absolute mess out on this western flank.
Well, they know they can't get into this zone. If they try and drive anywhere east, there's 3 full teams already just peppering into them. They've just got to play for kills. They've got to get what they can on this ridge line. Gumin gets the better of Hakatori, as cracked his example says he is, which is a glowing reference. Sometimes it's not quite enough. And now Falcons are trying to make the push, but they're getting bodied by Code Marco as well.
I don't know if Flood's aware. KDF definitely going to get themselves a couple of points here, and that is an easy cleanup for Gumin. Falcons out in 13th place. It's not really going to help KDF. He's going to be, they've done dead to rights, but they've got some extra points on the board at the very least. And 4 AM now under pressure from Tiamba, who are actually going to be falling by the wayside. So 4 AM survive.
Yeah, 8 points. That's enough for KDF. There's not really much more that they can do in this game either way, but you'll take 8 points from a quote-unquote salvage position. Tiamba not quite able to match that tally, but in fact, any tally at all. 0 points they go out with, but 4 AM still, even having won that fight, they're going to have to make some sort of move. GNL in a very similar position now, as it's a push up towards Twisted Minds that's difficult. They almost take Perfectix down from the rooftop angle, but not quite enough. Drops down with a sliver of health, and it's enough time, enough of a distraction for Lou to get around the side and get an opening knock.
Yeah, that chance onto Perfectix might have been the only chance that they're going to get, but Toolens is making short work of GNL, and Nyong is trying to get it done alone right now, but there's just nowhere to go for him. Guyon has been found inside the building and cleared out nicely. Kickstart getting a nice cross shot in onto Twisted Minds, which may help Nyong in his chances of survival, but Twisted Minds are sure to find him at some point. The nade's going to go through. That looks like a pretty good one. It's gone a little too deep. It went out the door. You're kidding me. Nyong, he's got a second lease on life. What can he do with it, though? There's the zone's going to push at his back, and eventually he will be caught up with by example. Yeah, unfortunately, not enough luck for Nyong. But Twisted Minds are suffering as a result of that extended fight.
Eternal Fire, dead center once again. The part of the compound that they regrouped upon remains exactly the center of the Phase 5 circle. Everyone who's not in this position has to cross that moat. There's even water there for the historical accuracy. More of an inaccuracy, really. But Wang Zai in a shack, it's not going to help him for too much longer. That thing could be blown away by a single grenade, or maybe Twisted Minds just gets in a vehicle and runs him over if they have one left. Or maybe they just pepper the shack until it falls away completely. Perfectix happy to put some bullets in if he gets the extra point out of it.
Got to be thinking about where they're going to end up, though, if they can move on from this position. It's going to be a rough run for Twisted Minds. Some smoke's gone out.
I doubt that they can, honestly. Yeah. Even a team like Twisted Minds, I think, is just out of options at this point for zone positioning. Maybe somewhere to the eastern side of Ascend might be able to get them into the top 8, but that's just denying... dependent on how long Gumin and Wang Zai can remain as the two solos that are currently denying teams from entering into the top 8 to the north.
I mean, Gumin and Wang Zai may actually have to move a little bit earlier than these Twisted Minds guys, and so they could potentially get the cross shots onto those two. Anyway, that's a conversation for later on. Cerberus going to be making their move. They are the most healthy team outside of this zone right now, but may not last very long because FW Esports have set up a blockade. A bit of a weakened blockade, actually, now that TDT have kind of come into play, and that might be the opening for Cerberus. Problem is, TDT are also getting shots onto Cerberus, so they're more than happy to get those shots across regardless of who it is at.
It's great news for TDT. They managed to keep their heads down and avoid getting engaged too much in the fight with New Happy long enough that now that Cerberus has committed this fight onto FW Esports, is exposed towards TDT, and both teams are suffering casualties, taking knocks, using utility, taking damage. So TDT just keep putting pressure onto this fight, and they might just give themselves an opening to go for a follow-up breach. Twisted Minds in the background starting to creep their way forwards as well, as both teams seem fully committed into this. And now Cerberus are at risk of being shot in the back by Batulins.
Yeah, but they didn't manage to get that revive, so they're back to 4 for a brief moment until Icasta curse them. Haisaki and Himas both going down so quickly. The hopes and dreams for Cerberus disappear. And it seems like they are probably going to be done so at this point. Sololzi was locked in when we looked at him on the cameras there, but I didn't think that's going to be enough.
Yeah, TDT maybe had an opportunity to push in and really go for the cleanup, but conceding a knock exactly when they did to New Happy as they tried to wrap their way around to the east, and they've conceded another now to Tongke, who's lurking under the bridge just on the eastern side of Eternal Fire's side of the compound. Ascend get their chance to continue living for now as the zone hard pulls up towards the north, slightly northeast, and Perfectix, whatever ridge he has, he might just be able to shuffle along it and survive a little bit longer. But New Happy and TDT, they have to make a play. And once again, Eternal Fire, the gatekeepers on the south side of the zone.
Okay, what can he do? Nothing is the answer, as Duckmine will take him down. Cerberus, I've got to give some credit. They've managed to actually survive with 3 players in what was looking like a very, very awkward position. I mean, that rotation that they had to make was not an easy one. And they're going to be able to get a lot out of it. They're even going to get another kill here onto Huang. And I mean, Cerberus, they're putting together something from nothing.
TDT taking care of Tongke. Under the bridge is now in their firm control. And there's a P90 in the hands of Wang Ai. He's looking for something, some sort of angle, but that grenade does so much damage, forces him back, and there's more to come from Sololzi as well. So many damaged bodies. So much utility there to be picked up. That's 2 members of Eternal Fire on 500 damage. They are farming from this compound, but they've lost Ruin. As New Happy's made the entrance, they've identified the weak spot, they've crept their way in. Sololzi does exactly the same to TDT.
Yeah, Cerberus, they are continuing to fight their way into this zone. They don't really have any other options. They're not going to go down without a fight, and the answer is maybe they're not even going to go down, although having now run into Eternal Fire's sightlines could be a bit more of a problem. Yes, Eternal Fire's down to 3, but they still have a very comfortable position inside this zone, and they are one of the teams that is fragging at the moment. However, having lost that player, I mean, if I'm New Happy or I'm Sonics and I'm looking at that kill feed, I'm thinking this is our game. This is our game to start turning our day around a little bit. And it already kind of has been for Sonics. You can see them on 6 kills at the moment, 3 of those having gone to Tig. New Happy are the team at the bottom of the scoreboard, and they desperately need those points. But right now, it's kind of looking like it's Sonics.
Yeah, I mean, Tiggleton locked in. This is a man who's putting creatine in his Gatorade in the pre-match warm-ups, you know what I mean? Like, this guy, he's locked in fully right now. Duckmai caught out completely. Wasn't really ready for the FAMAS peek from ZYU around the side. And 50 damage onto Sololzi. He takes down Haisaki as well. Immediately confirmed by Code Marco, but Sololzi at least gets to enough cover to get the revive on towards Duckmai. Cerberus. That blue zone is forcing them into treacherous terrain. They're just barely going to have time to heal, let alone get smokes up if they've even got any left.
Yeah, Sonics are starting to get a little bit more confident, moving out of their buildings, starting to have a bit of a look, trying to control some space. They're not overconfident at the moment. They're still playing quite tight. You can see here on the mini-map how clumped Sonics are at the moment. But they're looking for their information. They're thinking about their next moves. That's a nice pull if you're a New Happy fan. And like I said, New Happy, desperate need of some points at the moment. Cerberus are going to go down at the hands of Eternal Fire, who hit the 50-point mark in game number 4. It's been a big, big day from Eternal Fire, and it can continue to get bigger here because they also don't have a terrible spot inside of this next zone.
All they've got to do is make sure that any sneaky little Batulins plays do not work. If he manages to get himself caught up, tangled in that southern side of the compound, then it's problem territory for EF. But they've been so good at making sure that no one gets into their side of the zone. They've controlled their edges extremely well. So I very much suspect that if Batulins tries to make a move, he's going to go down almost immediately. And I'm pretty sure he knows that as well. So he's not even interested in trying to cross that wide open area. Ketper locked in, checking making 100% sure that they're safe before they commit to anything against New Happy.
I'm not going to count my Batulans before they hatch. I mean, he is a bit of a mountain goat, but I think he's also a bit of a goat when it comes to these like 1vx situations, these sneaky last-minute clutch attempts. So, you know, I'll give him a shout. We'll see what he can do. But in the moment, as you say, he's kind of trying to keep his head down as much as possible and just trying to outlast Ascend. Even though Ascend is looking in his direction as well, so it's really quite a small little pocket of safety there for Batulans. He literally cannot move left, he cannot move right.
Sometimes it's just like that, you know what I mean? I feel like I can relate to that situation.
What did I say, though?
Rex, I mean, he peeks around the side. They were trying to drop down that emergency deployable cover from above to get themselves something that they can work with to maybe commit to a push, because technically if they take down Batulans, it's a 2-point kill. For whichever team gets that kill, to get the kill, to get the placement point. It's worth pushing for it when you know that you're doomed anyway. But Batulans, I feel like he might just be giving it up to the blue zone. He actually gets the confirm. He gets another knock as well. Pains around the back of the smoke. Batulans trying to confirm it before he goes down. Can't quite make it, but that's so many extra points from that position out of nowhere.
Yeah, like I said, he is the GOAT of these kinds of situations. I've seen it so many times where he's the last player alive and he just gets something done. It's like, where did that even come from? Just somehow manages to do it over and over and over again. But now we're into the 4-on-3-on-3. So this is the opportunity maybe for the Sonics to get their points back on the board and start to claw their way inside of that top 3. As Man was saying on the desk, the top 2 are actually holding on to such a chunk of points that a big win here, or even just an average win, kind of gets you back in the conversation. And that's already where Sonics is at with those 7 points that they've got from the kills. New Happy with a team nade. Don't know about that one. Don't know if they're going to be jumping up too much further now than 14th, where they really did need to get some more points on the board. And that job gets harder with only a couple of players.
Yeah, and also being the focal point caught in between the team with superior numbers on the north and superior numbers on the east as well. The best that they can really hope is to try and corral Sonics in towards Eternal Fire, but there's no way that that's the avenue that Sonics wants to take, and they're going to do everything in their power to make that not the case. They want to go direct, but this time they've only got 3 smokes to try and work with to dislodge these roof positions, get up close enough to put those 8 grenades to use, and maybe try and take Nan down off the roof with some explosive pushes forwards from Sonics. They land a good one first, but not quite far enough. Nan takes a little bit of damage. He's off the roof for now. Opportunity for Sonics to make a move.
Yeah, Sonics going to have to be pretty clean in this fight, though. If they lose a player, that opens the door back up for Eternal Fire to go back-to-back. The third party definitely on offer here for Eternal Fire.
Kick, though. He's crept his way over to the eastern side of the ridge, around the side with the Groza, and Eternal Fire caught with their pants all the way down, too. Quick knocks with that Groza, and Sonics, they've got options now. Do they commit to this push against New Happy, or do they try and clean up the knocks that they have? Make sure EF can't get the reses. They're just going to take the opportunity to try and take the fight to New Happy, and Shrimzy rips Nan down off the roof.
It is the moment of respite right now that Eternal Fire are hoping for. They are banking on the fact that New Happy is going to slow Sonics down, because that's giving them the chance to reset. When we're watching this, we have to remember Eternal Fire, they do still technically have 3 players alive. So if Ming can survive another 10 seconds here, then Eternal Fire are going to be fully reset and ready to go for that fight against the Sonics. And it could get even worse for Sonics here if Ming can maybe find a kill or 2, or a knock rather. I don't know, even all that work that was done onto Eternal Fire earlier becomes irrelevant. Here's Ming for absolutely nothing. And so we're into the 3-on-4, but Eternal Fire, they are a healthy 3 once again.
Yeah, it's so frustrating. Tiggleton had to hop in that Dacier and try to drive it out of the way because it was wedging the door. They could have pushed earlier, but that Dacier was just blocking it completely, and he couldn't move the car because it was wedged in between the wall and another car. Just so many teams sending it into this position due to lack of alternative options. That was like 20 minutes ago that all went down, and it affects a fight in the late game. Such a cool little weird butterfly effect thing, but in the end it amounts to nothing. Nan can't mount any sort of defense, and Shrimzy gets a re-knock as a Molotov gets shot out of the air in front of his face.
Yeah, expertly done really from the Sonics. They've had to work hard for this win, but it looks like it is going to be a win. Eternal Fire don't have a whole lot of room left to work with. Zone pushing at their backs. Marco will get a knock, but that won't be enough to really unsettle Sonics right here, as they are going to continue their charge forward, and you might just consider this a victory lap, if nothing else. Shrimzy round the back. Won't quite find his man, but in the end, it is going to be Sonics to claim a victory in game number 4. It's been a little while coming. They started it a little slowly in game 1 and 2, but you kind of felt that it was brewing under the surface, and eventually they do get that dub over the line and remind us that Sonics are never out of the picture.
Yeah, the moment that they managed to sneak their way into Eternal Fire's compound when their attention was turned to wiping out Lunar Galaxy, it's like they swept away the position and snuck the win from under the noses of Eternal Fire. The end of EMEA's run of nothing but chicken dinners so far at PGS 5 comes to a close, stolen away by previous champions of Sonics. Big win for match number 4 on Rondo.
First at PGS 2, second at PGS 3, a dominating win at the Esports World Cup, and now they boom onto the stage when it comes to PGS 5 with their first dub here in Game 4. It's the Sonics, and a really nice win, a clean ending to that game.
Yeah, honestly, that we're talking about this previous game, right? We're like, oh, they could maybe have done a little bit more, a little bit different here. This was perfect execution to how you actually take this decision-making, analyzing the terrain and how to take down New Hair was perfect.
Talk to me about this for a second, because we're going to see it in the highlights in a second. I think the end game here, there was a choice they had. Do I push Eternal Fire around the outside of that hill, or do I go after New Happy, which seemed to be in a more entrenched position? They chose New Happy. See, obviously the right choice, but can you walk me through a little bit? It just seems like such a hard choice to make.
Yeah, so they obviously they looked at it and okay, they were Eternal Fire, they have line of sight of us. We can push kind of safely on this, even though the New Heavy guys were on the roof.
Right.
They knew that they're going to be a man, or maybe even fully aware if they're going to be 2 men down. It's an easy push, and it's a secure kind of push. They can stay 4 guys alive, take on Eternal Fire, and then Kick just pops off. Take down 2 Eternal Fire there. Morale for the rest of the day is completely destroyed, and then Sonic's going to take the win for that. That's perfectly.
Well, and that's what I loved about this end game. You saw them push New Happy. They used aggressive. Remember, if you guys are at home, you're looking for tips and tricks to pull from the pros. Use your smokes, not necessarily defensively, but aggressively. Block the team from watching you on your push. They had one spotter watching the head, and then that double knock coming out of Kickstart means that they're not even worried about Eternal Fire on the pickoffs at that point, and they can open the door for the push. It was just excellent.
Yeah, and when you know that you're in a man-up advantage, right? You always have that kind of anchor position or lurker or whatever you want to call it. Kick delaying Eternal Fire for that because they want a third party, right?
Yeah.
Eternal Fire sees they're fighting, they want to take the utility, run at them, and third party, whatever option there is, even nades, blue zones, whatever. Yeah, but they're stuck risen. It's going to take them 30 seconds at least to get back with fully healed, rest, everything, right? So perfect time for them and a good position from Kick.
It also speaks to the confidence I think that Sonics has in Kickstart, that they're putting the Groza in his hands, they're putting him in those hold positions,
right.
A really strong anchor in that push. Like, I love to see, we saw at the end of EWC, I don't want to say there were tears because I don't want to out the guys for this, but it was a very moving moment when they sort of said we did this because we want Kickstart to really feel like it's part of the team.
Right.
We did some interviews, you guys might not have caught at PAS, where they talked about Kickstart joining and how hard the community was on that exchange or that trade, and how they wanted to prove that he deserved to be there. And I think he continues to do that as Sonics with 11 kills, 2.7k damage, and the chicken dinner. Outstanding performance.
Somewhat of a home circle for them. They didn't have too much, but still decision making throughout, staying 4 guys alive. You see so many other teams are missing 1 or 2 guys towards the late game, but hard circles to play. A lot of open terrain in this area in general. So yeah, they played it perfectly for this. But yeah, I actually talked to them a little bit before the games, and Tick went and Shrimsha went to Kick, and they're like, what's the mental state right now? And he's like, I don't know, I'm neutral. We gotta see how it's going on. And they're like, no, you're dropping 5 kills. They're like upping him, making him happy.
Gas him up.
Gas him up. And I think that's the biggest thing for this team. Their vibe is just on a different level here.
Absolutely. And they don't stop training. They've got a great work ethic.
Right.
Even when they're having downtime, you keep finding these guys in the matches. I mean, yeah, we talked about a little bit, PAS qualifiers. Tiggleton got an offer to go to a massive event with a huge check, and he said, no, I got to stay here and make sure I play with the boys.
Right.
And you got to respect that kind of dedication from this team. Also worth noting, in that top 4 that we just saw, the rich are still getting richer. The teams that are ending in the top 4 are teams that are continuously dominating the leaderboard in our first 4 games.
It's a little bit scary, especially with a team like Eternal Fire also getting that many points again. It's going to be super top heavy here. Tiggleton, man of the match. 6 knockouts, 4 kills.
Yeah.
A lot of knockouts across the whole team there. You saw H with the 4 knockouts, only 1 kill. Group effort here, team effort for this year. So it's obviously fantastic to see the win take.
The way you said it is perfect, because that to me is what has encased the Sonics this year in particular.
Yeah.
This is the best I've ever seen them. If there was a year where I was like, this is the year they go to PGC and possibly win and lift the trophy, and it's on the back of their team chemistry, the way that they've been playing as a team, sort of just thinking as a group, everything they do, you can tell that they talk about themselves in like the royal we instead of the I sense, and I really like listening to that.
I like that a lot. 21 points coming their way. Eternal Fire 14, again a double digit for them. Twisted Minds also 10, huge for them. Again, very linear. The rest, Conquering Freaks, still very consistent with what we're seeing for them. Again, we're talking about this 60 to 7 point cutoff for our top 16 once we're done. Surprises so far. We got 2 more matches today. What do you think?
Yeah. I want to see the overall leaderboard, because I think what I think is some of our teams here that have not put up those big numbers that need to do something a little more. Team Falcons in particular, they don't have an excuse for being down there at the bottom, and they've already through half of their games almost, right? Like they've got 2 more games, so they're at that halfway point. So anybody who's on that right side of the leaderboard, Tiamba, Genji, they need to make some moves. Teams that I expect to do better, New Happy in particular at 14th with 11 is kind of frustrating for me to see. On the other hand, those teams at the top have been consistently there.
Yeah, like if you're 13 or below right now, your coach is telling you, it's only 9 points difference up to like top 6. It's still close because it's been so spongy at the very top for Eternal Fire, Twisted Minds. You can go at Sonics here. There's just so many points available. It's just so close. Like our mid pack is just like everyone outside top 6 is just one big mid pack. One good game and you're instantly in the top 8.
And something the coaches I think are telling them as well is the gap may be exactly the same points mentally, going into game 6 versus going into game 7, but you need to be closer when you finish 6, right? Because it is a much taller order to get that one game and make those differential points. Once you're on your second day of play and oh my gosh, yesterday they came out and the numbers got insane and now I have a huge chase ahead of me. You want to be in front so you don't suffer from that mental on the last day.
Yeah, and you also don't want to leave it to the last 2-3 games, right? We're talking about it so many times. If you do that, mentally, you're going to be in such a rough spot.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to take a little bit of a spot here. We're going to come back in just a few minutes with game number 5 in the Dusty Dunes, so don't go anywhere. Miramar is on the way.
We're creating controllable entities for the future of humanity.
They come from the dark lab, the noisy cannibals. Only they can stop them. The Hunger Busters! They're back and armed to kill. Why take chances?
Have you ever imagined your dream life? We all have, but living that desired life in reality is a different story. If you could become a god and do anything you wanted, what choices would you make? If you've ever entertained fantastical thoughts like these, we want to introduce to you a world where you can create your dream life. Welcome to Inzoi.
To out-survive anybody else that's going to be in front of him, and hey, he'll take a couple of shots at whatever.
Your 2023 PGC champion!
Hey, are you pumped for this year's PGC? Last year was epic. I can't wait to see what they've cooked up for us this time.
Totally. PGC 2023 was a blast.
Got a scoop on what's new this year?
Oh, buckle up. There's a ton to unpack. We have so much to watch this year.
So, we have separate regional series in 5 regions where teams can earn PGC points. Then, we have 4 PUBG Global Series this year where teams can gather PGS points. You have to commit to all competitions. Every event matters and is key to entering PGC 2024.
Exactly. We've got 15 regional qualifiers from PGC points, 8 PGS points teams, 1 wild card.
So, where's the final battleground?
It's all happening in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The stage is set with a whopping $1.5 million prize pool, plus more from crowdfunding. The fans, they're incredible. What do you say? We catch the grand finals live.
But how's PGC 2024 going to work out?
Let me lay it out. PGC 2024 is slicing things up differently. We're looking at 3 circuits based on point rules, each featuring 6 heart-pounding matches over 3 consecutive days.
And here's the kicker. Rack up the most PGS points year-round and get to chill on the first or second day of the first circuit.
So, every PGS match is critical. The better you perform there, the bigger your advantage at PGC 2024.
Bingo! Each circuit reshuffles based on the last. So if you nail it in the first, you're sitting pretty for the second. After all 3 circuits, the top 16 teams brawl it out in the grand finals.
Speaking of the grand finals, they are running as usual, right?
Not even close. To grab the trophy, you gotta clinch it with a win. Once a team hits the point threshold, their next chicken dinner could crown them champion. But if they miss that shot, the game rolls on. More teams reach the threshold, and any of them could snatch victory with just 1 win. So every match matters in the grand finals. PGC is taking the Battle Royale esports back to its root to be the last team standing. Welcome to Smash Rules. Smash 'em all!
I didn't mean to kill that policeman. Well, of course not. It's against everything I've ever stood for.
Top, way to mother. Seen it, seen it, seen it. From the top, way to mother. Seen it, seen it, seen it. Haven't seen it, haven't seen it, haven't seen it. Top.
North America's back on the menu with a win there from Sonic. So I was giving them a little bit of a hard time at the last sort of big break that we had after game number 2. You know, we were firing a few shots over at NA. But yeah, Sonic's doing all right there in that last game. Not quite enough to catch up to Eternal Fire and Twisted Minds. But look, has to be said, this has been a fantastic day for Eternal Fire. And that continues as well. They took that second in the previous game and a couple of firsts today. I mean, they're at 54 points after 4 games. This could just be an absolute monster of a day.
It's pretty outrageous, honestly. This Eternal Fire team has had their ups and their downs. They've won a championship under EMEA, under the banner of Howl as well. That was coming in before PGS 1 last year. So we know that they're definitely capable of peaking, but their playstyle has so often been a big sticking point for them. Sometimes it gets the rewards, sometimes it can end up with them going out 16th with regularity. This time around, though, it seems that even with a lobby like this that seems to be so congested, so many teams expected to be playing a little bit more for the long term in these games, playing towards the center, Eternal Fire, they're still finding ways to control their space and come out ahead.
I mean, I guess the thing is that they do have to be aware of peaking too soon. You know, you don't want to have one amazing day. Sure, a day like today might just get you through to the finals regardless of how things go in your second lobby. But if you then go into the finals and don't really perform there, it's going to be like, well, we sort of threw all of our cards on the table on day one and didn't actually back that up. Yeah. So, you know, you don't want to see them have this sort of like big day and then do nothing for the rest of PGS 5 and maybe even into PGS 6. If you're talking about inconsistency, that is definitely something that I would be worried about.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we're talking a lot about PGS points and the impact that they can have. You only get those during the grand final stage. So if you come out and dominate the group stages, but then don't really do much in the grand finals, it was really all for nothing. Prime example for that, you'll see them again tomorrow for the first time in over a year on the international stage, but the Expendables. Think back to PGS last year where they came out in the group stages, they surprised everyone. This extremely aggressive team out of Vietnam that came out, dominated the group stages, and then got to grand finals and ended 14th. And that's really like their ultimate placing, despite the fact that they looked so strong early on. Really, when it counted, the pressure had mounted a little bit too much for them, so Eternal Fire just needs to make sure they don't fall into that trap. Now, for the rest of the teams, they're going to be feeling pressure for alternative reasons, and that's simply because games haven't really gone their way in the first four, so they've got to start stacking those points up ASAP.
Yeah, Falcons, as we saw just there on our screens, are a great example of that. Not a particularly happy-looking booth. Actually sitting at the bottom of the overall leaderboard right now, with 9 points total out of 4 games. So quite a drastic difference compared to Eternal Fire up there on 54 points. It's been a bit of a difficult one for the Falcons, but you know, they had some ups and downs throughout PGS 3 and PGS 4 as well. They did have, I remember, one big day during PGS 4 that kind of got them over the line, at least to make it into the final lobby of at least PGS 4.
Yeah, that was huge.
And so, you know, I think you do have to kind of keep that in mind and think, well, maybe today's not going our way, but we are still a really good team. The fact that they've as well consistently qualified to the PGS events as well. They're one of the few teams that have been there at every one. I was looking at that statistic. I think it was like TSM, Falcons. I remember were the two of the big ones. And I'm talking about non-partner teams, of course, that have been able to qualify. You know, there is something there, right? Like, they're a very consistent squad alongside those other teams. But, yeah, not coming together today. And I think they've got to keep in the back of their minds that, look, today's just one day. Maybe we've still got 2 more games to make something happen. Let's not get too demoralized and run it back.
We'll say for the Falcons, we got to bear in mind that they made their roster change a little bit before EWC. They brought in Roth out of Space Station Gaming, and that man is extremely cracked, but he is he's a very loud vocal personality, and he's used to IGLing. So coming in and demanding things of the team that they really hadn't been doing that much before in their previous setup. So it's a big change that they've had to go through. They got their practice run in during EWC, but here they need to get the results. They're basically coming into this tournament on the exact same amount of PGC points that Eternal Fire has. And currently right now, it's like the performance is very much swayed one way towards the other. Again, Eternal Fire, they're getting some favor from the zones. We'll definitely highlight that. We're not oblivious to that fact. That they're definitely being helped out. Rondo basically gave them priority to drive to that compound 3 minutes into phase 1. They did that, and that's where the game ended. But it's very difficult because everyone else also wants those positions. But again, they're a team that is so extremely good at defending the positions when they have them, and they've done a great job of that today. And honestly, they are strongly deserving of their position in first place.
Look, the thing is, you can only play the game that's in front of you, so you can't begrudge teams for having a good game when the zone feeds them. Like, that's what you're supposed to do. If you fail that game, that's where the problems actually arise. So you definitely just have to take it and run with it, and that's what they've been doing today. They have been capitalizing upon the opportunities that have been given to them. So that's all you can really ask for. A couple of other teams have been able to do the same. Twisted Minds, definitely. And they've made some wine out of water, so to speak.
And the big difference really comes from the teams, like, for example, KDF. Let's not pretend that they haven't thrown themselves into some difficult situations so far today, but every time they're coming out, they're getting that 5 points, they're getting that 6 points. In the previous game, they hot dropped for Stadium, had a terrible couple of zone shifts, no real options, but still come out of it with 8-9 kills on the board, cleaning up their side of the zone before inevitably going down to blue zone or some long-range DMR shot because there's just no cover available. But it's getting those points, getting the most out of the situations that they have that is the reason that, despite the fact that KDF has been hot dropping basically every single game today, they're currently sat in 4th on the leaderboard. So they're getting the points where they need them. Hi, Banana One. Great to see you here. Right here on home turf for FW Esports. It is a debut performance, a debut appearance for FW. This team has been around in various iterations for about 4 years at this point, and Banana One has been there throughout the entirety of it. Even Rushy, ex-player for FW Esports, currently the coach for Day Trade. He does a lot of analysis for them, so he'll see them having a big impact later on down the stage, particularly starting tomorrow as they are a Group C team. But it's good to see that the rotation of talent in Thailand is still making fresh appearances.
Yeah, nice little meld of a team as well, right? With some old and some new. Obviously, Sixax and Tonke we've seen around a long time.
Sharper Esports.
Yeah, and they've been definitely repeat appearances at things like PCS as well back in the day. So I like it. I like it from FW Esports.
It's quite the same story as well for TDT.
Right.
Well, a couple of recognizable names. If you are like myself and Jordan, who are both APAC enjoyers, so yes, we're going to take the opportunity to talk about the Continental Series. Continental Series 3, we were seeing players like Jun. We were seeing Vangai over there on the APAC stage. They got some pretty solid results, maybe slightly overshadowed by the likes of Buriram United, but they've fallen off a cliff. They're not here no more. So now we get to talk about TDT, who again, they're one of those teams that they've been in some pretty troublesome situations. Again, like playing from the edge with teams gatekeeping them out, but still
they've done well.
Some points.
Yeah, definitely they've done well. I think you really have to give the credit as well to the likes of Cerberus and Day Trade. I know Day Trade are not playing in this lobby, but it seems we've got a bit of time to chat. Buriram, they seemed like the team to beat in APAC for a long time. And then actually, at the end of the day, Cerberus and Day Trade have been the teams that have sort of stood the test of time, the players at least.
Yeah.
Yes, some roster changes here and there, but that's by the by, as it is time for us to jump into our final couple of games of the evening. It's time for Miramar as we go through to game number 5.
What's this? Saga and Xenox start podcasting about APAC. It's time to press the start game button. Miramar is a go, and currently looking at those drop remarks, GNL, they're hot dropping 2 different teams on this map currently at the moment, so we'll see how their game goes. Do we continue the streak of a Korean team hot dropping in every single match so far? GNL, cards are on the table for you.
I hope so, and we may get one from Gen G as well down there by Puerto Paraíso. It looks like TDT are going to decide to go north maybe for the alt drop, being potentially aware of Gen G's proclivities to go towards Puerto Paraíso instead. Is there a hot drop here from GNL?
I haven't seen them hop out of the plane just yet. Which, there they are. They're heading west, and TDT's heading east. So nope.
FW though.
Nope. We got nothing. No Korean teams scrapping on phase number 1.
I think we might. We'll see where FW's headed. Okay, they're a bit split though.
Most of them's in La Cob, so maybe, I don't know. Do we count like a vehicle contest?
Nah, that doesn't count. Doesn't count.
Yeah, not real.
Not real. Unfortunate. Sonics have gone hard north as well. It's a bit of an interesting playing path that's kind of got a couple of teams out of their usual neck of the woods, but that's all good. As long as everyone lands safely and happily, everyone will be okay. Wow, especially with the north shift. Yeah, that's gonna make things interesting.
Yeah, we have not been kind with the zones that we have today. The one zone that gave any sort of central positioning on phase number 1 was on Rondo, and there was no edge positioning on that zone by the time we reached phase number 3. And if you weren't center, you got to get there quickly, otherwise it was game over. But this time around, a team that's more than happy to sit and play the edge, Na'Vi. Let's check what they were able to do in PEC.
They have the ridge to play with. Stardust, it's a little more open, and Crossberg with no helmet could be walking into a trap.
A lot of these smokes are starting to fade as well, so in just a second from now, all of them will be visible to one another. Knock goes each way as Na'Vi finds one, Stardust with another, Stardust finds one more, and now once again they're trading blow for blow here. Now all of a sudden, just one left alive, and his swings finds him underneath the vehicle.
I love that you sort of threw to yourself in that one. That was good.
Yeah.
I think I've heard that guy before.
Yeah, Toby. Good old Toby. Man, that was a sick little highlight. I remember that. Hakatori just hitting the prone underneath the truck, just sits down 3 players from Stardust, another team out of MEA that was so damn close to qualifying, but all cards now in the MEA region are flying the Eternal Fire flag, and for damn good reason. They've come out absolutely swinging. And this time around, it's not going to be a hard feed for them, so they're going to have to play this one slower. They're going to have to play from the edge, but they've done that a little bit so far today, controlling the space, again, extremely well. They're not going to have that much space to control this time, though. But as long as we don't see a return to Eternal Fire's sort of old-term strategy where they have unfavorable zones, they just drive straight into the middle. Gen G, they've got some work to do as well. Down in Puerto Paraíso, a long way away.
발포.
이름표를 떼니까 오보엠 이러면 젠지 입장에서도 조금 더 공략해볼 맛이 나죠.
오보엠이 또 젠지에게 당합니다. 렉스와 발포.
자 이거 차량으로 아래쪽 붙이겠다는 생각이에요.
올려서 올 생각입니다. 하지만 측면을 렉스입니다. 와 발포.
그리고 하나 더
흘려주고 뒤통수. 아직 안 끝났습니다. 렉스 발포까지.
센트럴을 멈춰버리면 여기서 끝나거든요.
이거 속도가 많이 죽었는데요.
포볼판.
아직 안 끝났습니다.
Yeah, been a bit of a rough day for Gen G so far. Only the 13 points. Just doesn't really feel like they've gotten going at all. They haven't had a super high placement. The best placement that they've had actually has been a top 8 so far, and that's not too fantastic. I'm a little bit concerned about what I'm seeing there. Our lights turned on, and there was some shenanigans happening on one of the player cams there, so I think we might be getting a reset here.
Great news. Not a single player's dead, though. Oh, yeah, that just about confirms it. That won't be going in our next Gen G highlight reel. Add his little cheeky grenade on himself. So it looks like we are, once again, heading back into a restart for game number 5.
Well, you did say you wanted a chance to do a bit of a podcast. And here it is.
So anyway, as we were saying, APAC.
APAC's pretty cool. We are in APAC, to be fair.
We're back from the ad break. We played a little
bit of games.
Sponsored messages from Gen G.
Right.
Now we can get back to talking about the real teams.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the one thing that's missing from APAC, and unfortunately for me, is an Aussie team, an ANZ team. You know, we used to always have like one team that was kind of competitive here or there at any various time. You know, you go through the history of PUBG Esports. It was probably like initially the first team that kind of really broke out, I guess, was like Atletico. Like there were teams that played internationally prior to that. You know, you had your Immunities, you had your Tainted Minds and these kinds of names. But I feel like Atletico was the one that really put ANZ on the map. And then, of course, it was Fury and Incognito and whatever roster they ended up being called at that point in time. They were Order for a while as well. And then even that's gone now. So
I can't help but feel a little bit responsible for Australia being not present at the international stage because there's been 2 separate instances where I have purchased merchandise from an Australian team, and by the time the shipping from Australia to the UK has run its course and I received the merch, the team has already disbanded. It's not a lot of times, but it is weird that it's happened twice. But it's unfortunate.
It's one of those situations where if I had $1 for every time this happened, I'd have $2.
It's crazy, right?
It's kind of weird.
It's weird coincidence. R.I.P. Ferox, you will be missed by a very, very small amount of people, but they'll miss you a lot.
I would be surprised if what percentage of people in chat do you reckon would know of Ferox? Like, because that org doesn't even really exist.
Yeah, I mean, the Australians are, what is it, Monday night? They're in a pub by now. Like, they don't know.
It's 1 a.m. back home.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, meanwhile, over here we have teams not from Australia, but from pretty much everywhere else in the rest of the world. There's no UK teams. We don't even have big Welsh fecks on the board for today, so I've got no horse in this race either. We get to be completely unbiased. But it seems as though there was definitely some sort of problem on the board. Not sure exactly what that was, but we're going to try and get that fixed and get back into game ASAP.
Yeah. I mean, everything's looking pretty relaxed on the stage right now. So, yeah. I wonder if the players ever get up to any shenanigans. You know, are they waving at each other across the stage or anything like that at a time like this?
It's not a whole lot that you can do when you're being watched over like a hawk that says, "Hey, don't get out of your seat. You'll have to remain there. You can sit back and lounge. That's fine. You can wink at the team next to you, going, you come in, Picardo. We're going to hot drop you." But let's hope it's not any sort of technical issue on the side of Eternal Fire. But anything that could really slow them down right now would be a huge, huge blow.
Did you get a chance to play with any of the props? You see some prop guns and some pans. There was a helmet around as well.
You know, it's weird for like being pretty much the youngest of this talent roster. I might have been the only one who didn't.
Yeah.
One of the guns and take a picture for the wife back home to send it back.
Young at heart, mate. That's what you gotta remember.
Of course.
Level 3 backpacks in the back there as well. Like that.
I didn't see those.
Yeah, take one of them home.
Ooh. Okay, so we don't get the fancy PGS elephant pants, but we get to steal the stage setup.
That's fine. Yeah. That's fine.
Cool. Sounds good to me. Well, the players get a bit of extra time to inspect their drop maps and maybe rack their brains a little bit and say, I wonder if TDT was going to be hot dropping towards KDF or maybe FW, because they wouldn't know. They weren't seeing the live map.
Yeah.
They might have just been expecting, no, maybe there was a hot drop going on. They just didn't get to start shooting yet for the first few minutes of the game. But it seems as though Miramar will finally be the place where we get to have deathless early phases of play. Oh boy, I know, it's not great, is it? A big yawn for nobody dying in phase 1, but Tiamba fully lounged, fully relaxing.
I just had a big yawn there as well. That's how you know you're an empathetic person, apparently.
Right.
If you see someone yawn and then you're inclined to yawn after it, that means that you empathize with that person or just the situation in general, I guess. Who's got the strongest hair game?
Oh, man.
That's a good question, since we're getting footage of the players at this point.
TDT. Bright red dye? Are you kidding? How is that not winning the hair game? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I think that's a dub from me.
You can see it from here, up there, top left. Wow.
I do like the music too. We were talking about this yesterday during the rehearsal. It feels like I should be on a beach sipping coconut. I've never done that, you know what I mean? Like, that's one thing that I've always wanted to do. That's where they should take us next, I think. PGS 8 Maldives.
Wow. The internet connection would be it would be something.
It would be a great event though.
Yeah, I mean, well, let's give you know what? We can only hope. Let's give it a go. Let's go over to the Maldives. Seychelles, why not? Just go to every island.
Hamilton Island. What about Sydney? I reckon Sydney would be pretty cool.
Do you reckon it's ironic that we're waiting for a Miramar map and we're talking about games going to islands? Is this perhaps foreshadowing?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, look, I guess at this point, we just have to wait. We just have to be patient and hope for the best. Yeah, look, it's been rough, obviously. So, yeah, we're going to just keep on keeping on at this point in time, Saga. So, we'll keep it real. Or maybe we shouldn't keep it real. Maybe there's a couple of guys that can talk better than us.
Yeah, let's give it a go. I was about to whip out my notebook and start like going through what everyone has to do, but you know what? Let's test the analysts. Let's see them do it without any notes at all.
Like I said, clearly Elfish ran out of things to say. No, but
who's got the best hair?
Who's got the best hair? Is
Guys,
that what we're talking about?
Yeah, let's do that. That's what that's what we got to know. Let's talk about the teams, honestly. Yep. Yeah, obviously helping you guys out a little bit here. You're casting all the time. So take a break, lean back while we get the computers fixed so the boys can play the game, obviously. Yeah, but yeah, we're about to start Miramar.
Yeah, so we'll go back over leaderboards. We'll talk about some things. Obviously, we're having a remake real fast. We're going to make sure all the players are in the best possible scenarios to go into our second to last game, or penultimate, as Kylaris likes to say, as do I. And we'll get there as soon as we're ready, but we're not going to start before everybody feels like they're in a fair spot to play. So for the time being, let's just talk about some of our teams. As you can see on the bottom right, technical issue. So
the barrel is the technical issue.
Okay, so we have seen a couple of our teams come out on top today. Right. Eternal Fire has been impressive to say the least.
Yes.
Hey, that was pretty good. Sonics comes out and got.
I knew you were gonna drop it, so
it's one of my.
I might as well sync it up, you know.
Sonics has a really good game, and then I think KDF has turned a lot of heads here. I heard in their regional qualifier. Obviously, I don't speak Korean or hang out on the channels, but from what Bella has been talking about, the fans were kind of hard on them as a team and had a lot of not living up to expectations, really was fans of some other teams, and they've been able to come here, I think, put any critics to quiet and really put up an incredible performance to be sitting at 30 points after just 4 games.
Yeah, and I think that also 9 points in placements. they're fragging out, and so at some point they're going to have some more placement come their way. Overall, for what I've seen so far, I think Eternal Fire, they've been finding themselves in some pretty good spots for both placements and everything, but they are combining it with the frags. They are putting in the amount of pressure that kind of puts them in the situation where they can get the kills, they can get the placement, they're winning their fights, they're taking the control out of the games that we really like to see. And yeah, I think that's been great so far, but still it is really a game of 2, maybe 2.5 with Sonics. Teams are sponging up so many points that what we talked about before, we have this kind of from 6th to 16th right now. It's just one big pool of middle kind of mid-pack because it is just so close, right? It is just 12, 13 points, and you're finding yourself in a potential top 8.
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to our 5th place team, TDT Esports. They came through qualifiers as reluctant squad.
Yeah.
That said,
no longer reluctant.
Yeah, but they don't have a lot of TRS experience, really, if any, from going over their numbers. They have some potential. If you looked at how they went 6th in regionals, I said, okay, maybe they'll do something interesting. But like in the notes, it literally says could be game shakers. Parentheses doubtful. That said, coming in at this stage 5th place, it's got to be a huge confidence builder. It's not often that we see teams without any S-tier experience. Normally you have at least 1 or 2 veterans at this stage of PUBG to kind of get the young guys in the right headspace. They've come out and just done it on day 1.
Yeah, impressive. And of course, still they have to go through again. We're talking about the 60 to 70 points cut off for the top 16 still. So it could be an interesting kind of lead. But if they can continue this just a little bit, we're a third the way through the games right now. So yeah, it could be very impressive to see them in the finals at their first kind of big event.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how they continue to do, because for me, that's the biggest thing with new teams. PUBG's been around for a while. There is a point where some of our top teams, some of our top players are going to either slack off or retire off, right? We're starting to see a little bit of that from some of our biggest players. Uba no longer sort of in the scene all the time.
Sad times.
Right, sad times. But that means that there's room for young guns, right? We're seeing the development of the new Na'Vi team. We're seeing TDT come out here and put up some big numbers. So whenever I see a new team with no S-tier experience come out and put it up, that tells me the future of PUBG is still going, right? That places like APAC in particular really seem to have embraced it and continue to get stronger.
Yeah, and for me, it's really the kind of new, young, hungry guys that are putting in the hours. They're grinding all the time, and it's just at one point that kind of upwards trajectory for them is going to hit where some of the guys that have been playing for a long time are on and are kind of staying a little bit linear and in a not as much upwards trajectory in terms of how skill is developing and everything, but you still have to have 3 other guys that you can rely on, and you have to go through this meat grind of open qualifier that really comes down to it. So I think when we're talking to a lot of these guys and the teams in general, there's so many different mental states. You have these teams that are super proven, already won hundreds of thousands of dollars, and then there's the other hungry teams that are like, yeah, we're just getting started, right? We are here to grind, we are here to show, but it's still a game of quite a big RNG factor. Like when we're looking at all these teams here, if you're putting them in any open qualifier, they would absolutely destroy, right? But because the skill in terms of mechanical, macro, like our IGLs, it's very close. So it really comes down to a lot of factors where they're taking the most of every single game. Like you need to maximize your points in every single game, because it's not every game you're going to be able to say, okay, we could have won this game, but our mistakes were wrong to us. It's very often, and we are on the edge of a circle, and we cannot make too much more of it.
Absolutely. And I will say the other thing I love about what these new teams are doing is that they are putting pressure on the old guard to get past that complacency. Now it looks like we're still in a bit of a tech issue. We'll see if we go to a break in a second, but I will say I think what it's really done is it has inspired those top teams to get back up and start running, right? Like we saw that with TSM. You're going to see them take the field tomorrow. The fact that these guys are continuously improving and getting stronger. I think we're seeing a lot of these old guard who, I don't want to say they got complacent, but have fallen off, right? They were able to consistently perform without having to say, really change their strategies or explore new meta evolutions. Then you get a team like Na'Vi showing up, Fairest. I know Ascend, you guys like to say, did it first at EMEA, and if you disagree that maybe Fairest shouldn't get as much credit as he gets for making it, you can disagree with me right now. I see that you don't. So Fairest, I think, bringing the flight into the game, using gliders, for instance, in a way that we hadn't thought of before. Last game, we were over in Rondo. We got to see that deployable cover used for a really cool push. I think the evolution of the game, the young up-and-coming talents, or I don't want to say young, the new, because there are some older guys who are recently breaking in. But they're thinking of the game in a different way, and that's pushing our older players to, I think, really evolve and get better.
For sure. To take both, a team like Na'Vi and the guys like Ascent, right? Taking this kind of, we're researching where the gliders are spawning. Like all this is like, it's something that all the other teams are kind of not doing, and I like it because information gathering is such a big part of PUBG. And I think overall, if you're a hard edge team, you're not going to be playing for anything until circle 3 or 4, then why not use the gliders to garner that information? Because we know that we have these paths on every single map where that is where we're driving, depending on where the circles are. You can quite clearly show those paths. But you see, the guys and the teams in general they've become so good at focus on taking these gliders down. You saw it multiple times already. Rexco has been taking down the gliders, been shooting out of there, right? And they are, especially if you shoot at the back of the engine, they are not that strong. They don't take that many bullets to take them out there, and it's a focus like we see so many other times. We saw it a few times where Na'Vi was under pressure. I think it was Paulus Linshu, shooting a little bit at one of the Na'Vi's guys. I don't know if was it Fair or the Hagatori that was sitting on the fence, right? Shooting a little bit at him, then popping tires on the car.
Right.
And then, on, I think it was Tego. Rondo. And, it's just such a focus on where to take, transportation, vehicles away from teams. It's just such a huge factor because especially in the big maps here with Miramar, with Rondo, it is so crucial to be able to kind of transport yourself to have as many vehicles available to you.
I think that's you bring up Rondo there with the size of the map, and that's something I've really enjoyed about Rondo is the fact that yes, technically it's the same size map, right? But there's no water. The fact that it's so to the very edges,
right,
and the fact that the terrain changes. So a south circle is a completely different finish than a northern circle. Has forced our teams to sort of play this new flexibility style of game.
Right.
I love Singer Angle. Still my favorite map. It's old school. It's where I started, but it's so static. It's so rigid at this point. The teams know where they're
going.
It's
so well known.
It is. They know how to rotate. They know where every bump, nook, and cranny is, right? Like, moving them to Rondo and seeing the need to play adaptive, which was something we saw so much. Just like this stage in 2017, that style back then of adaptivity, teams coming out with the idea of, we're Liquid being like, oh, we have an anchor. We're like, oh, well, anchors, that's neat. And the evolution. And now we're seeing sort of a secondary evolution as we've entered a new stage of PUBG. And I love that.
No, I think, the first, 3, 4, 5,000 hours you have in the game, you get extremely good at analyzing the terrain ahead of you.
Right.
Meanwhile, also learning all the maps that you play a lot, like Erangel and Miramar, especially in the beginning when that's the only maps we had. You get so good at learning these maps, but now it's you take the knowledge of and kind of experience of analyzing as you go, right? And that's very much what's happening on both.
Right.
What happened on Candy, it's what's happening on Rondo. Not so much Take anymore. We had it so long that teams, they know it extremely well. But also the changes is when what happening with taking in a new map. We still have land ratio in circle 4 and 8, right? And you have a lot of water. You have a lot of high ground. We have a lot of things that are considered land ratio on Rondo that it is a... if you have information and data available to you as a team, that you're able to pull out a couple hundred games and look at the heat maps, look at everything, you're gonna be like, oh my god, there's some specific spots in the map that are super played, especially test track and so forth, because it is such a predictable map. If you have data available to you, that's why some of the teams are playing different.
I'll stop you for a second because you said heat map, and I know it looks like they fixed the tech. We're getting into the map. Can you real quick? What do you mean heat map? Just for those at home.
Where the circles end mostly.
So it's like people have run these sort of algorithms to test
big data.
Look at every single game that's been done, and okay, that makes sense. So they have an idea of where circles are likely to go, and I have an idea where we're likely to go next. That is to Miramar. It's our penultimate match. Let's get into it.
Let's get into it indeed. Saga, let's go. It's Miramar.
Oh, check it out. It's the islands that we were talking about. That's where PGS 75 is gonna be. And it's also where this game is definitely not ending, given the flight path that we have, being absolutely nowhere near the eastern coast.
Yes.
And all the way from south, all the way back up towards La Cabrera. Hey, if you're the Sonics, you're hopping out on the northern side of the zone in the previous game and then getting the northern shift. Maybe just run it back.
Well, I think maybe they might end up in Monte Nuevo with a playing path like this one, but we'll see. We'll see. Bit of an interesting zone shift in the last game that we got that did end up getting cancelled, so I imagine that I think it's going to be pretty interesting here as well. We were looking to see whether or not there was going to be any hot drops at the start of that last zone. We had a little bit more of a sort of more eastern plane path. It's been a little bit more central this time. But still not really seeing much in the ways of a hot drop. There was maybe the potential there for GNL and FW Esports, but it seems like FW have kind of moved away from that position.
Yeah.
More than happy to do so. So
I can imagine actually part of the reason for the tech issue was the fact that there was no Korean team hot dropping.
Maybe.
But it seems I can almost definitely imagine that if FW were about that life, they would go for the fight in El Pozo, and GNL would not back away. They would go for it. So in theory, we technically could have had a hot drop, but FW were the team to back away from it, and it works out because the zone now favors them pretty effectively. They get the opportunity to do a little bit of looting in the craters in La Cabrera, and Sixax is holding down a very powerful position for the Phase 1 circle that we have, with Ascend nearby as well.
yeah, so again, another northern shift, but not quite as dramatic as the last one. And there's again the opportunity for you guys to go and watch on the player POVs, the multi-views. Make sure you get over to that and get it done. Although, you know, maybe you can stay here, watch it tomorrow. It's going to be on all week.
It's like having 5 little map streams, all dedicated observers, POVs to certain teams. It's really solid content. Tiggleton, though, has had a pretty solid day with the Sonics. Let's see what he has to say about how things have gone.
I'm here with Sonic Tiggleton after his first chicken dinner here at PGS5. Tiggleton, how are you feeling?
Fantastic, thank you. It's a good feeling to, you know, always get that first win at LAN.
And with that win, you're now number 3 on the leaderboard. Do you have a plan to surpass the other 2 on top?
I guess our plan is just to play our game, you know, keep it consistent, make the most of every game, and we'll see where we end up.
Who would you say is like your biggest competitor here at PGS5?
Probably Perfectix in particular. That guy fed a kill away from me this game. You know, I knocked him and I watched him crawl the opposite direction, so that's just not unsportsmanlike, man.
Watch out, Perfectix. All right, that was the Sonic Tiggleton.
Thank you, Bella. Great questions. Love those ones. And Tiggleton always great example of an interview candidate. I think he's a pretty funny guy.
Unsportsmanlike conduct is not a phrase that I've heard. I mean, dang. I'm not gonna lie. I've been watching the NFL this season. The Vikings are having a great time, but that's the only time in about 7 years that I've heard the phrase unsportsmanlike conduct. But I'll bring it back. We need more of that.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we need more of that from Sonics as well. I mean, they're such a exciting team to watch, right? Like, when they're playing well, I think they're one of the most enjoyable teams for me personally. I mean, maybe I'm a little bit biased because there is an Aussie on that team, but I think they're a really fun team to watch. You know, they seem to just get on a great roll.
On the subject of phrases that we could do with hearing more of, let's get on to a phrase that we could do with hearing less of. If we hear too many more interviews where players just say, we're just going to play our game, buddy, come on, elaborate. That's what we're here. That's what the interview's for. Tell us about the game. You know what I mean?
They just don't want to give away their strategies, man.
Yeah, our strategy is H-Win tells us to go to this compound and we all shoot people.
Yeah.
No, that works too.
Look, I mean, it's supposed to be short and sweet. That's all it is. Sure. What's he going to say? We're going to drive really good. We're going to shoot really good.
That's at least specific.
It's a good strategy.
I like it.
It's a good strategy. I mean, at the moment, Eternal Fire are driving really good, which is nice to see.
Yep.
It's been a bit of a slow start again here on Miramar, which has actually probably been the slowest start of the day so far. Most of the other matches we've seen, we've had a hot drop somewhere. But not here, so we've still got the big old 64 alive.
GNL are still not convinced that they're not in a hot drop. Tekkion's still running around with the Panzerfaust, just in case there's anyone still lurking around. Fortunately for Tongkei, he's a little bit to the north in the next compound along. There's some long-range shots coming in from the eastern side of Craterfield, just making sure that GNL are not considering making any pushes towards their teammate. Oh. The Mad not driving very good there, though.
Not driving very good anymore. They've changed up their strategy.
Oh, huge.
The strategy was drive good, and now it's not drive good. So it's good to see them adapting on the fly. I'd like to see that actually from New Happy, to be quite honest with you. I think they've been quite disappointing today.
I think it's difficult. Of course, they made a couple of roster changes after EWC. This is really the first international tournament that AZ has been on this team, and it's the first one that Xiaozi has ever played. He's been sort of on the subs roster, on the bench for a long, long time for New Happy, and they're not a team that has had much of an opportunity to adjust to these changes before coming into this, and they kind of just have to throw everything at the wall and hope that it works, and so far it hasn't, but every loss is a lesson, particularly for a team like New Happy, who has those adjustments to try and make to iron out the kinks. CC, unfortunately, will be laid out flat like he was ran over by an iron, but no, it was just some bullets into the back from Kickstart, and there's no way through for Tiamba.
More points on the board for Sonics. So once the Beast awakens...
They're just playing their game.
That's right. They're playing it really good. I mean, maybe not too many more available here for them, because that's a pretty long shot across onto the Tiamba players that are rotating their way. And look, Sonics are going to have to be on their way as well at some point, unless they want to just continue to play edge for the rest of this zone, which honestly at this moment may actually just end up being the option that they've got available to them, because everybody else has rotated in front of them. So don't try and fit a round peg into a square hole.
Oof. Bella won't enjoy that. She's a TikTok fan. She will have seen those videos.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yikes. Well, KDF may not enjoy this either, especially if you're getting jammed into a doorway with a bike with Ming Ming staring at you with an 8x MK, but the bullets have a bit of travel time on them, so dodging out on the headshot by slim little margins, but warning signs for KDF to say that New Happy are aware of this position. Pow Pow, I hope he gets warning signs, because Kickstart is creeping up below him. He hears the vehicle, but he doesn't know about the one who's right directly underneath his rock, but it's pretty much an impossible angle for Kickstart to get onto Pow Pow. But H-Win, he's distracting him. He's buying a lot of time.
Yeah, this can always be a bit of a messy area of the map, right? Because there's so much verticality that you can just roll around a corner and there's someone right there, and you didn't see them coming because of how the terrain is. So Tiamba has to be a little careful. So do Sonics. I mean, both teams are going to be obviously aware that there's team players in the vicinity, but looks like Sonics aren't actually too interested in contesting for it, at least at the moment.
The mountain range that Tiamba has scaled to get to this position is kind of isolating this engagement from everyone else in the lobby, and now there's a sandstorm rolling through. Sonics might just take that as their opportunity to say, look, we've got a bit of visual cover now, we're just going to back out of this. It's not really worth our time to commit any further on towards this. We're just going to continue making a wrap around the northern side. Lunar Galaxy doing just that, but on the south, heading over towards Cantera, where New Happy are not setting up a defensive line, so they can make a little bit of an entrance into the zone, but too much further forward. And Sosed is lurking on top of the rocks that Haven is currently scouting on the northern side of Minas Generalis. Hasn't spotted him out yet and goes face first into a rock because he wasn't looking where he's going.
It do be like that sometimes. Ooh.
Driving good, eh?
Van. Going to need to be careful there, but now that Rex has fired his shots off, that information is going to be given away, and TDT will pop their heads back down. Gen.G not going to overcommit to anything here. I don't think they're more than happy to just stay on the outskirts, but, if a free kill's going to come, they're going to try and take it. Still a few more shots heading in the direction of TDT, but there's honestly no reason right now for Gen.G to get too overzealous, try and crash that or anything like that. They're just hoping for a cheeky pick here and there, which is fair enough.
It's actually kind of a success for Gen.G to even have put enough pressure on towards TDT to make them regroup their split somewhat and leave an open compound for them to maybe move into and get a split of their own. Any increases that you can get in your own area control and decrease that of your opponents is such an important factor in a zone like this, because Phase 2 could really go anywhere in this zone. FW have a lot of control, but if it goes hard to the east, it means nothing. Ascend is kind of straight down the middle, but if it goes down towards the south, pretty much means nothing. Salute, though, does get tagged down. It is Eternal Fire once again, and Feorist caught out. Just gets a little bit too close to Rex on the northern warehouse compounds over to the east of the zone.
Yeah, see, the problem for Na'Vi was they weren't out on the edge far enough. So that's not worked out for them. In fact, they've actually kind of got a bit of a feed here. It's gone right over at least the sort of the duo of the split for Na'Vi. KDF as well, pretty dead center. It'll be a nice little change up for them.
If you're going to get a hard feed anywhere, the warehouses just to the southeast of Hacienda is about as the best that you could possibly get a hard feed. That's pretty much a guaranteed top 3 as long as Na'Vi survive any gatekeeping crashes that come flying through, because people are going to want to take that position away. But as it gets towards the later stages of the game, it becomes more and more difficult to even make that attempt at a breach. Oh my god! Linshu. What's just gone on there? The vehicles did all the damage and it's down to a 1v2.
Well, it's getting a little bit awkward here, but somehow Pow Pow hasn't managed to find that kill. Eventually does roll around the corner and gets rid of Nyong. GNL are eliminated in 16th. Yeah, it's been a bit of a mess, but that's fun. It's always fun.
Both teams ran each other over. There was like 4 knocks from vehicles at the same time on both sides of the fight. That was...
They thought they were playing Dodgem cars.
Oh my.
Just still PUBG, apparently.
So GNL, even without hot dropping, finds a way to go out in 16th in an urban setting in an extremely chaotic fashion. Not great news for them, with only 16 points on the board. They've got one more chance today to try and turn their fortune around.
Yeah, Send on their way in as well. Actually, not a particularly busy area of the map for them, that sort of northern side. So they're getting through things pretty comfortably. Lunar Galaxy on the somewhat outskirts. We'll have to be aware of Gen G making their rotation because they're kind of matching that like for like. And in the meanwhile, Tiamba going to be bringing 7-7 back into the conversation.
Oh, big spray from Kickstart. As CC earlier on made his move past them. Count those tags in just where he needed them. Sonics are still out to the west, going past Power Grid now, a few hundred meters away from the edge of the zone. Twisted Minds, the next team on their radar, but they're currently focusing down towards Tiamba down below, but Batulins is on top of the rock, and he's on a 360 head on a swivel duty. Should spot out that Sonics is making a move behind them, and that might draw the attention of more members of Twisted Minds to this new threat.
Yeah, for now, it's pretty relaxed for Twisted Minds. Honestly, it's pretty relaxed across the map. Everyone's kind of made their way in, with the exception, obviously, being Sonics. So I don't expect we're going to be getting too much out of the next couple of minutes or so. Just wait for that next phase to pop, and then things start to get a bit more interesting. Tiamba, yeah, they're really not having a fun time, but honestly, they're not in a huge amount of danger in the immediate future. If they just stay ducked down behind that that wall, they'll be pretty safe. There's no real reason for Twisted Minds to push down and try and challenge them for it. So at least until phase 3 pops, I think we've kind of got that equilibrium across the map that not a whole lot is going to be happening because everyone's locked themselves into a position for now.
I'm going to try and make a run for cover. They've had all their vehicle tires popped, so they're not going to be able to get out of San Martin. Now it just becomes a bit of a reactions test for Perfectix as he goes to make the run across, gets some tags, doesn't land them. And the zone has decreed that Tiamba will no longer get to remain in this position as we've gone straight up towards the northeastern side of the zone. Ascend full 4-man dead-centered in their warehouse. And Na'Vi, they can feel scammed that they're not the team who's getting hard-fed on the warehouse to the south towards Minas. KDF making a move in as well to the south of Hacienda del Patron at the T-junction. So any teams trying to make their way up that highway are going to be met with a fierce roadblock.
Well, here's the chance for Ascend to kind of turn their day around. Currently sitting on 11 points at the moment, but this is an opportunity for them to get some real points. I mean, there's a lot of fields around that compound in particular, so they may have a chance to farm a few points if the zone continues to shrink on top of them. We've got a Sandstorm out on the northern side of the circle as well, which is going to be causing a bit of a ruckus.
That entire side of the zone is now practically zero visibility. Now, like you say, Ascend, they do have a bit of a field around them. It's not quite as dense as the one that we saw on Rondo, but it still provides them a little bit of safety in the knowledge that if anyone tries to drive at them from the south, they're going to get absolutely slaughtered from all angles. The north does have ridges available, so eventually when the zone starts to shift, that becomes a problem. The Mad, though, takes care of a problem in the building as Jun left sort of to his own devices as the rest of TDT tried to come flying in but couldn't find any support. And now Sonics have made their presence known to Twisted Minds, and Twisted Minds is not going to come out behind in that engagement.
No, certainly not. I mean, they had all the information in the world. Batulins was on top of the rock, and as you mentioned earlier, he's got his head on a bit of a swivel right now, so he was doing that sentry duty quite nicely, it seems, and Twisted Minds were very well established for Sonics to push in this direction. They might even lose Tickleton as well.
Would be ironic, wouldn't it, after we hear in the interview that this man has a thing against Perfectix, in particular.
The rivalry.
By name, and look at them. Batulins has IGL'd him to go and take his narrative victory over the man who spurned his name in the interview. But it's just going to be an exchange of grenades, so it's not going to be the most intense of anime kaiju battles between these two titans of the game.
Well, you never know. 7-7 has rocked up behind Lou. Twisted Minds are bitten off a little more than they can chew, but it is going to be Perfectix to get the last laugh over Tickleton.
Interview that, you dog.
Well,
Yes, Perfectix.
Let them know. But there is still one more game for tonight, so let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Well, I mean, Twisted Minds did lose a player in that whole sort of skirmish, right? It wasn't to Sonics, it was to Tianba, but it's still a little early in the game. I mean, you've got 4 points on the board, so that's fine. Twisted Mind's in a good spot, but dropping player here and there, it does make the game a little more difficult to play out.
Yeah, their only real option now is to go down that very same road that leads directly into KDF, which is not ideal, as HWin tries to make a swift disappearance into the night, and he's going straight through an entire team of Cerberus Esports. He's taken a headshot, he takes another. Duck Mai cleans him up. Sonics are gone, eliminated. Oh man, there's just no real way that they were getting into that zone once that fight had come down. Twisted Minds did manage to slip away into the darkness, into the night, but they're just going to have to make a move into this field where Ascend has been pulled up on by Lunar Galaxy.
Well, you know what they say, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. First place for Sonics in the last game, and then 15th in this game. So, cool. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. The unfortunate day as well kind of continues for Falcons. It just seems like it's really not coming together for them. Ascend, on the other hand, though, they're trying to hold off Luna. They had that circle in the center for themselves, and it hasn't quite gone to plan for Ascend. The split might have been a little bit too big. Kilyukai does get taken down by Possa, and so Lunar Galaxy will move in next to Ascend and take a player with them as well.
Achille felt safe enough to dip down into the corner and go for a heal, knowing there was a big wide open doorway that wasn't smoked off, but Possa hugs the left side of the hallway enough that the angle from his teammates just wasn't there. There was a lot of bullets just smacked into the doorway, but couldn't get any to wrap around and prevent that push coming through. So Lunar Galaxy successfully breach into the western side of the Ascend compound, and Pains just in the warehouse by himself has to try and keep his head down, go unnoticed for the time being. Ascend's strong, solid hold on a central position has now been weakened by Lunar Galaxy.
Yeah, starting to look a little bit shaky, and honestly, that might even just open up the door for another team to kind of have a bit of a sniff in here. If someone's desperate, doesn't really have a position that they can move into. I mean, looking at the map, though, I don't really get that sense from any of the other teams. I mean, Gen G feeling pretty comfortable toward the northern side. Cerberus out towards the east have got a little bit of room to play with as well, although they may be incentivized to make a crash happen if the zone continues to push out towards the west. Other than that, you know, you kind of got teams just sort of clumped up on the south and clumped up on the west. We've got some mortars in here for Perfectix as well, and no connections, at least initially. Miles away from New Happy.
Yep. Well, to be fair, if he was looking to clear out the ridge on the opposite side of the road, they were extremely accurate. So, you know, a man with Batulins leading the charge, let's presume that that's what they were trying to do. Leaving the car behind is a bit rough, though, and Heather will punish him for doing so. Diffix getting tags in towards Example as well, as the blue zone almost takes him out, but it's Heaven again. KDF getting both of them from further down the road.
Not looking too crash hot for Twisted Minds here, but Tulans, as I've said, is usually pretty good in these sort of 1vx situations, and even has himself 10 first aid kits to play with, but wishful thinking that he's going to be able to get much more done out of this position. Zone shift, though, is going to, again, kind of go central, maybe a little slight lean toward the north, but realistically speaking, it was more or less where we expected it to go, which kind of puts a bit of a spanner in the works here for Cerberus. That's kind of what I was saying. Now, at this point, where does Cerberus look to go is kind of the big question for me.
So for them, it depends really on Gen G. If they leave Rex and Tosi on this eastern ridge for as long as they possibly can, then it gets a lot more complicated for Cerberus. But if they regroup a little bit too early, go to the bridges where Barpo and Ada are now holding it down, Cerberus has a bit of an opportunity to push around the eastern side and head towards the north, but they just need to maintain that pressure and only move when the blue zone moves, and maybe tank a little bit of damage if they absolutely have to make sure Cerberus goes to the south and they keep that hold.
It's unfortunate. This game was sort of coming together a little for KDF. They had a couple of kills on the board, but zone shift has pulled away from them. It's caused a bit of a ruckus, and they've lost a player now, and they've unfortunately not been able to get too much information out of it. So there's going to have to just be a send from KDF. And it's between a couple of pretty scary looking teams. In the meanwhile, Cerberus, we did wonder where they were going to go. Well, they're going to crash. It's not towards Ascend, but it is on to TDT. That's actually some pretty good scouting from them, but it has not gone very well at all. Very quickly, they lose 3 players. Huang is going to be able to confirm a couple of those kills. It ends up being essentially a 1v1 now between Huang and Duckmai. So Lolzy may be resable if Duckmai wants to try and go for it.
His nade's not getting him. He must be hiding behind some boxes or something. But the information not quite being fed over enough by his teammates to get the grenades in the perfect position. But no, it was once again Rex and Tosi holding the line for Gen G, just putting some shots towards Cerberus. And the moment that they saw the trajectory of the vehicles making ascent to the south, then they fell back. So very well done from Gen G to control that space again. Huang F dodges out on yet another grenade that gets tossed in. Might just be able to keep out of the way of the blue zone. He does, all the way tucked into the corner.
How many nades has Duckmai got?
Well, now Eternal Fire is throwing their nades as well.
So Lolzy's back up as well. He's got a few to toss in there. Fan eventually bleeding out. So Cerberus, at least, look, end of the day, they've managed to get a couple of points out of this. The problem is they're actually not inside of the next zone. So they've got to be aware of pushing into Huang, but they've also got to be aware of Eternal Fire pushing at their backs now as well. So this starts to become quite a hotly contested little spot on the map, even though it's really only going to be just inside of the next zone. So Lolzy will go down to the explosion of the vehicle, and Eternal Fire holding on to a couple more nades. Might just be able to find Duckmai as well. Blue zone nade. Duckmai's pushed out the building. He's taken matters into his own hands. He doesn't want to sit there and be a sitting duck ready to be finished off. But he does indeed go down to Keppa, which isn't going to last much longer anyway.
Where did he get those from? Huang must have just looted 2 blue zone nades from the bodies and just doubled them up on that building so nobody could possibly survive. Duckmai runs back out of the smoke after sneakily getting 1 and finds himself losing 20 hit points per second, and there's nothing that he can do. So Huang holds the line, eventually picks up the pieces for TDT, and again, it's a salvage game for them. Only 4 points on the board, 4 kills and a placement point. It's not terrible. They're in a position where it doesn't look great. They've been crashed by Cerberus and third-partied, but they're getting points on the board, and that is all that matters at this stage.
I like what I'm getting out of this game, though, right? We've already got Eternal Fire, Twisted Mind, Sonics, and KDF out of the picture. TDT probably not going to get too many points here either as just a solo. So this is an opportunity for that sponge situation that we've been talking about throughout the day so far to kind of dissipate a little bit. There's a lot of points still on offer for the teams towards the bottom end that really are desperately needing them at this point to kind of stay competitive in the lobby.
Yeah, we say a big game for any of the teams that are down towards the bottom propels them right up to the top. Well, we're pretty much guaranteed that one of them is getting a minimum of 10 points out of this, but to be fair, before we get to that point, this could be a relatively even spread between everyone who still remains alive. It's not like anyone's in a hard-fed position where they can farm everything. It's like Ascend and Luna are probably getting mostly placement points and not many kills. Everyone else, quite the opposite. Everyone is going to have to TDM a little bit on the edges and sack the idea that they're winning the game. Just kill everyone in front of you as 4 AM. Blowing the doors off so Bobo can line up a grenade.
Yeah, my eyes are definitely drawn towards 4 AM at the moment. They've been fragging all right in this game so far, and if they can make that push work cleanly, well, that'll be good for them. We'll hold our horses, though, because the other Chinese team in the picture is making a move. It's New Happy on their way in. A crash on the Lunar Galaxy. It hasn't worked out initially. There's trades coming back. Nades all over the place. And 4 AM, in the meanwhile, by the way, on the kill feed, getting involved with a couple of nades of their own, have decided that they will be taking up residence in the building that FW Esports was holding on to. Xiaopiani, he is trying to hold on, but he can't. Eventually, the job is done by the rest of the lads, and 4 AM look like they'll get by with all 4 angry men available.
Yeah, hectic scenes all across the board. Now Ascend as well, seeing that New Happy got away with winning that fight. They got knocked. Ming Ming down to 1 HP. They tried to push forward and capitalize, maybe not by cleaning up the fight, but at least by retaking control of the main warehouse so they have a little bit more of a playable position. So a bit of a heads-up play, not entirely overly aggressive from Ascend. They didn't run face first into the fight because that barn is a pain to fight in. But they're going to try and maintain the position to maximize what they get from that third-party opportunity.
Yeah, Gen G, actually, it's kind of quietly working out for them. They've been left to their own devices on the northern side of the map there, so Barpo going to take a lot of space out towards the west. You've still got Rex out towards sort of more the northeastern side, and Tosi in the middle. If this goes north in any way, shape, or form, Gen G are in for a decent game. doesn't necessarily.
You had to say it, didn't you?
I did.
Well, Ascend are happy. They've got the warehouse, and now they've got the zone as well. Phase 7 pretty much means that if they're able to get up onto the roof, they're going to be able to see just about everything on Phase 8. The problem is getting onto the roof means that everyone else can see you as well. So given their current position, they probably aren't going to try and take that risk, but there's a mortar still in play in the background. Maybe they're going to try and drop down a solo of Hwang F, perhaps, line it up on a hay bale, or maybe try and open the door onto Gen G to try and steal away some of their northern control. It is going to head towards Gen G. Dangerously close to that roof, though. I don't want to see any repeats of Himas mortaring himself next to a tree in the APAC qualifiers.
That would be a sight to behold. I think he's going to be okay here, though.
Lining it up. Got to get the zeroing in on point. Send out a couple of feeler shots first.
Oh, that's gone well too far. It's landing well behind the camera.
Wow, that landed on our angle. Wow. And, yep, now the man that was targeted by those mortars that landed nowhere near him has sat down Xiao Pian, and Bobo will fall down as well at the hands of New Happy. 4 AM, they tried to have the mortar. I respect the attempt to try and make something work, get any kind of opening. They needed something, but realistically, they knew that their game was pretty cooked by the time they pushed that compound. Still, they get 7 kills. They get a top 5 finish. Again, can't be too upset with that.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, right? Like, no serviceable vehicles really available to 4 AM. They were all either blown up on that fight against FW Esports or on the front side of the building, so they couldn't really use them anyway. So it'll be the end for 4 AM. But, you know, a much better sort of performance from them than what we've seen in some of the previous games. So a little bit of a resurgence up to top 6 on the leaderboard at least.
Good teamwork from the boys to all drop their first aid kits, so they're outside of the loot crates by the time they go down, so he doesn't have to bother pressing tab to grab them off the floor. Just runs over and picks them up. Not going to matter in a few seconds' time because he can't be out healing phase 8. It's going to be game over, but Hwang F has actually managed to shuffle his way forwards, hay bale to get behind the tractor just in time to get into the top 4.
He's done a really good job, and I think he might actually get maybe even more than a top 4, depending on where this zone shift is going to go. It does move away from him, so might have to hold our horses on that little thought process. But the reason I say that is because I don't think anyone actually really knows exactly where he is. You can see
they're still checking.
Ming Ming's looking. They know he's roughly somewhere to the south, but they don't know exactly where he is. So if maybe Ascend and New Happy run into a fight against one another, that's kind of like your opportunity open. At the moment, it doesn't really look like that's going to happen. Both those teams don't have to move, of course, and they're both just going to be keeping an eye on their respective outskirts. For Ascend, it would be toward the northern side, caring for the push from Gen G, and for New Happy, waiting for that last remaining member of TDT to show his face.
Vehicle situation for Gen G's looking all right. They've got the Murado. There's a Bronco that's just outside of the zone. Wonder if Rex still has one available. They know he's got to be there. Like, there's no other options. Ming Ming is like kind of taking a risk by getting up onto high ground and peeking up over the top of things. If Gen G had somehow managed to slip their way down to the south, they could quite easily get angles towards this. But Hwang F still going. But surely as soon as he wiggles his way out from around the tractor, sees that New Happy's still looking in this direction, yeah, it's over. He's just going to toss out the nades that he has, maybe go for a spray. He actually lands it. Maybe the grenade will get the flush as well. No.
Not quite.
Close, though. He almost got 2 on that spray as well. That would have been huge.
Yeah, Ascend don't want to take advantage of that, though, because if they do that, then that opens their back up to Gen G. So it's a bit of a balancing act right now between these last 3 teams, all 3 of which are now a trio, and all 3 need some pretty big points out of this game. Gen G tentative. They don't necessarily want to make that cross. Just trying to take as much space as they can, but there's really not a whole lot of viable space here for Gen G. So they're going to have to go. The smokes are up, and Barpo making his way over alongside Tosi. Brex doesn't actually land too many shots and now puts himself in a bit of an awkward spot.
Yep. He's a very forward-thinking IGL, very similar to what we've seen from the likes of the Mad, putting himself in risky spots for the greater good of the squad. But now Gen G, they've gone directly into the warehouse, and now both teams tossing utility out towards them. That was about 9 blue zone grenades, and none of them are going to reach behind this hay bale. So Tosi gets the chance to get the revive onto Barpo.
That's a miracle.
Still have Rex on the northern side that's holding back the push of Ascend, so they can't really flush Genji out from this position, they're going to get a chance to res and heal as well.
Yeah, you got to remember as well, like Rex is just a bit of a pain for both of these teams potentially. I mean, if New Happy push too far out into the field, Rex might even have an angle onto that as well. So this is definitely some tentative times. Rex is made safe by the smoke in front of him. Once that dissipates, he's going to have to push in.
It seems like Ascend have committed to the idea that they are not playing the game until Rex is dead. They need him gone for them to be able to do anything else. All three of their surviving remaining members fully focused on the north. Ming Ming even contributes with a little bit of a spray after wrapping somewhat around to the side. Both doorways smoked off, so he feels safe enough to do it.
Yeah, I was just wondering whether or not we were going to see anything from Itzkriz on that roof. He feels like he's kind of the X factor for this little dance that we've got at the moment. He's the only one that can really push and make any kind of proactive play.
Hey!
That's exactly what he's doing. He's found Tosi, and that is going to open the door up for New Happy to push their way in.
I didn't see him. He's right there. Get the flush.
Well, he's probably worried about Chris on the roof, which is fair enough. Brex inside of that smoke. He's trying to play some kind of ninja gameplay, but he's been heard by Rex, and Rex has actually doubled down. He's finished off Brex. Rex onto Brex. Can you believe it? Chris has found Ming Ming. It's all a bit of a mess right now, but it is Chris up on that roof trying to save the day for Ascend. Take that win.
How did they get him down? They've got no utility left.
Well, they've got the blue zone. That eventually is going to force him out.
And when it forces him out, it forces them out into the open as well. If he can just get this heal down, it's down to a 1 versus 1. Xiaoxi, the only real benefit he has is the fact that he can peek up over the top and get a... Oh, finally, one more bullet was all it took. But Chris... Oh man, you talk about players clutching up in 1vX factors. He is way up there on the table, but could not get it done against the rookie on the global stage for New Happy.
Yeah, well, as we were saying, it's important for any number of those teams down towards the bottom end of the scoreboard. All three of those teams getting some decent points on the board, but New Happy especially being able to get the chicken dinner, get the dub, hopefully restores a bit of confidence, or maybe even just gets some confidence for them to begin with here at PGS5. Because as we mentioned, roster changes, new additions coming into this team at this level. You know, it's been a little bit shaky, it has to be said, but that's something at least that is pointing towards positives for New Happy.
Big game for the bottom of the leaderboard. New Happy with the win.
It's been a tough year for New Happy with a change to the roster and a return to the top. They managed to take a chicken dinner home in match 5 here at PGS5. And it was done with a really fascinating endgame, sort of in that warehouse where Ascend and them desperately wanted to fight, but Genji just wouldn't allow it.
This is the rough thing about this compound, right? It's always so hard to hold as a full team. At some point, you're going to be just accepting that, okay, we're going to get breached. Let's take the part of the compound that we know that we can kind of fight out of. And Ascent, they actually were hoping to just hold this down for a long time, but it ended up being, that ending being that close to where it was. Super interesting ending because there's so many facets. New Happy crashing kind of on the southern side there. Ascent just accepting, okay, let's just take the eastern side of the compound. And yeah, overall, fantastic, interesting game to watch here for Miramar, but very central, kind of fair for everyone.
Yeah, and sometimes that happens. You end up in a weird alliance in your compound with some other team. You're like, all right, well, you hold the south, I'll hold the north, and we'll just kind of face off in the end, and that's what we saw in this one. We also saw some pretty interesting stuff. Sonics go out early to Twisted Minds, who got backstabbed in the process. Yeah. Sort of that whole transition. Again, Miramar, one of those maps, there's always a place to hide, but that also sometimes means that there's going to be a snake sitting by a box that could cause you a lot of trouble.
Almost making too much trouble there. That could have been scary for them.
Absolutely.
Unfortunate for Luna Galaxy, honestly. They had this spot here. New Happy managed to get in. They even pre-nated. They managed to do a lot of damage, but yeah, didn't close it out. But New Happy 10 points and 10 kills for the win and the overall kill.
I think that push out of Luna Galaxy was frustrating to see because, yes, I call them also rans, but they have made it to these events. They are performing well in their region. they've had a very tough start here, and I do worry that that is going to kind of spin them out as they move forward through this event. We got one more game to play here today, then we got 6 more, when they come back into play, but having those confident losses, getting knocked out of it where you're like, oh my gosh, that was the winning position. If we had held that push, we would have had a chicken dinner. That is a really tough, the mental tenacity to survive PUBG when you're playing every single game cannot be understated.
No, especially because for you to go in the top 16 easily, you need a big game. You need those double-digit kind of big game, close to 20 points or so. If you don't, you need your averages. You just need so many more points than all the other kind of mediocre games, right? We're talking about this 60 to 70 points cutoff, but still, those 20 points, 25 points you'd gotten from that win that was free, that's just a huge difference.
Especially when you're, again, making the cutoff, right? That's what matters. Get to that top 16, especially with C breathing down your neck. You want to finish here in the top of those leaderboards, which we're going to get up for you in just a second, because it is becoming quite the race as Ascend, who just made a great defense, rotates behind us right now. But I love seeing it's Chris up in that sunlight. Is that what it's called? A skylight? A skylight. Doing all that work inside of the warehouse. Let's look at top 4 teams. New Happy, 10 kills, 859 damage. Gen G, 6 kills at 1,000. I'm excited to see them do something, all right?
They made some good work on the northern side. They put a lot of pressure on. Could have gotten a little bit more if they were potentially all 3 in there and they're kind of moving around a little bit. But Ascent just had that lockdown. A few smokes work here and there. Everything just got delayed too much. Yeah, and New Happy, they took the advantage of that for sure.
I think for me, though, the thing with Gen G is that this has been a tough year. Yes, they put a new roster together, but at the end of the day, this year it has felt like a team that is resting on their GPTs, and I think that they need to pick it up and prove to everyone as we get to PGC that they deserve that slot. And seeing them perform well in this one, maybe that's the start of an upward trajectory. Again, New Happy Esports, an upward trajectory for these guys. Go ahead.
The interesting thing here, right? 4 kills, less than 200 damage. So many stolen kills, right? 1 kill, 22 damage. That's basically last hitting, mastery here from this. They managed to get all the points. Not too much damage. Doesn't matter unless you got them here on the fantasy team.
I will also say, to remind everyone, PGS 3, 9th place, PGS 4, 12th, and then EWC, 20 points, or 20th place. That's not acceptable for a brand and players who like New Happy, right? So to see them get this first, to see the roster change, that can be a tough decision mid-season. Non comes out with the man of the match, 3 kills, 300 damage, but really it came down to placement, holding that position, but ultimately taking it from Luna successfully.
Yeah, and it's as you say, it's a storied organization. We're expecting more from these guys. We need to see them up there, as you said.
You got 5 stars on that jersey.
One of them is a big one,
right? And I expect it's one of those things you expect performance of. In the same way you expect Gen G. When you see the name Gen G, you expect performance, and so that's why it's been such a tough year.
Just think legacy. You think this is such a storied organization. These teams have just, been up there. But yeah, they've had a little bit of a rough time. 11 points here, though. That could make a difference for them. Let's see once we get to the very linear overall from besides of New Happy, of course. A lot of teams getting the points that they're supposed to. These, have a bad game, get your 3, 4, 5 points averages, and you're going to have a big game, and that's going to make a difference.
All right, overall leaderboard, 59 points. Eternal Fire still holding on to top, as they should, with 2 chicken dinners out of 5 games. Twisted Mind's up at 51, and then there's a big old shelf. It's like that drop-off at the beach that terrifies us all as you jump down to Sonics at 38, and then it gets a lot closer, where everyone else is still really in this hunt going into day 2. TDT Esports, still blowing my mind.
Very impressed. Very impressed with them. Yeah, super happy for them. New Happy to get, as we talk about, one big game, you are into the top 8. And that's the same case. If you're on the right side right now, one big game, you're going to be jumping in. We got one more game to go, but still, Eternal Fire and Twisted Minds. We can almost just say, congrats, guys. You're just going to the grand final.
I think no issue whatsoever. But I think that scoreboard also did outline what we talked about. Luna Galaxy at 14 points. If they had held the compound, been in that spot, they would have picked up the difference and actually been in the same place New Happy is. So there is that. If you are a fan of any of these teams, you don't have to write them off just yet because of how close that bottom pack is. And that's why, we love point sponges at the top during group stages.
We do.
It means that it's still open for anybody to make a move.
Yeah, and now with one game to go, does it mean that does Eternal Fire, does Twisted Minds, do they make something funny? Do they third party? Do they gatekeep? I know Miramar's kind of hard to do it on, but we'll see.
Honestly, both of these teams, when you sort of talk to them and see them, they're so in their zone and their game that there are teams, Cerberus, they would do it, but I don't think these two will. We'll find out, though. It's time for our last game of the day as we head back to the Dusty Dunes with your casters, Saga and Elfish.
Yes, indeed. Last game of the day. Hopefully, it's going to be a good one. We did have a pretty fun time there at the end of Miramar in the last game. I like that little 3-on-3-on-3 action. Ooh,
that was a clean shot across the zip line, and up we go.
Is it a bird? Is it a plane? It is a plane.
It is a plane, and there's a whole bunch of dudes in it hopping out right now across Miramar as we are heading over from all the way northwest to all the way southeast. Can't really complain about a flight path like that if you're a man who enjoys balance, or a woman, or anything else, who enjoys nice, fair flight paths that really guarantees that anyone can get to pretty much wherever they want to go.
Yep. Next question, of course, is going to be where is the first zone going to go? Los Leones, the territory for New Happy. They don't seem to be too concerned about having to rotate their way up north. Did a pretty good job of that last game, so very comfortable out of the big city.
Na'Vi and New Happy close together. It's definitely not a committed fight. It's just Na'Vi looking for a vehicle that they can use to get over the top of Los Leones and over to their loot spot, but still a risky proposition to get that close to an area with massive high construction tower cranes that could have a gun on top of them that could put a couple of shots into your back as you're falling away. Flood just on the south side of San Martin, trying to grab whatever he can get as the zone pops down towards the south. Tianba now looting all the way around Chumacera down towards Church, even up as high as the Dorito southwest of Picado. A massive split that fully contains the dead center circle of phase number 1.
Yeah, they're going to have to think about shrinking that pretty soon because there's going to be teams rotating their way in early in a zone like this one. I mean, it is a very, very common circle, this phase 1 circle. We see this a lot. Everyone will have a pretty good idea of what they want to be doing pretty much off the rip. And again, just for the final game of the night, if you want to watch the player POVs, you can definitely do that for whichever teams are listed on any given day. It does typically change up a little bit. But usually there's a team for most of the languages involved. You know, there'll be a team that speaks English, there'll be a team that speaks Chinese. They try to, I think, have a pretty good spread.
Yeah, something for everyone out there. But, oh man, it really hasn't been a day for everyone so far. GNL on 16 points, Lunar Galaxy on 14. But it's definitely been the day of these fellas right here. Oh man, Batulin's big IGL leading the charge. The Mad up there right behind him as well, doing the exact same thing. Oh man, it's the day for the big brain boys.
It's the day for Eternal Fire. I mean, you got 3 out of the 5 top kill leaders for Eternal Fire. There's no wonder why they're at the top of the scoreboard at the moment. It's been a massive, massive day from them. I mean, they didn't really quite manage to keep that ball rolling on the previous game there, that one on Miramar, but even then, like 10th place, but they did get 5 kills. Like, that's not too shabby at all. So, can't be asking for much more. 59 points out of the first day so far, and I always think, like, you know, if you get to 60 points in a day, 10 points on average a game, that's a very, very good day.
Yeah, 100%. Eternal Fire is practically already there. They just need to, you know, not all trip over a small pebble and meet their demise immediately, and they'll get to that 60-point margin. Twisted Mind still has a little bit of work to do to get there, but 51 is still not too bad whatsoever. Top points contribution, Banana 1 with 42% of his team's points. That does amount to about 5 points currently. So, I don't know, percentage-wise,
it's a bait, isn't it?
It's good, it's huge, massive. In terms of where it puts them on the leaderboard, don't know. But to be fair, if the rest of the squad isn't putting 5 points on the board in 5 games, then yeah, it's worth pointing out that there is improvements there to be made. But again, land jitters comes into this. First time for many of these teams facing up against any teams of this caliber on the global stage. So yeah, a little bit of a time required to adjust, maybe a reset, and then come back for another day for the second chance at group stages.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the scary thing, though, is like you do only have technically the 2 days to kind of get it together, at least for PGS 5, and then you might be having a pretty extended break before running it back for PGS 6. I mean, I suppose there's a fair bit to do. There's a whole city to explore, or maybe a little bit to worry about in the server. We've got to check back in again, though, with the Sonics.
Great. If not, they've allowed the Sonics to get right up against that BART building, and Kickstart will find 2 with a huge grenade.
Sticking the res onto Tig now. They know that the numbers game is in their favor, but Shumsey forced to step on off. He swings around the corner, finds Rello, and he gets a second one.
Swing, but won't get the knock, as now Kickstart with 2 HP. He's in the fight of his life here, and he's going to come out on top against Tony with 2 HP left in the tank.
Force Toyo to move, and so will Sonics. Here comes Kick and Tiggleton on the flank. They know exactly where they are. They spot them. There's the spray from Tig. He's going to get one. Kick gets another. There's a third, and it's all down to Capitan, but I believe that EV is about to blow, and it does. Clean. Sonics up to 8.
旁边还有一个。3个，第4辆车已经过来，能扫一个。
点到楼爷的脚步，窗口有人，是个残血，看到头盔了，哦，这个选位，
还有燃烧弹也烧了一个，CC108已经传了3个吗？
而且队友的支援也到了，林树过来救兄弟，
远处有一枪，
林树不倒就行了，
没问题，
林树不倒就行 ，OK，
已传4 CC108。
We got treated to a little bit of a Tiamba highlight in there as well, which was nice.
Yeah, I rate that. I mean, let's not forget how absolutely disgusting Sonic's running PAS was, but let's forget about that immediately because Heather is doing disgusting things as well. 4x sprays with a bit of backup from the loop, and it's all done. 4 a.m., the day has come to an end. 6 minutes into the final game, KDF wiped them off the face of Miramar.
He was literally 1 HP that whole time, and no one from 4 a.m. was looking at him.
Crazy.
The comms or something got broken down there. 4 a.m., a bit of a misfire in that one. It is what it is, I guess. And we're back to normalcy. Although, maybe I speak too soon because Lunar Galaxy have just decided, hey, we're going to drive right next to Sonics. And Shrimsy says, no, I'll pick that one up. Kickstart was involved and, well, man.
Said it in his accent. That was impressive.
Well, I think Lunar Galaxy have finally gotten the memo, but it's just a little bit too little too late. What is this game? This is a bit of a mess. I mean, we had such a sort of slow start to the last game in Miramar, and right here for game number 6, it's just kind of popped off all of a sudden.
Yeah, game 6.5, bearing in mind
the
remake that we had, is we're in game 6 advanced territory. But again, not really a surprise for KDF because they've really been just fighting whoever they can find in phase number 1 because nobody hot dropped them this game, so they've got to fight someone. And unfortunately for 4 a.m., it's 4 points for KDF more than anything else, and an opening now for a couple of those teams to push them out of the top 8 by the end of the first 6 games of the group stages. 30 points per day, historically speaking, if we look back at the group stages from the likes of PGS3, PGS4, if you're only getting 30 points per day, 60 points in total in the group stages, that ain't really going to be doing you too many favors, but remember, no LCQ this time around, so you only need to be top 16. That's a beneficial factor, but it does mean that if you're a team the likes of Lunar Galaxy, who now has 1 player left standing with 14 points on the board, bearing in mind they got like 8 of those points in game number 1 where they were only playing as a 2-man for the entire game. Yeah, that's not looking ideal. That's a hard mental reset you're going to have to make for day number 2 of groups.
Yep. Ascend taking a bit of a different approach this game than what they did in the last. Not quite getting the same zone feeds. And so there'll be an edge-based team, so a bit more of a return to form for Ascend here for game number 6. Last team to make their rotation in. TDT is on the exact opposite side of the zone than them, southwestern side. But, you know, relatively uncontested for the moment. It is still quite a large phase 1 circle, so most teams, apart from the ones that have obviously run into one another already, are pretty comfortable now. It's all been sort of smoothed out.
Huang F, the bright red beacon of hair. The answer to the question that everyone had.
The all-important question.
Yes.
I can't believe
only important question that we had today.
They could have gone deep on that. That was some good analysis, I thought. But anyway, I guess there's a reason I'm not on the analyst desk.
Sure. That also, what's popping up on your screen there, once again, we are on the new patch. You can now, as a spectator, you can hop over and see what they've got in the back of the trunks as well, in the same way you can see what's in the airdrop crates. That's a good addition as well. Hopefully we'll get some good uses of that towards later stages of the game. We can see whether people are packing like folded shields, extra grenades, extra helmets, even for late stage fights as well. There's a lot of utility that previously we never really had the chance to see exactly what the teams had in the back pocket. So now another good addition to the spectator UI.
You know, now that you mention it, I was sort of thinking like the biggest thing for me that I thought was going to sort of pop up a lot was seeing the player pings on the map.
Yeah.
But we haven't really seen that today, so...
save it for finals.
Save it for later, save it for later. Anyway, zone shift, it's going to go straight over Chumacera. And that is Sonics dead center once again. They had a little bit of a mishap in game number 5, but a win in game 4. And looking for some repeat success today. Observer highlighting Falcons for us. Outside of the zone, having to come in by Twisted Minds. That might not be a very fun time. And Ascend will have to continue their very, very long transition into this circle as it continues to shift away from them.
I don't think Ascend's a team that's ever going to be too upset that they have to continue wrapping around the edge of a zone. Particularly if you're heading towards Val Del Mar, that's usually their typical loot spot on this map, so they'll be reasonably happy to see that. Salute with the replay on the spray that was cut short a little bit as we had the Tiamba highlights earlier on, but that 4x 1 HP Org spray from Heather, just standing wide in the open, not a care in the world, and getting the job done for KDF. Look at the giggle on Salute's face.
You kind of have to, though. Like, when you're 1 HP, it's like, well, I guess I'm probably dead. Might as well just keep shooting and hope for the best. And sometimes things like that do happen. Happy days. For KDF, at least.
Yeah, they love fighting in Phase 1. They did it every opportunity that they had in PWS and still somehow won that tournament by about a 40-point margin at certain points in the event. They were clear favorites coming in, despite the fact that they were extremely aggressive. It just kept working, and so far, looking pretty similar scenes. FAMAS for Himas.
FAMAS for Himas.
That's always fun.
See if he can put it to good use. Not in a bad spot to make something happen pretty shortly. He's got Eternal Fire and New Happy kind of hanging around pretty close by.
Oh, actually, a new update as well on this patch. You can put an extended mag on the FAMAS. So 40 bullet spray on that gun.
If you're so inclined.
It is wild.
Yeah, hopefully you've got enough mouse pad space for that.
I don't know. Flood might, given what he did with his monitor earlier on. Speculation for
True.
extra space.
True.
Yeah.
Anyway, Falcons, they actually did kind of make the correct choice to wrap a little further around the western side of that zone. So we just had some footage of them getting in relatively comfortably, not having to go through Twisted Minds. Their scouting working out nicely. A very, very big split right now from Na'Vi all over the southern side of the zone. They've got Hakatori and Diffex pushed forward a little bit further north. So said out to a bit more of a western position, though. He's basically dead south.
Yeah.
And then Fairest kind of out on the backside, just keeping an overwatch over both positions.
So I said almost a forward scout for Na'Vi, trying to figure out what their next step of the plan is if this zone shifts to the west, which, let's give it its credit, it's fairly likely. Fairest on holding the backline duty, making sure that Ascend does not have an easy time of wrapping in behind Na'Vi. Again, a team that wants to play edge is a team that wants to control their space, and Na'Vi very, very disciplined and very experienced at doing both of those previously mentioned things. But Ascend, they've got no choice. They're just going straight down the middle. Ruin trying to find a pick from long range, putting shots in towards Barpo as he waits for the emergency parachute to come through, takes a headshot and realizes, oh, if I get knocked, I'm missing the plane. So back to a heal, and on board he goes as the zone shifts all the way to the north.
Wow.
The worst case scenario for Na'Vi.
Worst case scenario for a lot of teams, it's got to be said. I mean, I don't think, obviously, as you say, Na'Vi's going to be too pleased about it. Ascend were making their way down towards the south as well. Gen G have to move in, TDT as well. Luna Galaxy, or at least what remains of, probably have a pretty rough game ahead. And New Happy just having to work their way a little bit further north. But more importantly, what they're going to have to be aware of is their south, because Ascend are kind of backfilling in behind New Happy right here.
Oh no, bonk. A little bit of bumper cars from Ascend. It's about a bumpy bit of terrain, and trying to drive Mirados and Coupes over them is never easy.
There's no Autobahn in Miramar, so maybe a little bit out of the comfort zone for the Germans.
Unlimited speed.
Unlimited speed.
Driving over these ridges on Miramar at like 300 miles an hour. Sounds terrible. Barpo, there's no such choice, but Ascend at the very least do manage to backfill. Maybe they spotted the balloon, although they were in a sandstorm at that point. But
hang on.
Eternal Fire vacated that position, but New Happy wants it as well. Chris almost got caught on a wall, but the spray comes through from Brex, keeps him alive for now, but it's traded by Barpo from range.
That's just very weird, isn't it? New Happy just seem to have no idea that Ascend were rocking up behind them and have lost a couple of players very, very quickly. I mean, Brex getting knocked won't make for an easy recovery here for Ascend, but it looks like he is getting revived, and that is at least going to give some moment of respite for New Happy, but they can't get anything out of it apart from at least a bit of an understanding of, okay, what is yet to come. No chance of a revive for New Happy. Just 2 players out of the picture straight up.
Just completely caught off guard.
Yeah.
I think they had the high ground positioning as well. They had Nan like up on the church, but a perfectly timed sandstorm allowed KDF to wrap past them and Ascend to wrap underneath them, and it kind of just ruined New Happy's game a little bit. KDF went all the way up towards the north, and now they're having to deal with Twisted Minds, while Gen G still putting pressure onto Na'Vi, who forehand in a vehicle, almost catching one of them out, but do manage to grab the revive on towards Ada, and they can continue to look to hold this high ground position that they have.
Yeah, Falcons looking to take a bit of space on the northern side of the zone. We can just see Lou on the minimap there as well. The same thing kind of being done by Twisted Minds. Another FAMAS into the back pocket.
Oh, boo. 7-6 user. No FAMAS picking up 6x. Come on.
Do be like that sometimes. But FW Esports maybe in a bit more of a precarious position than those northern-based teams that aforementioned Falcons and Twisted Minds.
Oh, there it is. We've got the utility. It's a lightweight grip that he can't use on any of his guns.
Very good information to be getting
Great.
at this point in the game.
I wonder why he chose to specifically keep a lightweight grip. Maybe just hoping for like an MK at some point, maybe?
Who knows, but zone is going to shift up a little bit more central, and this is where I get a little bit worried for FW. I mean, if teams are going to start to push their way in, how tenable is that position going to be? Well, we can worry about that later because Gen G are going to have a crack at Eternal Fire, and if there was one team that you wanted to have a crack at today, it's probably not Eternal Fire. That nade was already a pretty decent one. Ruin is going to be hearing all of those footsteps. He's just watching the door. Code Marco making sure no one can run down the hallway, but space is being taken by Gen G.
Managed to creep their way in, and Ruin lurking on the wrong doorway, doesn't get a chance, but Code Marco with a sawn off around the side immediately drops him. Oh, through the smoke, they tried to commit to the push, but Code Marco still holds the line. Ruin is gone, flushed out, dealt with, but Code Marco disappears up the stairs, survives the grenade. He's still got 12 bullets to try and take this fight.
Ketpa is on his way. He's trying to make his way across the road to help his teammate out. He is maybe not even going to be required at this moment because Code Marco is kind of getting that job done. But Ketpa has jumped in and he's gone down. It's all a little bit awkward. Ada low, Ascend on their way in for a crash as well. They're hearing all of the shots and they've decided that now is the best opportunity that they're going to get. And unfortunately, that's not gone very well for them either. Breck's now on his second knock, going to be bleeding pretty quickly. Ada's still trying to jostle for positioning inside of the building, but what's more important is apparently a grenade, but Code Marco as well, getting the revive onto Ketpa, is at least going to get 2 back up here for Eternal Fire. I'm not sure that's going to help them to hold the building, though, against Ascend, who are 4 strong.
Ascend, if they know anything, it will be the fact that getting knocked by a DMR in this building means that he's close to a window somewhere, and they can probably reasonably assume that it would be on the side of the building facing Chumacera, so a vague idea of where Code Marco might be, but there's just so many smokes down this hallway that it's pretty impossible to commit to a push. Now, Twisted Minds holding the line against KDF as they try to make their way in on the northern side of the zone. Twisted Minds having none of it, and Himas making his way forwards. Na'Vi are getting shredded to pieces on the eastern side of the zone. Cerberus, the culprits, are just going to fall back, head to safety, where Hisaki and Sololzi are looking over the top, putting pressure on Twisted Minds and KDF.
Yeah, Sonic's on the kill feed there as well. Is keeping me interested for a late resurgence maybe into a top 2. That's not worked out very well for Eternal Fire. Ketpa, he cooked the nade a little bit too long. So Ascend will be happy to take up that residence.
Well, they managed to make it to that 10 points per game mark, 62. It was not the most satisfying ending for Ketpa, I'm sure, but it denied a point from Ascend, so that's something. But Ascend managed to hold on to the compound at the moment, but it's just...
Got to keep moving.
It's so irritatingly close to being in the zone, but they've got to deal with Na'Vi first anyway. Pain's on the opposite side of the road is helping them out. Killy will take down Sosa. Now Hakatori is the last man standing in grenade range, but Killy landed blind over the top.
Would be a pretty nice nade if he did. Payne's is going to toss one in there as well from a different angle. Doesn't look like either of them have it connected. GNL are starting to get something going onto TDT, and it's kind of nice to see Falcons getting some kills in here and there as well, or at least some knocks at this stage.
flexing out their control around the crater on the northwestern side of Chumacera. They, once again, have absolutely no idea that the last remaining solo from Lunar Galaxy is creeping their way in the blue zone behind, but it does not seem to matter. They're just putting pressure on all over as Donkey lands a gross headshot on Roth in a moving vehicle. And finally, the spam of grenades over the top from Ascend will clean up Hakatori. And Ascend can now commit their thoughts and prayers, probably, to getting anywhere further into Chumacera on this zone shift under the nose of Tiamba and now Cerberus on the hilltop as well.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe they can just take the south side of the road. I mean, Pains is already on the southern side of the road, but we'll keep up with that in a moment as we've jumped back over to Twisted Minds, who do have a bit of movement and shaking to be done themselves. Same can probably be said for Falcons. We mentioned both those teams taking some nice space north earlier, but unfortunately for them, the zone has shifted south, and Flood and Snakers have both run into a bit of a problem. That is awkward indeed for Falcons. It's going to leave Rello down the bottom of the hill on his own, and while it was maybe starting to come together a little bit there for Falcons, it's been kind of nipped in the bud before it gets too over expensive for anybody. Rello will just have to do it on his own.
A big anchoring position from Banana One that was the biggest problem for Falcons on that push. Rello's ridge was deep enough that he wasn't really an immediate threat from that angle, but there's also nothing that he can do to prevent it. Ooh. Oh, tire popped midair. Buggy goes upside down. Thankfully, the roll cage stops Rello from turning into a human crayon, sliding down the side of the hilltop.
He's very nearly a human crayon anyway. I mean, he's on 2 HP.
Not much of him left.
A little bit of team-on-team action there from Ascend in the kill feed, but they look to be okay to get that revive, I can see from the minimap. New Happy, not in a particularly happy place.
2 blue zone grenades. That's the magic number. There's no surviving this for either of them. Batulins make sure that if his team is going to use utility, they're going to use it correctly. New Happy, nothing they could do.
Nothing indeed, apart from just not be there.
Yep.
Sometimes just don't be there is the answer.
The good news, though, for Possa, who is still out in the blue zone, is if he can get to that shack, there's no way that Twisted Minds are going to assume that there's anyone else in there, and he can refresh those first aids that he's probably running low on because he's been in the blue zone for 20 minutes.
Can he get there, though? I would say that is potentially pretty wishful thinking, but Twisted Minds have kind of got their attention turned elsewhere at the moment. They are going to have to move at some point, so they're trying to do their best to scout out what's in front of them. This is going to be a death sentence of a run, though.
He got there. He's in the shack.
He is.
Yeah, they had their backs turned. He's managed to grab all the loot from the shack just under the nose of Twisted Minds. I love this position. Thanks for highlighting this one from Heather. Hopping inside a horribly high place where there's no chance that anyone's going to peek you. Even if they go for a jump peek, he can sneak his way around on this spot for quite a while.
So who's in the best position at the moment? I mean, Tiamba have a nice 2-2 split.
Heather is the correct answer.
Okay.
But in terms of like the actual zone positioning, I don't know. That's for you to figure out.
Yeah, it's going to be messy for the teams coming out of Chumacera. Ascend don't really have to move. Tiamba have a 2-2 split that they also don't really have to collapse just yet. Sonics, though, are going to have to make their way in, and Twisted Minds as well. It's, like I said, a bit of a death sentence for Twisted Minds on that run. They're already half the way there, by the way, that rotation that we've seen already.
Yep.
They've still got a bit of a ways to go, but so far so good for Twisted Minds. They've made it halfway without losing a player just yet. Lou now does get knocked by Haisaki, and it really does feel like it's a matter of time before Twisted Minds get knocked out of this game.
Yeah, and Possa got spotted as well, so, I mean, they got to the top 8, but really, it just means that FW now have the ability to fully focus this horrendous cross that Twisted Minds have to try and make. The blue zone grenades are not going to quite land correctly. It bounces off the front door, so it might just reach to the back of the shack, but it's not going to reach behind. So it's not really too much of a problem for most of Twisted Minds, but with FW Esports on the western side, yeah, this is not a survivable spot for Twisted Minds.
Oh! And that actually could have been very bad for them, that grenade. I mean, it's still going to be very bad for them, but it could have been even worse. They could have just died to the zone right there, getting knocked into the blue by that grenade. Lou is trying his best to survive inside of the smoke, but he eventually gets caught out by Duckmine. Someone from Twisted Minds took a little while to go down, but inevitably it was, between a rock and a hard place, up the creek without a paddle. Whatever kind of analogy you want, it was that for Twisted Minds.
It's one of those situations where it's like the silver lining is the fact that, like, well, we didn't die to the grenade, so they had to use like 50 more bullets to kill us. So maybe that's annoying for them.
Great work.
That's the best upside you can really have for Twisted Minds. But they got 5 points out of this game. It's something. And they're in a position to maybe hold on to their top 2 position currently, but Sonics with 7 on the board, making a push forwards onto Tong K, who is by far the most forward of FW on the western side of the zone, and the others are occupied with Cerberus. There's no real way for Tong K to fall back.
I like that move that Sonics have made. They've kind of taken some space in a position that no one else is really interested in, so it could pay dividends later on in the piece. So moving away from them does mean they're going to have to sort of push out of this ridge of cover, and to do so, as you say, they have to get rid of Tong K and the rest of FW Esports, but they don't seem to be having too much of a difficulty with that. Cerberus actually on the receiving end of that FW Esports push, and that is causing some real trouble. KDF have heard that. They've tossed a nade in that direction, just a cheeky one from Heather, and it has put it down to just duck mine now for Cerberus, who is playing the dodge the grenade game.
This position, I told you, best in the game. He's inside the little trash compactor on top of the hill. Cerberus had no idea that he was there. They pushed around, and he's actually hopped out of it as well, just to try and get some of these points. Himas taken down again by Shrimzy over the top and cleaned up completely. Heather gets the 1 point out of it, but Shrimzy cleans up the rest, and now Heather has given up his hiding spot, and he's in trouble. But so is Ascend. They're down to just the solo left of Pains, and Tiamba's wide spread on both sides of the road on Chumacera means there's no exit for him.
Yeah, Tiamba actually need to get that revive, and they need to take control of Chumacera pretty quickly, because Sonics are sweeping their way through this zone. They are taking so much space that even though Tiamba has 4 players technically alive, even if one of them is knocked, this is actually looking like Sonics is going to waltz towards their second victory of the day. I can't imagine that this is going to be an easy one for Tiamba to hold on to, and certainly not looking good for Ascend. Huyn is going to get that knock onto 7-7, but it's not going to save Ascend. It may help Sonics to finish this one off, though. This is looking like a foregone conclusion if I've ever seen one. Sonics with 13 kills already. It's going to be a massive win for them, and it'll be the top one for the day. It was 13 from Eternal Fire in game number 3, but Sonics are going to go just past that.
Shrimzy's on 9. He's got the grenades. Going to try and blow down the fence and maybe get it over the top. It doesn't matter. CC's grenade does the damage to himself, denies the point, and it will only be a second win of the game with 9 kills for Shrimzy. A mere 9, a measly single-digit amount of kills. Absolutely insane performance from the Sonics in our final game of the day.
Yep.
And Tiamba's hold on the western side of Chumacera just fell apart.
Yeah, was that enough for Sonics to catch up to Eternal Fire? Didn't quite catch it on the back end there, but regardless, 2 wins today for Eternal Fire, 2 wins today for Sonics. 1 for Twisted Minds and 1 for New Happy is where we find ourselves at the end of the 6 games. But, you know, while it took a little while for Sonics to kind of get going, it feels like they had about as good of a day as Eternal Fire, who started strong and then maybe slowed down towards the back end.
Shrimzy would have loved to have made that 10, but the Sonics will be happy to make that 2 chicken dinners on the day as they come away with a big win in our last match.
I have 2 pages in my book. One of them is 1K Club. The second one is double digits in 1 game.
Double digits.
Huge difference. But no, we got denied. The Nate didn't make it, and yeah, CC said nope.
And you're probably super happy you put Shrimzy on your fantasy roster today, right?
Yeah, are you asking yourself that?
Oh, yeah, I'm asking myself because I did do that and you didn't, and this is why. Because when it comes down to it, Sonics has been on fire this year. I mean, they've been great historically. We've seen some amazing plays from them, amazing seasons, but this just feels like the golden year when it comes to the Sonics.
Yeah, I gotta say, when I talked to them, they were like, "Yeah, I don't know, I'm neutral mental state." You know, I didn't feel the confidence for them, but then we get to the games and they're popping completely. Of course, And then, yeah, 50 plus points in a day is insane. Happy to see them step up to this kind of level that we know that they're able to perform at.
And to say that, I mean, coming in at that level, right? I think a lot of times we do see teams sort of tune up when they get here. They've started strong. Twisted Minds has started strong. I think that's been kind of the story of this event. But I also kind of wonder how that transitions over to the coming up PGS 6, because we saw this at the last PGS double, is that some teams came out really strong at the first one, and then everyone learned, adapted, and got better.
Oh, the nade coming in, and it's already blowing up. CC said nope.
All right, it sounds like we have a chance to catch up with some of our players. So let's check in with Bella as she chats with them right now.
All right, everyone, I am joined with Twisted Minds Perfectix for his incredible play today. Hey, GG Perfectix.
GG.
GG. All right, you guys are the defending PGS4 champions. You came out and you showed that you guys are the champions. So how was playing, like, you know, for today?
I think it was like interesting games with hot fights and nothing special, but it was very interesting for me.
Was it a tough day, you think?
No, it was like normal, not hard, not easy.
Okay, just enough. All right, I don't know if you heard, and then Sonic 6 Tiggleton, he also mentioned that like you were the player that he had his eyes on, and you actually ended him on Miramar as soon as you said that. So what do you want to say about that?
I think he's got them right, and it's nice to hear it because Tiggleton is a good player.
So I guess we'll show him next time that we meet again, right? All right, what's your plan going in for tomorrow, like when you play again?
I think I will wake up, eat some food and watch some games. That's all.
And then also just kill it again, just dominate.
We wouldn't play tomorrow.
Yeah, when you play.
We would play 2 days tomorrow.
Yeah, because you're Group A. All right. All right. Thank you again for that incredible interview. Get some rest. Good luck to you.
Thank you. Bye.
All right. That was Twisted Minds' Perfectix for the interview. And now I'll be joined by Eternal Fire's Code Marco. All right. We'll have Code Marco join us in a second. The man, the legend of today. Okay. All right, I am joined by the legend Code Marco. Like, you are the man of the day, if I may say. You guys had 2 chicken dinners, and the Matt said it was luck that he got the first chicken dinner, but I don't think it was. So, how are you feeling?
Bu kazanmak için nasıl hissediyorsunuz? Onlar göre o şans değil.
Kendimizi iyi hissediyoruz. Güzel başladık ilk güne. Hedefimiz bunu böyle devam ettirmek. Umarım da bunu böyle devam ettireceğiz. Gayet iyiyiz şu an. Takımca mutluyuz.
It wasn't luck, it was our hard work and we are going to keep it forward and we are going to continue doing like this.
And you guys, whenever you're at PGS, you've been showing like a steady growth, and today you were impeccable. Do you have a reason why you were so locked in today? Was there a secret behind it?
Senin çok iyi çalıştığınız ya, buna göre siz bir sırrınız var mı?
Bu turnuvadan önce takımımıza yeni bir koç aldık. Yeni bir çalışma düzenine geçtik. Şu anda çalışma düzenimiz çok iyi, çok sıkı. Kesinlikle her şeyi çalışmamıza bağlıyorum.
Before we came here, we had a new coach. We had made our team better, so we are doing better this time, and we are looking forward to our performance, like in the next.
Next game.
Yeah, next game.
All right. And you know, we're in Thailand again, but how is Thailand for you? It must be, you know, you must be enjoying it because you're killing it out here. Are you enjoying Thailand?
Tayland'dan nasıl hissediyorsunuz? Yemekler falan beğendiniz mi?
Tayland çok güzel bir yer, çok eğlenceli ama Türk yemekleriyle buranın yemekleri çok farklı olduğu için Tayland yemeğini denemekten korkuyoruz. Denemedik yani o yüzden ama bence güzeldir. Kesinlikle güzeldir.
We are enjoying our time in Thailand, but for Thai food, because we are so used to Turkish food, so we haven't had a chance, and we haven't dared to try Thai food. But we think it's good. It must be good.
I didn't understand what you were saying, and I thought you were too excited, so I was like, oh, it must be a good thing.
No, they didn't try.
All right,
I'm so
GG,
sorry.
it was incredible. Keep up the good work, and best of luck to you. Thank you so much,
Tebrikler
Marco.
diyor.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, I was joined by Eternal Fire's Code Marco, and we're gonna go back to the desk to speak to the guys at the desk. All right, bye.
They didn't try anything.
Welcome back to the desk. Lovely interview with Bella just back there. And again, our job just to close it up. We're going to go over some scoreboards, give you guys the last thoughts, and then obviously get ready for tomorrow. What a finish to the game. Seeing Sonics come out with another win on a fabled season. Hearing the interview with Code Marco, I respect that. Now, sometimes you watch that and you think, oh, lame, you haven't tried the food. But there's something to be said for staying with the things that you know work when you come to an event like this.
That's super important. You can't take any chances. Like if you eat something just before the games and you need to suddenly, it's too spicy, you need to go to the toilet. You can't do that. You got to make sure. That's, the first 3-4 days before they start the games, that's where you got to test. That's where we need to figure out where are we going to be eating our lunch, what sandwich you're going to be getting, what are we going to be doing here. But 14 kills and a win for Sonics.
Yeah, they got a sandwich, a chicken sandwich.
Chicken sandwich, yeah.
They did. They get themselves nice wins. 14 kills. 9 of those go the way of Shrimzy in that match, who I think will be an unequivocal MVP when it comes to the match there. Ascend showing up with that 5. Tiamba pulling up a nice 7. And KDF once again popping up in the top 4.
The consistency from KDF is just so nice, but really good to see from them. I like that. So you either got to do the consistent through the whole day, have some good placement, have some good kills overall, or you got to have 2 banger games just to put you in there. But yeah,
I'll take consistency all the time.
9 kills. Wow. Dude, imagine having him in fantasy.
9 kills. Yeah, I do. I know
annoying.
exactly.
That's annoying. Yeah.
I learned a long time. You bet on Shrimzy every single time. But he comes out. He only took 61 damage. They took very little damage. Did a ton of output. Tailton with 3, Kick with 1, H-Win as well. So the whole team involved in another solid victory. Good day for the Sonics. We'll keep talking about them because they got this win, but it wasn't really just a Sonics day. It was sort of like a top 4 day, really, it felt.
Yeah, it was. And obviously, as the man of the match here, for sure, for Shrimzy, that's you can't hate this guy.
No.
Too nice, too happy, too good at the game.
Yeah, so I don't know if you got a chance to watch an interview we did with him at the end of PAS.
Yeah.
But the cat, his girlfriend, was having a watch party in the other room, and so they were about 10 minutes delayed. So while we were interviewing him, his team got in a huge fight, and you could hear her screaming through the wall for Shrimzy to crush the other team. And it was probably one of the most adorable things I've ever seen. But it was great because Shrimzy, hey, thanks, man. It was great because Shrimzy was there. And you could hear him hearing it and being like, oh, it's so cool to have that kind of support.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's talk about the team summary. Total kills, Sonics 37, Twisted Minds 37 as well. If there was ever an argument about, I guess there's no argument. These are the top. These guys, these top 2 teams are incredible.
They are them. He is him. And the top 3 teams, they have been dominant so far. And you could say just, 5-10 more points in the next day that they're playing, and they're just set for grand finals. So that's a scary prospect for the teams that have not been able to get that much points today. Also for Group C teams that are going to be playing against them tomorrow.
Direct quote from the Sonics, I hope 17 doesn't make it to PGC. Right? I mean, you think about that. Sonics gets ahead here. They have teams that may contest them for some of their favorite locations. There's a great chance to keep them out.
Exactly. Scary things here. 24 points for them. Kind of incredible to have 5 teams on double digits here, but that's due to the kills here. Super top heavy for this last match here for match 6.
Cerberus getting 10 is a big deal for them. I feel a little bit slower than we would like, and they kind of need to make a big game here and make a statement for themselves. Overall leaderboard time, Eternal Fire does finish the day in first place with 62 total points, tied with Sonics, but More placement.
More placement.
They'll be ahead if there's a tiebreaker requirement. Twisted Minds at 56, KDF at 42, and then Cerberus actually climbs into 5th off the back of that last game.
Yeah, I'm impressed for that. Honestly, for this situation here, you have 3 teams that are just set in stone. That's the teams that you kind of are worried about a little bit. As the Twisted Minds boys said, like, they're not playing tomorrow, but BC is playing tomorrow, and if you're a C team coming in up against 62 points, that's super scary situation for them. The teams on our right side, maybe except for the bottom 3 teams, one good game, you're in the top 8 still, so I'm not too worried about those. But still, if you've gotten less than 20 points so far to start the day, it's a rough start for the first 6 games for sure.
Absolutely. You brought up that Twisted Minds interview. I got to say, I love the literal answer. What are you guys going to do tomorrow? Well, I'm going to wake up, I'm going to eat something, and watch a couple games.
Yeah.
But that's what I think I've loved about seeing Twisted Minds as they've continued to develop is like, they've got their system, they've got their routines, they're very honest and open about that, and they figured out what works for them, and part of that is they've been together for so long.
Sure.
Yeah, they added example to the roster because they need a little extra frag power, but as far as those core 3 go, I mean, it's been like, what, 4 or 5 years,
Long
I think,
time,
at this point.
Yeah.
So,
Northern Lights back in the day, it's just been so long.
And you got to respect that kind of long-termism, but it also matters in a game like PUBG where communication and understanding your teammates' thought process without having to say it is so important. Let's take a look at what's happening tomorrow, though. We're going to switch it up and start on the dusty dunes, finish in the grassy pastures with a little rondo tag all sprinkled in there for some flavor.
Yeah, I like that. And then, of course, Group C coming in tomorrow. They're going to be watching like, okay, there's some top-endedness of the leaderboard happening that makes it kind of an open possibility for them. We could very well see, the Group C teams quite quickly passing some of the other teams. If they have a great start, they're going to be straight into the middle of our leaderboard. So that's going to be a huge thing.
And I worry for some of the teams like Luna. There's a couple of teams here we got between 14 and 18 points, and that is real chum in the water really for the Group C teams because they're coming in going, hey, all we got to do is put up a day that's better than 18, and we've already got a 50% chance. 4 of those teams are essentially knocked down that we make the advance. And so that's where it really kind of can be tough to be those teams because there's no longer a chance for Luna to get those 6 games back, right?
Exactly, yeah. I mean, as I said here, below 20 points for the first 6 games, you are literally just 1 or 2 points, 1 or 2 games away from being passed of a Group C team that has 10 more games to play after that. So yeah, it's not a lot of pressure to that.
Absolutely. Now, I do want to give a couple of shout outs to our sponsors who make it possible. OP.GG, overpower your game. Our official hotel partner, Novotel, great place to stay. And of course, if you want to get the official studio partner, it is Green Park Studios, where we hear beautiful set they set up for us. And of course, our final chair sponsor who's got the seats that all the players are playing from, it's TT Racing. Guys, it has been an amazing first day here at PGS 5. We saw perennial favorites come out on top. Some new teams prove that maybe they're future powerhouses. It has been so much fun, and we have so much PUBG ahead of us. Before we go, do you have any final thoughts on the day?
Yeah, honestly, banger day for the hard circles. Crazy day. Didn't expect to see that many back-to-back, that many kind of top-heaviness. Yeah, excited for tomorrow for sure.
Awesome. Well, guys, thank you so much for watching. On behalf of myself, Martin, Elfish Guy, Paper Thin, Saga, everyone at Crafted, and the whole team here, we appreciate you. Thank you for spending your time with us. And until we see you tomorrow, play more PUBG.